stream there. We've done something very technical there, and I'll make my apologies for the early part of those overs. Kadri swung at that one, he's connected, and he's larruped the ball through cow corner. I mean, there's warm applause for that, in that he's connected with the shot that he played at the first delivery of the over. He's unashamedly just round-arming, basically, flat batting anything that comes short at him. It could hit a top edge. It could go absolutely anywhere, frankly. That one he has connected with, though.
Yeah, and it's gone for 4.
It's gone for 4.
And fair play to it. All this says, really, is I don't like the short ball.
Yeah, and Sean Abbott will be encouraged by the... That's even shorter, and Kadri, to be fair to him, has realised he's not going to reach that one in a million years, and has pulled out of a huge hook. 204 for 6, but very entertaining indeed. But as you say, if the bowler needed any encouragement to keep up the short stuff,
it comes from last night. Now, if he's going to try and defend this, the short ball, he's going to pop a catch up somewhere. He was in real bother with it last night. So fair play to him.
actually, this makes sense.
He's come up with his way of doing it, but he might find he gets a Yorker in a minute while he's standing the foot outside the leg stump.
This can round the wicket now, does Abbott to... oh, it's a leading edge. Will it drop for a catch? It won't. Rory Burns on the offside there. So, actually, I think he's taken a bit of pace off that, has he? Sean Abbott, certainly. Kadri's looking to defend it. It's hit the leading edge. It's gone onto the into the offside. One bounce, running catch with the left hand for Rory Burns under the big floppy white hat. But it's not a wicket, and it's not a... It's a dot ball.
All I would say as well, the county cricket circuit is a very small world. I think next time that Mr. Kadri walks out to bat in a championship match, he's going to get a few short ones.
Yeah, the short leg. There's that leg slip in still. He says it's kind of leg theory. He tries to turn it towards the short leg obligingly, and actually ends up mishitting it on the top of the bat, which is probably good for him for retaining his wicket, because it's dropped harmlessly in front of Jamie Smith. That was a real working over, and including one. 4, which he did middle Kadri. He's on 204 for 6. To be fair to him, he's on 21 out of 33 balls. He is sticking there. Everson has 7 from 26, 204 for 6. The fields for the two different bowlers very different, as you were pointing out, Mark. It's quite obvious what Sean Abbott's modus operandi is. He is going to bowl it short because there are no slips in. There are 2 slips in for Worrell. He's bowling fuller from the Naki to Road End.
Well, he's going to be battered and bruised, Kadri. But he's still there. That's the key thing on 21, but he does not look comfy in the slightest. He's got that problem. If he tries to defend it, he's getting into trouble, so his only option is to try and whack it. As here is Worrell to Everson, and sort of normal cricket resumes as Everson just allows a good length ball to go outside his off stump. Yes, good morning to everybody on the live stream.
Yes, indeed.
Lovely to have you with us. And you'll be seeing what a beautiful day it is.
Goodness.
Here in Canterbury.
It ain't bad.
Yes,
Jazz band have been
it's
breaking into tune every now and then.
It's the trumpeter today. It was jazz flutist.
Jazz flute.
On
florist.
Florist. Jazz flutist.
Florist, I think, yes.
Can you have a jazz florist? I don't know.
I'm sure you can.
As over the wicket comes Worrell, and Everson's allowing this one to go outside his off stump.
Jazz florist, I like the idea of that. Just throwing in blooms, different colours.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There may be one somewhere in the world.
Yeah.
If there isn't, there might be soon.
Yeah.
I have to say, the jazz flutist on Sunday was magnificent. Absolutely magnificent.
I've seen a video of your appreciation of it.
Very, very good. I might wander around there at lunchtime today if the trumpeter is on standby. Like a bit of jazz trumpet. As over the wicket comes Worrell. And Everson's forward and punching this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Just getting back to yesterday and it finishing at 7:30.
Yeah, oh yeah.
From our end, we're happy to stay here till 9 o'clock if we have to. You know, it's not ideal, but that's our job. It's the paying public I worry for, because people have got to get home. So last night by 7:30, there was hardly anybody in the ground, and we could have played in the morning when we weren't playing, when there were people in the ground. As over the wicket comes Worrell, and driving is Everson. Away through backward point. Round comes Jamie Smith to do the fielding, and they'll get back for 2. That's 2 more to the total. And 2 more to Everson. He moves on to 9. 206 for 6. The lead is 362. Kent will sort of be saying to themselves, get it up over 400.
Yeah.
Psychologically, over 400. It's still doable, but it's a big old ask. 400 in the last innings.
Do you think there's any benefit in Everson trying to protect Kadri from the short ball here, in trying to take a single so he can take on Abbott?
Well, if that is the case, why is Kadri batting at 8? You can't be protecting your number 8. As waiting over his bat is Everson once again. As in comes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. And absolutely nothing against Kadri because he's still there on 21. But all I'm saying is he looks so uncomfy against the short ball. Everson shouldn't be worrying about protecting his number 8, really. So I'm pretty sure he'd play Abbott better, Everson.
And he started against him, didn't he, this morning, and looked more assured, certainly.
Kadri's leant on his bat at the non-striker's end. As over the wicket comes Worrell to Everson, who's forward, and it's a diving, tumbling stop by Tom Latham there at backward point. And it's the end of the over, so Kadri will be on strike here to Sean Abbott. He knows what's coming. And Abbott is putting on his headband, ready for action. But 362 the lead. And we've still got nearly 2 full days of play to go. We know the weather's okay, and the pitch is playing pretty well. So it'll be fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Now, of course, if Kent can keep going, if Kent is still batting an hour and a half after lunch, Surrey are probably out the game, winning it anyway. But those wickets last night were so important. It just opened the door again for Surrey, those wickets last night.
Yeah, but it's going to come around the wicket again. It's a good tactic, isn't it, coming into the body. It's going to be short leg in still. On a backward point, he backs away, and there's in the air. That's going to be 4 at least, as he contacted that for 6. He has indeed. That's a swashbuckling shot. It's got close to him as well, Kadri, but he has dispatched that with some aplomb. I think the back foot's come up as well, flamingo style. Yeah, he has hit that for 6. Well, it's a fascinating game of cat and mouse. Much as we're saying that Hamid Kadri looks uncomfortable against the short ball, he is not afraid to take it on. 6 for him. He's on to 27.
Yeah, well, I think what we're looking at here is it's either 6-4 or out. I think it's going to be one of those 3 options with Mr. Kadri, but he got hold of that one. Again, he was backing away and just really sort of tennis shot, wasn't it? And got a lot of that. And deep backward square was quite inside the boundary, so they've gone right back onto the boundary rope now.
Once again, round the wicket, bouncer from Abbott. He's ready for this one. Kadri just lets this one go down at the offside. A little perhaps getting the head underneath it, but he's not the tallest man. Through to Ben Folkes. And that's a dot ball. 2-1-2 for 6. Kent, if you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, on the live stream for Kent County Cricket Club and via the BBC Sport website and app, of course, every ball of the county season. Championship, One Day Cup, T20, brought to you particularly lovingly today, as it's such a beautiful day, by your commentary teams around the country, I'm sure. Abbott comes over the wicket again to Kadri, backs away a little bit. This is up in the air, fielder straining to get there, all goes through his hands. There's a real effort, but it goes for 4 in the end. And Kadri has taken 10 off this over from Abbott. It was a big effort from Tom Latham to get round there, but in the end just couldn't make up enough ground.
Yeah, Tom Latham did brilliantly to get there. Just couldn't quite hang on. So we've got to be a bit careful here. Okay, he looks uncomfy, but he's just hit a 6 and a 4. Now, if you keep doing this and Kadri misses it or it top edges and doesn't go to a fielder, and 20 minutes later Kadri's on 60, Sean Abbott might just try knocking his stumps out of the ground in a second. Everything's been short so far.
Yeah. Will he go fuller this time? Abbott, no, digs it in again. Again, he goes to the same shot as Kadri, through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. It looks untidy. But as much as we, as you were saying, quite rightly, why would Joey Everson be protecting his number 8 from a bowler coming from one end? Kadri does have 31 runs on the ball at the moment, so he has found a way to survive and found a way to score runs as well. The umpire is waving to somebody.
Ground staff again.
Is it ground staff?
Those footholds again. They need a broom now.
Yeah.
For the footholds for Sean Abbott.
Is it? Yeah.
I think that was the international sign-off. Could we have a broom?
There we go.
Please.
It's just getting a bit loose under his foot when he's planting it in his delivery stride. Kadri faces once again. Abbott to Kadri, fuller this time, and it's a thick outside edge as he tries to swing that through the offside. Again, it's an attacking shot by Kadri. Gets himself a single somehow.
Well, thank goodness he
217 for 6.
Got a bit of bat on that.
Yeah.
Because he's sort of playing that next to Jamie Smith at the moment at short leg. But look, fair play to him. He's 32 not out.
Gets off strike, and it's exciting cricket as well for the crowd here. And at home, hope you're enjoying it. 11 off this over so far. 217 for 6, 373 the lead for Kent as Everson faces Abbott. What will he give Joey Everson now? Just back of a length and pushed into the offside, and Everson takes a single. And as you said, Mark, that's an expensive over for Surrey. 218 for 6, 374 the lead. The ground staff are coming on. They've got the marker once again, so presumably the crease is the crease marking is just disappearing every time the bowler's foot is going toward it or on it, and the brush, the big brush, the dustpan, the bucket, the ruler are all coming out.
And the paint.
A bit of maintenance, and another 5 minutes is added to
well,
the day.
Well, there we are. No, well, to be fair though, if the umpire's not seeing the line, then that's not ideal.
No.
So they might have to put a bit more paint on, because obviously
they can't be doing this every over, every other over.
Well, you know,
maybe we can.
Lunch at 1:05, anything could happen. As
many variables.
Well, yeah, absolutely. This now is the ground staff. It's very particular sweeping, this, isn't there? I think there's a dustpan and brush out there now. This is a little bit like when you've spilt something, spilt something on your crisps on the floor.
Yeah.
You have to get the old dustpan and brush out to find the crisps.
Absolutely right.
So now we're measuring out the line. Is the paint? No. Oh yes, we are. So here we go. Bit of artwork there. They've done very well there, the ground staff.
I was doing that this morning. Bit of
dustpan painting.
Bit of a blueberry disaster.
Oh,
there we go. They get all over the place.
Well, they do, yeah.
Yeah, roll a long way.
They do.
The ones under the fridge are just staying there, though, to be fair.
Downhill, is it, to your fridge? Here is Downwarrel then, from the Lackington Road end, coming in over the wicket to Everson. That's nicely played. Just clips it away off his pads. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Now, this will be interesting because we haven't seen Kadri against Worrell as yet. So, what sort of field will Surrey set? I'm pretty sure that Worrell will go fuller. He's obviously very capable of bowling the short stuff, but I think he'll probably go fuller. As settling himself down over his bat is Kadri. There's a slip and a deepish backward point in the shape of Tom Latham. It'll be interesting to see how Worrell goes about this to Kadri. Kadri's on 32 as Worrell comes over the wicket to him. And Kadri, a shout for LBW. He's wandered down the pitch. I think it's probably hit him just outside the line because he was sort of walking down the pitch there at Downwarrel. And there's a shake of the head from Russell Warren. Stood down there at the Nackington Road end. He's just explaining to Downwarrel why that wasn't out. Kadri's wandered off towards square leg, lent on his bat. 375 the lead, so a good 26 minutes here for Kent. They've moved on to 219 for 6. Ideally, from a Kent point of view, you know, they're still batting after lunch. That would be the ideal from a Kent point of view. Get yourselves into a position to declare as in over the wicket comes Warwick. Ooh, and Kadri's looking to let this go, and it just hits the face of the bat. Rolls down there towards Dom Sibley at slip, and there's no run. Kadri wanders off towards square leg. Oh dear. He's got something in his mouth, poor chap, so he's getting rid of that. Takes off his helmet. Good job Jamie Smith wasn't stood at short leg there. As waiting over his bat once more is Kadri. Worrell turns in bright sunshine In comes a right arm over the wicket to Kadri, and Kadri's outside edging, and it's bouncing just to the right of Dom Sibley at first slip. That's hurt Dom Sibley.
You're right.
Yeah, I think he's okay, but I think it's one of those stingers on the half volley.
Is he just clutching his side there?
I think it's his,
I was going to assume it's his hand, but
I think it is the hand. I think he's okay, otherwise he'd be straight off.
Just keeps feeling his side.
I think he's trying to.
Yeah, I think
you're right.
I think
yeah,
it's just that stretched down.
Yeah, I think he's okay. But again, Worrell's frustrations will be growing here with Kadri. As over the wicket comes Worrell to Kadri, and Kadri's driving out towards extra cover. Oh, he's taking the single though, Kadri. Well, each run is valuable. He bustles a single. Does Kadri. One more to him. He moves on to 33, 220 for 6.
Well, he's certainly not thinking about avoiding Sean Abbott, is he? Which is, as you say, he's absolutely right.
Absolutely.
He's batting 8, you've got to take responsibility.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's 33 not out, so... As I say, from a Surrey perspective, if he's still there after 45 minutes and they're still trying the short ball to him and he's still there, they may have to change tactic. As over the wicket comes Worrell to Everson, and Everson's letting this one go outside his off stump end of the over. And Kent 220 for 6. They lead by 376.
They do indeed. 63 overs gone of this innings, so balls fairly aged, but actually...
Oh, they're back.
Worrell's found the edge here, crikey.
This could be an even longer day than yesterday.
Get a mark at the end of every over. It's going to be interesting.
They may be better off just giving the brush to the umpire.
Yeah. I think just put a pot of paint behind the stumps there. Are they remarking?
Well, yes they are.
There's some digging going on now.
There's digging going on, and then there's some more painting going on. If we continue like this, there will be a small sort of kitchenette by the end of today, an extension with the amount of work that's being done.
Maybe a lot of, I gather in London, what you do if you're a property developer is you dig down, don't you?
Dig down now, basements.
Yeah,
that's the way.
It
used to be go up. Now it's back down, isn't it?
Absolutely right.
A games room or a swimming pool
right?
under the pitch. But yeah, the problem we got here is it's every over that Sean Abbott's bowling, the Paul ground staff are having to come out and remark the crease.
Well, I don't suppose it's going to be much different from any other bowler.
That's what I don't think he's got particularly heavy feet.
It's going to be every time, but it's way outside the line of the stump, so it's no worry for the batters at this end. But Abbott will resume. 220 for 6. Fascinating battle with Hamid Kadri, has 33 so far. And short ball again, he does his best to get out of the way of this one. I think Kadri goes through to the wicketkeeper anyway, rises up to, towards head high, and he's playing that one again. He's playing an elegant little clip past short leg.
So we haven't seen that shot as yet. No,
the
ball's been delivered.
No, again, it's an ambition of Kadri's, but he has 33 on the board so far. Kent's lead at 376, and Surrey, you can only imagine how frustrating it is for Sean Abbott and for Dan Worrell as well, who must have felt they've got Kadri a couple of times, even just this morning, but he endures. This one's again just back of a length, quick from Abbott, gets out of the way of that one. Does Kadri, wanders off to have a chat with Jamie Smith, or does he? Or at least he's close to him. Jamie Smith's engaging there, having a chat to each other. Travel news on BBC Radio Kent is going to, I was going to say segue beautifully into the cricket, but then I'm doing the update, so it may not work that way. Fabulous newsreader and presenter we've got on this morning, team of Rosemary Main and Julia George, of course. And I can only lower the quality, I'm afraid, but I'm going to do my best. Here's Abbott then to bowl to Kadri. Bowls now. Short, gets out of the way of that one. That's actually a good length delivery, and he's ducked away of that one preemptively. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners right now with Julia George. There's not a lot not to like here, Julia. It's a fascinating day's cricket in beautiful sunshine here, and Kent on top at the moment. 376 their lead is in the second innings. 220 for 6 they are. Fascinating battle between Australian bowler Sean Abbott and Hamid Kadri, Kent's number 8 batter. He's basically bowling very short, Abbott, so the ball is whistling around Kadri's ears. He's doing everything to evade it on one hand and occasionally attack as well. A big 6 in the previous over from Abbott and a 4 off him as well means Kent's lead is extending here. Surrey are leading the county championship. There's every reason why they do that, because their bowling is fabulous at the moment, though. This Kent pair are hanging on. 220 for 6 in the sunshine, and commentary continuing on a very engaging third day of this game at Canterbury via the BBC Sport website and out with regular radio reports. Fielding change. Rory Burns is calling the odds. Dom Sibley is heading towards the boundary on the leg side, square leg, and it's a deep mid wicket as well. Abbott to Kadri. Again, it's back of a length down the leg side. Kadri ducks underneath. He's having to be very mobile indeed, Kadri. A 5th ball off that over. Bit of forget-me-nots. Is it Patrice Rushen, this one? Is it?
I don't know who sang this, but I do like it. We had a bit of The Boss yesterday, Springsteen.
Oh, there we go.
That was lovely. Wasn't this also in a film with I can't remember what it was called, but Will Smith was in it.
Men in Black.
Yes, wasn't it? I
think you're right. Yes. Oh, is it because they... Oh, no spoilers. Patrice Rushen. There we go. On the board. That's another bouncer from Abbott, almost needless to say, finishes the over. A maiden from Abbott, 220 for 6 at Kent, building this second innings lead. I think probably the best idea, I'll make way for Santoki to come in alongside you, Mark Church, and I can call the office and say... Can
Mark Church have some Manilow for the next over, please?
We love the music, but perhaps a little bit of silence to concentrate would be lovely. So I'll leave you with Kent leading by 3-7-6 here at Canterbury.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Matt Cole. So, yeah, Santoki joining us. Presenter on the Caribbean podcast. He's been sat to our right watching this extraordinary battle between Kadri and Abbott. And the key thing is that Kadri is still there. That is the key thing. And Santoki, good morning to you. Lovely to have you with us.
Thank you for that introduction, Mark.
Nice one. Absolutely. We're delighted to have you here. As in comes Dan Worrell then from the Nackington Road end to Everson, beats the outside edge as Everson pushes forward. But it's been a fascinating battle between Abbott and Kadri, hasn't it?
It has, definitely, and you can see Abbott very frustrated at the moment. I'd imagine Surrey were looking to skittle out this lower order in the first hour, but things just haven't gone their way at the moment.
The interesting thing will be when Surrey changed tactic, in the fact that, yes, Kadri's looking not happy against the short ball, but the key thing is he's still there on 33, and if he's still there in half an hour, he could be on 63. As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Everson, and Everson has just played very solidly this morning. All eyes have been on Kadri really, as Everson pushes that one out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Things can escalate very quickly, as you said. Kadri could pile up runs very quickly, and we've also got Wes Agar coming in after this as well. We saw in the first innings what he can do. Arshdeep Singh as well, coming in fresh from the IPL. You know, he'll have a license to thrill as well with the bat, so it's very frustrating for Surrey at the moment.
Yeah, we only saw one ball of Arshdeep Singh with the bat, which was a big leading edge that ballooned in the air and he got a single. As over the wicket comes Worrell, and Everson, that's nicely played, just pushes this into a gap on the offside, so this will bring Kadri back onto strike again, because from a Kent point of view, as we were saying with Matt Cole there, if Kent can still be batting an hour after lunch today, well, they are almost out. Well, they probably are out of sight in many ways.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they're still batting after lunch, it would have to be an all-time iconic chase for Surrey to get the win.
I do remember. Now I'm going to hazard a guess at 2002, around about that Surrey here at Canterbury. Huge chase in the last innings. Ian Ward ended up 60 odd not out. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and Kadri's had a big old drive at this one, and it beats the edge, and it's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side.
I mean, if there was a side this season who could put up a successful chase such as this, it would be Surrey. The form they're in, the batting quality they have. Obviously, they're missing Ollie Pope, but they've got Tom Latham, who we know what he can do.
Absolutely. But then, if Agar, Quinn and Arshdeep Singh bowl like they did yesterday, it's going to be tough, because they were outstanding yesterday. They really were. In conditions that helped, but they did bowl beautifully. As in over the wicket then comes down Worrell, goes wide of the crease to Kadri, who's just helping this one down towards third man. They will get a single. One more to the total as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Kadri's on to 34. I was saying though, Santoki, with all the county cricket grapevine is very small, and with all the streaming and everything now, that I think the next time that Kadri does walk out to bat, he'll be getting a few short ones, won't he?
Definitely, definitely.
As Everson settles himself down on 12. Good partnership from these two. As worth 49, as Everson's had a fiddle at this one outside his off stump, beats the edge. Worrell sort of looking like, what do I have to do to find the edge? He looks a little frustrated at the moment, Dan Worrell.
Definitely, it's just not going the way for Surrey at the moment. I mean, after yesterday, the momentum they built in that final session towards the end of play, they would have liked to have carried on this morning, but Kent are stuck in there.
They have indeed. 222 for 6. So this partnership's worth 49. Very, very valuable runs, because at 173 for 6, when Daniel Bowell-Drummond went, I think it's lunch order here, Santoki, which is the most important bit of the day. And we've gone mobile again today. We're using modern technology for the order for lunch again today. Very good from you. Very good from you. I would quite like at some point to see sort of an iPad or something along those lines as well, jotted down. I'm going to go with what I had yesterday, old boy. I'm still on my diet. Thank you very much indeed. See? Verbal order from me there. Everybody else is mobile. As Gus Atkinson into the attack for the first time today to Kadri, and Kadri's getting a short one, back of a length, trying to hop across his stumps and work it into the leg side. So again, he's going to get short stuff here, but it's Gus Atkinson rather than Sean Abbott that's going to try now.
Yeah, they've made the change. But what consists of the Mark Church lunch diet?
Oh, a can of fizzy pop.
Oh, nice.
Can of fizzy pop for lunch today for me. I'm on a diet. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, and Kadri, this one just outside the off stump, so he's able just to guide it away down to third man. That's the 50 partnership. Very good one. An interesting one, and at times a little eccentric, but it's 50 runs, key 50 runs. Take that out the equation.
Yeah, invaluable partnership here between Everson and Kadri. They're just taking the game away from Surrey, you feel?
2-2-3 for 6. Well, we know the weather's going to be okay. That's not going to play a part today or tomorrow, as Atkinson is in to Everson, short, and Everson's pulling. Hasn't really got all of this, but he'll get runs. As off goes Jordan Clark in hot pursuit. It's gathered speed across the net area there, where the pitches are for nets in the morning. So it's good running. They've got 3. 3 more to Everson. He moves on to 15, 226 for 6. That lead moves on to 382. Tom Latham's being pushed a little deeper out there in the distance. And it will be the right-handed Kadri coming back onto strike with 35 to his name. Good crowd in today. The old beer tent is popular again over in the distance at the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, glorious weather for it as well.
Absolutely is. In comes Atkinson then. Short one. Oh, swing and a miss from Kadri. That really is shut your eyes and swing type stuff, isn't it? And that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side.
Oh, well, it's fair to say Kadri's definitely come out with intent this morning.
Certainly has. As Gus Atkinson gets the ball back in his hands once more. Kadri 35 not out as Atkinson is over the wicket to him, and well, again he's backing away outside the leg stump, so Atkinson just follows him, and he gets bat on it, but it just sort of potters away into the leg side, and Jordan Clark comes up to do the fielding. As I say, it's been an interesting innings from Kadri, but he's still there. That is the key thing on 35, as Gus Atkinson is into him. Short again. Oh, and Kadri's flicked at this, and it's just getting over the top of Jamie Smith at short leg. He'll get a single, but again, he just does not look comfy. He gets anything short. End of the over, 2:27 for 6.
Yeah, I have to say I am grateful for being here on day 3. At one point, you know, first session of day 1, 41 for 5. I had doubts whether we'd make it to day 3, but it's been a remarkable turnaround for Kent, starting with that Jordan Cox innings, and you know, with the ball as well. So I feel this they really need a win against Surrey. You know, they've had for their season 1 in 6 so far. They just really need this. They can't afford to lose this against the Surrey side, but it is looking like odds are firmly stacked in their favour at this point.
They are indeed. Lead of 383, so it really equates to 383 for 6. And Kadri now on strike to Dan Worrell. He's got 2 slips in there, Worrell. He'll go fuller, I would have thought, to Kadri. He's in, and it's just back of a length, and Kadri's just opening the face and guiding this one down to third man. There is Jamie Smith. I suppose what Surrey will say to themselves, though, Santoki, and I think Kent will say this to themselves as well, is the pitch is playing pretty well. So I think it'll be harder work second time round for the Kent bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. As you mentioned earlier, the weather conditions yesterday after that thunderstorm certainly favoured the Kent bowlers, but they won't have that privilege today. And you know, Surrey, with the experience they have, they'll dig in. They've got time. Most importantly, most likely they'll have 5 sessions to chase whatever they need to. So time will be on their side as well.
In comes Worrell once again to Everson, who's pushing this one into the offside. Oh, Kadri's now setting off for a single that isn't there, and Latham comes round to do the fielding, and there is no run. Well, when your wonderful colleague Mashal joined us, he was saying that he joined us on quite a cold day at the beginning of the season. He said he'd never really been to cricket when it was cold. He told us, which we all thought was, but now this is more like it.
Yeah, I feel like I've never been to the cricket when it's been sunny.
No,
this is the first thing.
Yeah, absolutely. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell. Shout for LBW as Everson's looking to flick that one into the leg side, and just watching the umpire, leg by, so just going down.
Yeah.
And Worrell doesn't look convinced, but just going down, and that'll be one more to the total, 229 for 6. But yeah, this is, when does the Caribbean Premier League start?
August, one from August.
It's
to September,
August,
yeah.
that's right, August. 100 time.
100 time, exactly.
100 time, yes. That is a competition that has really, really taken off now, isn't it? It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's been running for 10 years now. Unfortunately, my beloved Guyana Amazon Warriors have yet to win a title, but I continue to hope.
Maybe this is the year. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and that's probably the best shot Kadri's played today, actually. He's right in behind that, and he pushes it out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and we'll get a single.
Yeah, it's the most composed he's looked all morning.
He's on to 38. Everson comes back onto strike on 15. Yeah, that's the thing now with all these different T20 comps going on. There's obviously the one in America now, followed by the Caribbean Premier League.
It's hard to keep up, hard to keep track.
Well, it is. It is. And we were in the middle of our domestic T20 at the moment. Back to that on Friday. As over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and Everson's looking to drive. Doesn't time this really. Bottom hand came into that shot, rolled up towards mid-on.
This is the thing, it must be very hard for players to sort of adjust, you know, playing a 4-day game in between the T20 season as well. It's very challenging for the players.
It is indeed. And I think as well, because August has been blocked out for the 100, it means that everything else has been squeezed.
Yeah, exactly.
But I did see Rich Thompson saying that won't happen again. He said that will not happen again. So I think that's good, because it does seem a bit silly, really. Especially in the school holidays.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and Everson gets a ball on his toes, gets the bat on it, digs it out into the leg side. We'll pick up a couple. This is a very good 46 minutes for Kent. It really is. 2-3-2 for 6. And the other thing I'll throw into this today is if Surrey don't bat well or Kent bat bowl brilliantly, we could be done tonight. You know, with the amount of runs that are on the board and with a full day ahead of us, it could be done tonight.
Yeah, that's definitely on the cards as well. It'll be interesting to see how Surrey approach the innings as well, Burns and Sibley. Did they try to dig in, soak up the pressure? Did they come out with a bit of Bazball attacking intent?
I think in those situations you just go out and play normally, don't you? And then you sort of see where you are.
Yeah.
I think the key thing will be to get off to a solid start. First thing they have to do, though, is get out there with the bat. As here is Atkinson to Kadri. Kadri again is heading off towards square leg, gets another short one, ducks underneath it. And that's taken by Ben Folkes. Jamie Smith and Kadri have become firm friends again this morning. Mainly because Kadri's playing quite a bit of this near Jamie Smith. But he is still there on 38. And they are valuable runs, these, for Kent. He might have a bit of bowling to do as well later in the game. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson to him. He's off again, but he's played this pretty well, actually. He's just followed by Atkinson with the short ball. He's just opened the face of the bat and pushed it away. And even though he's sort of playing his way at the moment, he's looking a bit more comfy, isn't he?
Yeah, a bit more settled. I mean, he's still ducking and diving every other ball, but he's playing a bit more composed with his shots.
Rory Burns shining the ball up there. Extra cover, the captain. Lots of Kent members, as always, away to our left. And some Surrey members too. Few people are there scoring as well. Got their score books and pens out. Either that or they're writing a letter to someone. Or doing the crossword, I suppose. As in over the wicket once more goes Atkinson. That's very short. And Everson's having absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that. And that's taken low down to his left. We were talking about Ashted the other day, and they're top 3 in the league.
Okay.
There's a K. Powell making hundreds.
Kieran Powell.
Yeah. Alongside B. Geddes, and then D. Sibley batted at 3. Yeah. So there's some good lineups around the place at the moment in league cricket. As round the wicket once again goes Atkinson. That's a great shot from Everson. He's pulled that off his hip for 6. That's a proper shot from Everson. Just off his hip. And he swivelled and pulled that away for 6 runs. And the short ball tactic, Surrey might have to have a rethink here. Because they've been going at it for 49 minutes. And Kent haven't lost a wicket. And in that time as well, Kent have added 42. So that leads up to 395.
They definitely need a plan B. The focus on the short ball hasn't worked, as you said, and Everson just playing a lovely shot there for a 6.
Going round the wicket to him once again is Atkinson. Short one, he ducks underneath it this time. And that's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side.
But yes, as you were mentioning, some great players across league cricket. I know Shane Dowrich, who was a West Indian international. He's at Leamington Spa in the Midlands at the moment, playing some club cricket, league cricket. Yeah,
it used to be traditional, really, didn't it? You think back to some of the great Viv, Clive Lloyd, Franklin Stevenson was a league legend wherever he went. He picked up hundreds of wickets and made thousands of runs. But it doesn't really happen as much these days. As in round the wicket comes Atkinson, and that's a short one which Everson's up on his toes to. Plenty of time in the fact that there's not a great deal of pace in the pitch, and the ball's 68 overs old. End of the over, 239 for 6 then, and the lead is 395. But it's great to hear that some of those lads are still going around and playing league cricket.
Yeah, I do feel sorry for the league cricket batsmen in the 80s who had to face Patrick Patterson.
Oh, absolutely ridiculous. Imagine that on a green top, and there's Patrick Patterson charging in at you. I remember that first series he was unleashed.
Yeah.
1986 against England. It was absolutely terrifying. Terrifying. And the thing was, he's a big, strong fella then, wasn't he? And he charged in and hurled it down there at great pace.
Michael Atherton came on the Caribbean Cricket Podcast about a year ago, and he said when he was 17, he had to face Patterson in the nets. And he'll never forget just the raw pace.
Yeah, horrible. as I say, you just used to get photos coming back of England's players' stumps being demolished. Jordan Clark's into the attack from the Nackington Road end, and his first ball to Kadri is tucked away very nicely off the pads by Kadri for 6. What a shot that is from Kadri. He has just flicked this flat for 6 behind square. Extraordinary cricket shot from Kadri. Well, he's played some extraordinary shots this morning.
Yeah, very unorthodox, but it's working for him at the moment.
He's on to 45 now, and that is a lead of over 400 now for Kent. So they are, again, batting themselves into a very fine position as Jordan Clark is in and Kadri's covering up, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But yes, I've said this before, but sort of in 86, there weren't sort of TV highlights or anything like that. You were lucky if you got like a minute, basically, at the end of the news. So the only place you could really see stuff was in your Cricketer or your Wisdom magazine.
Yeah.
And all the photos, when you got your Cricketer and Wisdom magazine, were either England players battered and bruised or their stumps going everywhere.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket once again, Jordan Clark and Kadri. Well, he's helped this down to third man. It's a wristy shot, but he picks up another single. He moves on to 46 off 62 balls. Kent 246 for 6, leads 402. They've added 49 this morning. Everson's just played very nicely.
Yeah.
Very steady, very calm.
He played nicely in the first innings as well. He just sort of carried on that form, I guess.
He's a hugely talented cricketer, isn't he? For what is he, 21? 21, Joey Everson? 21 years of age, Joey? 22 now, 22. Yeah. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to him, and he's letting this one go. Outside his off stump. And taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side. But yeah, that was a frightening attack.
Yeah.
Of course, there was the Mike Gatting, Malcolm Marshall with his nose, poor chap. Yeah, and then there were players sort of being flown out. David Smith got flown out to play in that series. England caps are great, but he must have thought twice about it. I would have thought. In again comes Jordan Clark. That's well played by Everson. Just pushes it off the back foot, gets a single. There was a famous photo of Phil Edmonds, actually. What am I looking at here? Thank you, 21. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Cole. There was a very famous photo of Phil Edmonds pulling up his shirt, just with all the bruises on him. And then there was a very famous, but while the series was going wrong, there was on the front of My Wisdom Cricket Monthly, there was just Beefy and Viv sat on the beach together. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Beefy sporting a streaked mullet of magnitudinal proportions in a very, very tight pair of skimpy red Speedos, from what I can remember, and Viv as well in his shorts, and they were just sat on the beach.
Very 80s.
Very 80s, because that was the series as well where Viv scored the quickest Test 100 as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just launched John Embry, etc. Was that in Antigua?
Yeah.
It was in Antigua, wasn't it? Yeah. And just launched them all over the place. Yeah, that was a frightening tour, that one.
Saw a recent interview with Richards where he was talking about how badly he would have wanted to play T20 cricket.
Oh, can you imagine him playing T20 cricket? As in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, continuing from the pavilion in short one, and that hits the inside edge of Everson's bat and rolls down towards backward point. Well, I think I saw a bit of that interview, and I think Viv actually said himself, can you imagine Viv playing T20 cricket? I think that's the way he put it. But yeah, that would have been something else.
When you think the size of the bats they play with now as well, what you'd be capable of.
Well, the other names you'd throw in there are the likes of Greenwich. Can you imagine him playing T20 cricket? Cool. Dear. As Atkinson, Clive Lloyd playing T20 cricket. As round the wicket goes Atkinson, and Kadri's backed away and slapped him straight down the ground. He's almost taken the umpire with him, but that's his 50, and fair play to him, because he hasn't looked particularly comfy to the short ball, but the key thing is he is still there, and this is a hugely valuable 50 from 64 balls, and Kent's 250 comes up now. So even though he hasn't looked particularly comfy, he's 50 not out.
he's exceeded expectations so far. Excellent half-century there from Kadri.
Atkinson will come round the wicket to him once again, and Kadri's backed away. He's going to smash that because he's followed him, Gus Atkinson, but he hasn't really gone either full or short. And that's allowed Kadri just to swing his hands through it, and he has hammered that for another boundary. He's on to 54. He's taking this game away from Surrey at the moment, and the lead now up to 412.
You can just see the Surrey players, they look a bit deflated at the moment. Kadri's building in confidence as well.
Well, I think if we're being honest, with the way he started this morning, Surrey would have thought, well, it's not going to be here that long. And yet, he is still there 57 minutes later, and he's beginning to look like he's feeling much happier about everything. As he's now jumping across his stumps, trying to flick one down towards fine leg, but it actually just hits him on the thigh guard and rolls away into the leg side. It's a motto that I've lived my whole life by. It doesn't matter what you look like, it's what's in the book. That's that. Thank you very much. And that is what Kadri has here, because he's certainly had his moments, but he's 54 not out. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson. Oh, another short one. He does worry me slightly though, the way he plays those. He sort of ends up running towards square leg. If that doesn't get up as much as he's expecting,
yeah.
Just from a pure safety, health and safety point of view, there he settles himself down once more. As in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson to Kadri, backing away again. Now he's looked to smash this down the ground. It's come straight off the toe end of his bat, but he will get runs because there is no mid-off. So Rory Burns has to go back. Not exactly where he intended, but 2 more to the total. And Kadri's on to 56 here. It's 258 for 6, and the lead, Santoki, is 414 now for Kent.
It's built up very quickly. They're obviously targeting Kadri still with the short ball just because of how uncomfortable he looks, but it's just not working for them at the moment.
No, it's not. I think they might need a change of tactic here, sorry. I was with Michelle as well. I want you guys to do a podcast on the opening partnership of Philo Wallace and Clayton Lambert.
Okay.
Please. When they were unleashed on England in 1998.
Yeah, I remember that.
And played 2020 for the last hour of one of the days. And just smashed it to all parts of Barbados. It was marvellous. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and forward goes the right-handed Everson. Plays this one down to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, we'll look to do a retrospective episode on that.
That would be amazing, because they wandered out that evening and basically played 2020 when nobody had even played 2020, and England didn't know what to do. It was wonderful, and they'd sort of just been called into the team to open up.
Yeah.
As Everson waits once again, and driving is Everson. Doesn't time this at all. Expansive looking drive that. It rolls up towards mid-off. Shall we, on a technical note here, as you're approaching 12 o'clock, if Santoki, do you want to be on that side, old boy, or are you happy to be on? You're happy to be on. As soon as I hear anything in my headphones, I'm off. Santoki, if that's all right. But we may well get to the end of this over before that, because Mr. Cole has to do his update. Better turn my headphones up a bit so I hear it. As they're moving the slip out now. So off goes Dom Sibley to mid-wicket as Jordan Clark is into Everson. That's a nice looking shot. Just drives it away to the sweeper on the cover boundary row. What I suppose Surrey would say to themselves, and I said this earlier, and the Kent bowlers, is there's not a lot happening. Now I know the ball is old in its 71st over, but at the moment there's not a great deal going on, is there, off the surface?
It's not offering much at all. It's going to be hard toil for all the bowlers today on this pitch.
I think the Kent bowlers will take a big deep breath before they get out there. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. Shout for LBW. Kadri's gone across his stumps. Where's he off to now, Kadri? Well, he's run up the pitch and Ben Folkes has thrown the ball back. Do you know what? I think Surrey could try everything with Mr. Kadri today, and he's not going to get out because he just set off for a single there. He had no idea that Everson wasn't going anywhere.
We've seen it so many times in cricket. It's just one of those days for Kadri. Everything's just working in his favour.
Absolutely. Wow. Make it count. He's 56 not out, but there he was almost running one to the bowler. He had no idea that Everson wasn't running. Settles himself down over his bat once more. As Jordan Clark's into him. Oh, inside edge onto his front pad. Looking to drive. Do you know what? I'm going to put this out there now. I think Mr. Kadri, it could be his day today. I think whatever Surrey, it could be. Whatever Surrey are trying here, he's getting away with it. And good luck to him as well. We saw it with Sean Abbott, didn't we, in that T20 game against Kent, where he knew it was his night.
One of the all-time great T20s.
Well, it was an extraordinary innings, that one. He surprised himself, I think. Here we go, last ball of the over then. And Jordan Clark is in to Kadri. He's looking to drive through extra cover, gets a thick inside edge. And we'll get a single out towards deep mid-wicket. End of the over. Few thoughts from you, Santoki, if that's okay, on what you think possibly Surrey should do here to try and get rid of Mr. Kadri or Mr. Everson. Maybe a change of tactic, and then you'll be joined by Matt Cole.
Yeah, I think they just need to abandon the short ball. I think it's not working at the moment. Obviously, as we've discussed, Kadri's got luck on his side at the moment. Everything is going his way. So it'll be very interesting to see what approach Surrey take tactically to try and get Kadri out. He doesn't look comfortable, but everything is working in his favour at the moment. So it wouldn't surprise me if he did move on to a big score, maybe a century.
Yeah, absolutely. As Mark said, when he was stranded halfway down the wicket with Joey Everson not moving at the far end, and the throw came in and missed, you did wonder whether it's just going to be Hamid Kadri's day. But to be honest, he's gutsed it out against Sean Abbott, against an absolute barrage, hasn't he? But going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly with the latest from the cricket here on Julia George programmes. Right now, in fact, Kent still batting in the sunshine here. A superb effort from Joey Everson with 26, and particularly Hamid Kadri. He's batting at number 8, has 57 not out. 416 now, the lead for Kent. Growing and growing, and hoping it's going to be big enough to beat Surrey in the ensuing time on day 3, maybe even day 4 if they need it. Kadri has survived a barrage of short pitch deliveries up around his ears, frightening at some points. He's had a little bit of luck, I think that's fair to say, but has larruped a couple for 6 and hit a 4 to bring up his 50 for Kent. So 2-6-1 for 6 in the sunshine on Cricket Week here at Canterbury. Could Kent take this through to what would be a memorable victory against Championship leaders Surrey? Everson goes for this one, that's coming towards us. It's a big 6 just going to the right of the commentary box, slams into the woolly stand beside us. That is a huge blow. 267 for 6. It's pretty exciting stuff, Julia, here, as well for Kent's supporters. 26 now for Everson. He moves on to 32. 266 for 6. We're all safe, nobody worry. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. There we go. A little bit of excitement. I think it was always going wide, as they say in football, don't they? Jacks bowls to Everson, rocks back onto his back foot. Well, there was a little single taken off Jacks off his first ball, and then suddenly Everson's decided he'd got to go there, Santoki, I think.
Yeah, this is always the risk when you bring spin into the attack.
Yeah, and Kadri himself of a 13 off a single over yesterday. Reverse from Everson, takes him a single, and as you said, they need to try something different, I suppose, at the moment.
Something different. The problem as well is the Kent batters they're under no pressure at the moment, essentially. They've got a licence to just go at it.
As Jacks bowls to Kadri on the back foot, punches it straight back at the bowler. And there is no run. So 71.5 overs coming to the end of the 72nd over. So in 8 overs they will have a new ball available. So it's beaten them on the outside of the off stump there, and through to Ben Folkes, who takes the off bail off, but Kadri's well in his ground. A play and a miss from Kadri, but that kind of feels the least of it from him this morning outside the off stump. He survived worse than that. 2-6-8 for 6, but still, I mean, I know it's probably easier for me to have a little bit of the collywobbles as following Kent all season and knowing what's happened to them so far, knowing how good Surrey have been, but This is an imposing total of 424 the lead so far.
Yeah, mammoth, and they've still got time to bat. They can bat towards lunch after lunch, so firmly in their favour at the moment.
Haven't lost a wicket this morning. Clark bowls to Everson. Let's him up around the thigh pad, I think. Inside edge onto the pad, and drops harmlessly down towards Ben Folkes.
You can just see in the body language of the Surrey players they're very deflated. They came out with a lot of momentum after what happened yesterday, the flurry of wickets they've got. But you know, Kadri and Everson have just taken away the game from them completely. Yeah,
no wickets to fall in the first hour. They don't think they would have been expecting that to be as much as anything else at Surrey here. Again, hoping to bat to lunch and beyond. Here's full-length delivery and driven by Everson attractively. Good stop at mid-off, actually. Good cricket all round that. Rory Burns stops it, manages somehow to keep his sunglasses on his floppy hat, even though they're not on his eyes. They're actually perched on top of the hat. That takes some doing. 269 for 6.
As Mark was saying, the pitch isn't offering much, however, so you'd imagine the likes of Agar and Everson aren't looking forward to their turn bowling on this either.
Yeah, it's warm out there. All the effort to be made by the bowlers. 269 for 6 then. As in comes Clark. Little bit outside part of the bat, but Kadri's got himself 4 for that between point and backward point. He's found the gap. Attempted a steer there, just a little bit on the outside part of the bat. There's a 100 partnership now comes up between Hamid Kadri, who was 62, and Joey Everson on 34. And what could be better on Cricket Week here at Canterbury for these Kent supporters? The members very warmly applauding that all around the ground too, but for the Surrey supporters obviously that have been here.
Yeah, glorious weather and a glorious partnership for the Kent fans.
Yeah, feels like a much needed fillip for them in the season they've had so far. It's a rising delivery to Kadri's just about kept that short of Latham at backward point as he's defended that off throat high.
Just a remarkable turnaround from Kent at 41 for 5 in the first session. I think even the most die-hard Kent fans wouldn't have envisioned them being 429 runs ahead at this point in the match.
Yeah, I mean, they had a bit of a recovery in the first innings of the Oval, but nothing like this. As you say, an absolute turnaround. Jordan Cox's century, a 50 on that occasion for Everson, who's 34 not out at the moment. Clark to Kadri again, has mishit that and almost pierced the field. Has he managed it? A little side foot from the boundary fielder to Jamie Smith, who throws it back in. But it really does feel, obviously he's stuck there and he's earned these runs to a great extent, but just shots like that where it's a bit outside edgy or thick outside edgy and still he's managing to split the field on the offside, that's got to be good.
He's certainly ridden his luck in his first hour, but it's paid off for him and it's paid off for Kent.
Obviously it was a deliberate tactic by Surrey as well to the short pitch stuff that they built in this morning. That is short, it pops up off an edge, maybe off the shoulder of the bat, and goes down to third to Jamie Smith. With no harm done in the end. Kadri takes himself a single, 65 from 78, 276 for 6. Surrey's captain at this point, Rory Burns, must be scratching his head, wondering what on earth he needs to do here.
Yeah, it's a hard one for Surrey because Kadri is playing such an unpredictable innings in terms of his shot variation. It's hard to know what to target. They obviously went with the short ball for a while. He ducked and dived his way out of that, and now it's like, what can the plan B be to get him out?
It's a brief pause between overs, but Will Jackson is going to continue. None for 15 off 2 so far. Just the one this morning. And come round the wicket to Kadri. They've got a slip in now. It's Rory Burns himself. It's floated way outside the off stump and that treated. That's an orthodox shot and that's for 4. Wristy into the offside. And much we said that Kadri's ridden his luck. That's a good shot off a not particularly good delivery.
69 of just 79 balls for Kadri, and no doubt in the back of his mind now he'll be looking towards that century.
Yeah, would be his first in first-class cricket as well. He's got himself into the 80s before, but never gone this far. Never gone further than that, though. This is driven gently up towards Dom Sibley. That long on. Just see how Sibley's moving. Just like he tweaked a side muscle going for a catch earlier in the piece, but looks like he's going okay. I'm sure he wouldn't be out there on a hot day like this if he wasn't feeling good about himself. But Jacks to Everson, just nudged back to the bowler, and there's a no run. 281 for 6 then Kent with his lead of 4-3-7 now. But what do they need to bat it out of Surrey's reach? I wonder. Everson comes down the pitch, and it's almost done him by Jacks, who looks frustrated because this is a little bit edgy. It's gone through for 4 runs though through a narrow third, and as you say, just that indication from the Surrey fielders, they're starting to get dispirited out there, and Jacks is double teapot now, but the body language was very much a frustration.
Yeah, definitely. And we also can't underestimate this innings from Everson. Very composed, looks like a very classy batter. Some nice strokes as well. So he's really supported Kadri very well in this partnership.
Yes, he did Jordan Cox, didn't he, in the first innings as well. And Jacks comes around the wicket once again to Everson. Just well, sound like a thin contact, but straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. A couple of marquees here today, all for the week. I think there's a real ale tent at the far end, and the supporters club square of the wicket. That's leaning forward. Just blocks that out to the onside. End of the over, Joey Everson, 38 from 63 for him, and Kadri 70 from 80. As Sentoki, you were saying, he's not been shy of taking on the bowlers today, no, despite all the troubles he's had, maybe.
Yeah, but he's done his job. He's essentially put the match firmly in Kent's hands, and as I said, he'll be eyeing up a maiden century, which would be a remarkable innings considering the state of play this morning, when we assumed Surrey would try and skittle the lower order out within the first hour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an exercise in patience and endurance for Kadri as well. I mean, would that we could all make a scratchy 70 from 80 balls. I mean, I feel like I'm really demeaning him in that way. But once again, if you're just joining us, Surrey started with this tactic of trying to bounce him out. Sean Abbott particularly vicious barrage of short balls, but Kadri just responded by, I mean, backing away. You know, he knows those deliveries aren't going to hit his stump, so
yeah.
and just throwing the bat at them, and it worked to a great extent, to the point now where Surrey find themselves 441 behind, with some thinking to do. It wasn't just Abbott, Atkinson with the same idea as well from this pavilion end. Tried to bowl a fuller length from the far end. Jordan Clark's had quite a long conversation up there about a plan of attack for Kadri, who has 70 now. 285 for 6 Kent, and that's low on the bat. Outside part of it. It's down to third. No shout from the bowler. All went on the ground to Sibley. Again, it's not a true shot, you'd say, but it's good enough.
We just saw there Jordan Clark had 2 players huddled around him discussing what they could do to Kadri, and I guess that sort of shows the lack of ideas they have how to counter what he's doing at the moment. Yeah. Everson taking strike now.
They're trying everything they can, Surrey, certainly, as Everson faces, and he clips the ball down towards backward square, and that's 4 runs. He's used the bowler's pace, and actually that's really well timed by Everson. That's shot away off a quick outfield, and he gets 4 more. He's on to 42, and this is a knock of great maturity from Joey Everson. Once again, I'd say.
He just guided that very nicely towards the boundary. As you said, the outfield very, very fast this morning.
So Everson 42 from 64, himself 50 in the first innings, aiding and abetting Jordan Cox's knock as they counter-attacked against Surrey. Loops up, and that'll be gone. He goes to mid-wicket there, and just rather static at the crease there off that ball from Jordan Clark. Perhaps got a little bit big on him. The fielder at mid-wicket has caught it. I think that's Jamie Smith. He doesn't look exactly exultant, and nor does Joey Everson, of course. Just takes off the helmet, just a bit frustrated getting out like that. But Cor Smith bowled Clark for 42, first wicket to fall today, and a much-needed breakthrough for Surrey at 290 for 7. But big applause, as you can hear, from this Kent crowd, and a few rising to their feet. They know what Joey Everson has done in this partnership with Hamid Kadri. That's more than a century. 290 for 7. He's getting a much-needed drink. So out comes Wesley Agar, the Australian, who hit a combative 50 again in the first innings, which was a big part of building that Kent 300-plus total.
Yeah, we could be in for some fireworks now, but well-deserved applause for Everson there. He didn't predict the bounce on that delivery where he just nudged it to the fielder at mid-wicket, but no complaints. He's done the job essentially for Kent. He's provided valuable support to Kadri, and he's given them a massive lead, and it's up to Wes Agar now to partner with Kadri. I'd imagine they're not going to hang around for long. We might see more balls coming our way in the commentary box, but they'll be looking to nudge that Kent lead more towards 500 at this point.
Yeah, Kadri's previous highest score, by the way, in first class cricket, 87, which he got right at the end of last year in that game they won against Somerset to make sure they survived.
We saw yesterday with Moyeu opening, once he started edging nearer to that maiden century, you could see the nerves start to kick in and he didn't play his natural game. It'll be interesting to see if Kadri starts to be more visibly nervous as he edges towards that century.
Agar, 50 in the first innings, 9 fours in that one, so we're not expecting him to be that circumspect. But time's not an issue for Kent. In fact, batting some time out of the game might actually even help them at this point. But 446 the lead as Clark bowls to Agar. Yorker to greet him. Actually well played by the Australian bowler, fast bowler, back past the bowler.
Well, yeah, this is the interesting dynamic to the innings. If Kent were to be bowled out before lunch, you're essentially dangling the carrot in front of Surrey to give it a go and chase. However, if they bat well into the second session and the lead's beyond 550, Surrey won't attempt to chase it. They'll have to play a very defensive game, and that alters the whole dynamics.
Yeah, it's a good point in that, I mean, Mark was saying that Kent got themselves bowled out Surrey a bit too quickly. Oh, goodness me, that's the middle stump gone out of the ground. And Wes Agar, he's not to make a 50. Again, it's a good length delivery, and that has really disturbed the Timbers. And that's 2 wickets in 1 over. Or Santoki, perhaps that's going to come true now. The wicket of Wes Agar goes bowled by Clark for none. As we've seen in this match, or certainly I've seen from afar in this match, wickets do have a habit of going in considerable clusters, and that is the end, very emphatically, of Wes Agar for none.
Yeah, I feel like I built Agar up by promising fireworks. Unfortunately, it didn't come off there, but again, I don't think Kent will be complaining too much. They probably exceeded what they thought they could do this morning, and Kadri's still there, most importantly. See if he can put some quick runs together now. With who will be out next? Arshdeep Singh?
Yeah, it could well be. Matt Quinn, of course.
Yeah.
He come in at 11 in the first innings, but stuck around for a while for his 10. He can certainly do that, but, well,
yep.
I think it is Quinn, yeah.
Yep, Quinn.
64 on his back. And coming out, there was a little bit of delay, I suppose. I don't know if he was hurriedly getting his pads on, but at least getting his gloves on, I would have thought at that point. But 290 for 8, so no further heroics with the bat for Wes Agar, but it could be for Kent and for him that damage has been done with the bat. 4-4-6 the lead. From a neutral's point of view, I mean, even for the 2 sets of supporters here, Kent getting bowled out now very quickly will make this a very exciting game over the next few sessions.
Definitely an enticing prospect, sets it up very, very nicely. And as you said, for fans in cricket in general, this is going to be a very, very good finale to the match.
So Kadri's still there on 71, 290 for 8 then. Kent having lost 2 wickets in that over. It's not finished. Sorry, Jordan Clark still has a ball to come. 5 off the over, then wicket. Everson popping a catch up to mid-wicket. Jamie Smith taking that one. He goes 42. Agar bowled by Clark for none. And all that after, well, an hour and 15 minutes of play with no wickets so far. Matt Quinn will face now. Clark from the Lackington Road end. Wraps him on the pad. Well, it was a inside edge onto it, I think, because there was no shout at all from the bowler. So 290 for 8, the end of the over. Applause for Clark. There's a good number of Surrey supporters in the crowd today, I gather. And that is the end of the over. And yeah, Surrey, well, they need to be finishing Kent off pretty quick here, don't they? Or I mean, even for them, 500 might be a bit much. Yeah,
I think 500 would be a bit too much if Kent were to be bowled out now and the lead was under 450. I mean, the Surrey fans in attendance would be quietly confident that Surrey could do it with the lineup they have and the way the pitch is playing. So, as you said, I think a quick end to the Kent innings sets it up very nicely.
Jacks will come round the wicket to Kadri then. Kadri, Just offers the bat to that, out towards point. It's fielded. Point, I think that is Jordan Clark, is he? Has 16 on the shirt there. So they've got to slip in. Rory Burns, then Clark's at backward point as an extra cover. As Jack bowls to Kadri, works that away on the offside. This time beats Clark, who's down on hands on knees and gets up slowly. Single taken. As the fielder, the boundary rider on the offside there, throws it back in. They've got a man at Sean Abbott, is at long off, looking for the big hit perhaps from Matt Quinn. At least they were from Kadri as he launched one for his 50, didn't he? Back past the bowler for 4. Mid-wicket. Sibley's now at long on as Abbott's brought in for Quinn as a floated full toss. He goes to cut that one away rather delicately, but finds the man at backward point. And there's no run. And then 2 other boundary fielders on the leg side. Deep backward square and sort of deep mid-wicket. Just patrolling a large area there, Tom Latham. As Quinn gets forward to the spinner. Doesn't look quite as confident as I've seen him against seam bowling. Matt Quinn against the spin. It's like a lot of tail-enders. They're prepared to throw the bat at... well, it's got something on that. A little bit toe end, but out into the offside. It's no run.
Yeah, very defensive. Almost Night Watchman-esque from Quinn against the spin of Jackson.
It almost looks suspicious in his body language as the ball comes down. Final one of the 76th over outside the off stump. Classic forward defensive into the offside. 291 for 8. I almost feel that's like a momentary lull in what's been an exciting morning so far.
Yeah, Quinn's definitely come out with a defensive mindset to sort of protect Kadri. And you'd imagine Kadri will look to go big in this next over.
He might have faith in Quinn's stickability. We've seen him a couple of innings for Kent where he's managed to survive a number of deliveries, but Kadri might be thinking his opportunities for a ton and just to push Kent on here might be limited.
Yeah.
Clark to continue, 2 wickets in the previous over, 3 for 53 in total. Bowls to Kadri. Just he rattle on the pad there. Just going to the onside. Again, no shouts. I'm assuming he must have got an edge on that again.
Had to have an edge. Yeah.
Coming into the pads. I don't think it shot very much. I think it was just the pace of Clark's done him a little bit there. Perhaps he's faced so much short pitch delivering, he was a little bit disquieted by one that's fuller in length. Clark bowls to him once again, backs outside his leg stump, lifts it into the offside, and he will be caught. He will. Yeah. Will Jacks gets that, actually just sinks to one knee there, but has the hand under the ball. And as he tried to cart that into the offside, Jacks made good progress, caught it, and Kadri will go. It's a long, slow walk maybe for Kadri, thinking about what might have been. What a gift he's given to his side there. 72 from 84. Has had to withstand all kinds of bowling this morning. Threatening short pitch stuff, full of deliveries as well, and has got there. 72 he goes for. It's another wicket for Jordan Clark. It's his 4th, 291 for 9. Building this Kent lead, and there will be big applause for him, and he quite rightly will savour this as he comes off.
Yeah, remarkable innings there from Kadri, and you can hear the applause from the Kent fans all around. But no doubt he'll be disappointed that he didn't reach that century. You can see sort of shaking his head as he walked down to the pavilion. Missed opportunity in his head, but he's done it. He's done a great job for Kent, and out comes Arshdeep Singh in the coming seconds. Surrey will be looking to end this, hopefully this over in their point of view.
4:47 then the lead, and well, just about doable at this point for Surrey. I mean, they've got a lot of time, and the ball's coming onto the bat very nicely indeed. I'm not saying it's massive danger for Kent. They obviously have established themselves in the ahead in this game, but Surrey have such a batting lineup. You look at even the top 3, Burns, Latham, and Sibley.
That is an experienced lineup.
Absolutely. You've got Jamie Smith then, fabulous talent. Ben Folkes in at 5. Will Jacks at 6. Jordan Clark, Abbott, Moriarty, Atkinson, and Worrell. That is a deep batting order. This could be
you look at Abbott currently averaging 49 with the bat as well. So
I was going to say he's batting at 8. You wouldn't have heard this already, but I'm petitioning the ECB. Last year it was Glenn Phillips for doing 4 things very well for Gloucestershire, which I thought was unfair. And this year, as Mark Church knows, I've talked to them about Sean Abbott batting at 8 in county cricket, which I think is wrong. As Clark comes around the wicket to Singh, he's swung at that one. It's up in the air. I'm not quite sure. It's gone over the head of long off. And it's just a sort of pick-up shot, that really, isn't it? Just a little bit of a 9-iron over Rory Burns' head for 4 runs.
This is the thing. Singh would have been at the IPL for the past 2 months, so he would have been practicing the big boundary hitting. So
true enough.
IPL mode activated at the moment.
It's the first time I've seen him bat. Looking forward to seeing him bowl, obviously. Has played, I think, 8 first-class matches before this, and so this really is him getting experience. I gather by all accounts he bowled very, very well in the Surrey first innings. Clark round the wicket. This is full. It's up in the air. He's got underneath it. It's going to be 6, is it? It's gone over the rope. I think it is. Fielder won't get round for that. I think it just dropped short. No, just short. The umpire signalling the square leg umpire. It's 4, and that's a 300 up for Kent. And consecutive 4s for Arshdeep Singh, who looks a little bit suspiciously at the toe end of his bat. He got enough underneath that, that's for sure. And he may not be here for a long time, but he's here for a good time, I think, at this point. Yeah. Or is it 299 for 9? Sorry, 300 not quite up. I thought we got there already. No, that's because I can't count. He defends that one stylishly back at the bowler. He gets almost as much applause for that defensive shot against Jordan Clark as he does for those 2 4s. He's on to 8 from 3 balls then. Gwyn has none from 5. 455 the lead.
Yeah, as you say, this is his 8th first-class game. His previous 7 had been for Punjab in the Ranji Trophy in India. He has a high score of 75, so he can bat. If needs be, could get some valuable runs here.
As we've seen with Wes Agar, who doesn't have a great career average, but scored 50 in the first innings. Round the wicket, again, quick delivery from Clark. It's defended by Arshdeep, and that will be straight back at the bowler, and no run. 299 for 9 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, on the live stream for Kent Cricket Club, and via the BBC Sport website and app, with regular radio reports on BBC Radio Kent as well. Sean Abbott is going to return, so Will Jack's fairly expensive for his 25 of 4 overs. There are, I would normally say, 37 minutes until lunch, obviously. Sorry, I keep forgetting it's 1:05. Mark Church, when he's back on commentary, he'll be explaining, Mark Church, why it's 1:05.
I look forward to that analysis,
breakdown. That might take 35 minutes at this rate. But so Abbott back into the attack. Understandable, you think, this from Rory Burns?
Yeah. You go with your key bowler, your strike bowler, to get the final wicket, wrap things up. It sort of reflects Surrey's dominance this season, that the lead is 4-5-5, but we're still talking about them potentially chasing this down. Oh,
absolutely right. The strength of this side. And Abbott bowls to Quinn, swing and a miss. Bit of a flail and a miss from a short delivery. Just back of a length from Abbott, but gets good bounce through to the wicket keeper. Did his best to try and top edge that through to Ben Folkes, it looked like.
Yeah, Abbott is going to go with the bouncers to try and end this innings for Kent. You can see his frustration. He's wondering why he's still out there.
Yeah, and he's going at nearly 4 and over. He'll be surprised by that, I think, as well, the way he bowled in the first innings. Running away from us at the pavilion end to Matt Quinn. Backs away again, Quinn, and just thumps that into the ground. I think, again, he's looking over mid-wicket with that shot. It's a sort of pull, yeah, but he's just mishit it, thumped it into the ground, and it's bounced back for Jordan Clark to field.
Arshdeep Singh just practicing his strokes there.
Yeah. So very impressed by the first one. I'm not sure about the second one, but he hit them both for 4. He has 8. Quinn has yet to score. Is Abbott? Would he go short once again? No, Fuller, and that's, well, he's tried the same shot really effectively. Matt Quinn, is he miming a drive this time round? No football movement at all, but he wants it to go over mid-wicket, I think, or perhaps if it's straight enough, he might get himself into a drive position, and we've seen that before. He has an attractive straight drive. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. Turning at the top of his mark, here's Abbott to come in. And Quinn over the bowler's head. That will be 4 runs for him. 300 up. It's going pretty well for Kent. You can hear the applause in the background. Kent now have 303 on the board. Matt Quinn, one of their tail enders, has not looked entirely comfortable out there. Just hit Sean Abbott, the Australian bowler, over his head for 4. The lead for Kent, an imposing 459 against county championship leaders Surrey. The man of the day really has been Hamid Kadri. Number 8 he came into bat at 71. He scored in total. 100 partnership with Joey Everson, who made 42. Quinn's attacking this one again. He might have hit this one for 6. He's rolled his wrists over that one. It has gone for 6. Goodness me. More fun in the sun for these Kent supporters. Just to remind you, Surrey lead the county championship. Kent have an imposing total on the board already at 309 for 9. They lead by 465. Could it be they're going to get themselves to their second victory of the season against the leaders of this division? Surrey bat very deep. I don't think it'd be any other size, Julia, would be looking at 465 and saying, well, they might still chase this down, the opposition, but Surrey have that strength. Kent still have a lot to do, but they're batting for fun in the sun in front of a good crowd here at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Abbott bowls to Quinn. Backs away again. He's larruped that one once more. Is it going to go for 4 more? Is it even going to be 6? I've lost it. Just 4. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a shot he's been playing to every ball he's faced so far from Sean Abbott. He's continued there, and that's he goes 464, 313 for 9, and these runs will be hurting Surrey and could end up hurting them in any kind of chase they might put on here, but 469 the lead.
Yeah, certainly been an entertaining first session for the Kent supporters here. A lot of runs, a lot of boundaries, and Kent really pushing that lead toward 500 at the moment.
They are indeed. Santoki, if you mind making way for Mark Church, who'll be next in. That's Santoki Nagalandran, half of the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. And his wisdom to our proceedings this morning on a beautiful day here. Bit of Coldplay in the background. Doing a bit of Higher Power, I think. Is that right? Is that what the song's called? Bouncer from Clark to Arshdeep. And unlike Hamid Kadri, who would throw absolutely everything at that, it's almost a nonchalant, I'm just swaying away from that one, Arshdeep. I'm not having a bar of that.
I tell you what, Kent have done brilliantly this morning. They really have. Jordan Clark's kept piling in. Fair play to Kadri as well. He looked in all sorts of bother, but still made his runs, which is key. And Kent are in the box seat here.
And the wicket comes. Clark up in the air from Arshdeep. He's going to get luck there as well with a field spread on the leg side. It bounces before Will Jats can get that, and a single. So 314 for 9.
It's quite nice to hear Coldplay, because obviously last week we were in Cardiff when Coldplay were at the Millennium State, or the Principality as it is known now. While Surrey and Glamorgan were at it, Chris Martin was on stage singing this very song, I think.
There you go.
Yes,
I thought you might have been in the audience. I know you.
No. I was at the Swalek with Nick Webb, who was really annoyed because he'd gone to Wembley to see them, and then they were playing across the road.
Clark to Quinn. That one's a full length delivery. Quinn does well, actually, even though he keeps trying to clear out of the way of his stumps. He's into the offside and no run.
Many thanks to, I mentioned a game, and I was right with the year, Ziggy. Right. 2002, Surrey, last innings here at Canterbury. 410 for 8 to win the game. Ian Ward 168 not out. Sack Lane, Mushtaq 60, Jimmy Orman 43 not out. As Quinn will get runs here, backs away and drives this one out towards the sweeper. Will Jacks on the cover boundary rope. So this is 471 at the moment, so it's even more runs. But no, Kent had done this brilliantly this morning. And actually, do you know what, from a Kent point of view, with lunch at 1:05, if they got out now, it wouldn't be a bad thing. They'd get a 20-minute period at Surrey before lunch.
I can see
they
that.
may as well score as many as they can, but if they were to get out now, it wouldn't be the end of the world, because they would get 20 minutes at Surrey before lunch.
So Arshdeep faces left-handed, bowling by Clark here. Just drops on that into the offside, just gently nudges it, very gently, delicately one might say, and they come through for a single. Quinn's overrun the stumps. I think he was Yes, Arsheep just apologising to him because Quinn had to get moving pretty quickly, and he's a big lad. He can get going fast, but then stopping's a difficulty. So they've just gone for the one there, 3:16 for 9.
Yep. Well, if you can get it up to 500, then it would take something remarkable, really, from Surrey.
Got a number of emails coming on kentcricket@gmail.com as Clark bowls to Quinn. He's topped that edge stat, but it's gone over the wicketkeeper's head, Ben Folks. He won't catch it. It's gone off for 4 down the slight slope here at Canterbury. And at the moment, this is great fun for Kent and for their supporters, but you can almost hear Rory Burns grinding his teeth. The Surrey captain, 3:20 for 9, the lead at 4:76.
Yeah, you see this an awful lot, though. When one side's sort of in charge of a game, then these two have got licence. And how often do you see this? Top edges go into no man's land. The good balls they miss. And that lead now, 476. And really, well, of course, unless they bat till 1:05 and come out again after lunch, you can sort of look at it as it's 5 sessions for Surrey to bat.
Yeah.
That's basically the way to look at it. Bat for 5 sessions. Now, if they're still batting after 4 of those 5 sessions, they might be in with a shout. But I think that the key thing is just bat. As here is Sean Abbott coming round the wicket to Hardeep Singh, and he's letting that one go outside his off stump. Abbott looks absolutely knackered. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
And well, the exciting news for Surrey is they can take a new ball at the end of this over if they really, really want to.
I think Sean Abbott would very much like to be in the dressing room with his feet up at this point.
Absolutely. And he's put it in. But
a lot of effort, a lot of short pitch delivery.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He's been banging the ball in there, really trying everything as he's in here. And this is smashed into the leg side. And they will get a single. As round comes Dominic Sibley. He'll be thinking about a bit of batting soon. Arshdeep Singh picks up one more. He moves on to 11.
He's somewhat unorthodox, Arshdeep Singh, isn't he? But he doesn't look flurried or hurried.
He can bat.
Yeah.
You know, I've only really ever seen him in white ball cricket, but he can bat. He can hit a long ball. There's no doubt about that at all. Matt Quinn comes back onto strike on 19. Field spread far and wide at the moment. As over the wicket comes Abbott to Quinn, and Quinn's hooking, top edge, flies over the top of Ben Folks, and that's going to run away for 4. And Abbott looks to the heavens, leg byes, in fact, it hit the shoulder.
Yeah.
Quinn wasn't top edge, it was just off his shoulder. But they all count, 4 leg byes. We're up to 481 now, the lead. Now, did it hit the helmet? Because if it did hit the helmet, we're going to have a concussion test. But Quinn's saying I'm okay. But I think we may have to wait. Oh, now Arshdeep wants a new bat. So we're going to grind to a halt here.
We are.
Because there will have to be a concussion protocol test if that did hit the helmet of Mr. Quinn. So here comes the physio for Kent, and Arshdeep's getting an opportunity, mainly because a lot of his shots have come straight off the toe end of his bat. So I think he's probably broken that one. So
against some pretty quick bowling as well. Wouldn't be at all surprised. Could I get into a few emails? I've been a little bit remiss.
Oh, absolutely.
kentcricket@gmail.com. So thank you very much.
Correspondence.
Indeed. So Aidan, you have to bear in mind this is before the day's play. So Aidan was sort of setting it up for us, Aidan from Orpington. And thank you for your email, Aidan. He says, I feel like I've dropped into a topsy-turvy world where defending county champions Kent are giving relegation no hope as Surrey are pasting. Having said that, I don't think 350 is enough of a lead. I can see the pitch flattening out and Sean Abbott scoring a double century.
Well, that's an optimistic way of looking at it.
So I hope the Kent tail score a few this morning. They have, obviously, in the ensuing time. Might be worth telling Abbott, says Aidan, he's been picked for Australia and he needs to get on the motorway now. I like your tactics. Lovely idea. Tom saying, where are we? About Kent's unfair fixtures from yesterday. Ben Watts apparently started to answer that, Tom. You might need to email in again and give me a little bit more chapter and verse on that. Wilf from Colwyn Bay says, good morning. Comms team, an interesting start to play this morning. I'm very much waiting to see how Surrey deal with the Kent attack. Regards, Wilf from Colwyn Bay. Well, it might not be long, but we have been saying that for an hour or so.
They didn't deal very well with them the first time round because they bowled beautifully, I thought.
And Andy, will Kent be able to win? Well, that's a great question.
As this one is swung high in the air by Quinn. He's got a fair amount of that. That's gone straight back over Sean Abbott's head for 6. That's a lovely swing of the cricket bat from Quinn. He's on to 25. And, well, Surrey just don't want to be out there at the moment. But Quinn and Arshdeep are having a great time. That's a lovely, lovely swing of the cricket bat. He had his concussion protocol. It was a very brief one. I think Quinn said he was all right. As Abbott over the wicket he comes again to Quinn. Another short one. Quinn swinging this one high in the air. It's going to land in no man's land again. Oh dear, and it's spun off the turf past Tom Latham. And they'll get back for 2. And 2 more to the total. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought Sean Abbott's in the best mood at the moment. Because again, that one Quinn has just slung it high in the air. But it was always landing safe. That was the thing. And then Tom Latham had that horrible moment that the ball bounced and spun the other way. I'll say that Jordan Clark's sporting a rather nutty moustache, I've just noticed, down below us. As in over the wicket once again comes Abbott, and swing and a miss from another short one from Sean Abbott. And that bounces into the gloves of Ben Folk. So, Kent's still going. They lead by 489. They're 333 for 9. Quinn has 27. Arshdeep Singh is on 11, and what have we got till lunch? 20 minutes until the lunch break. Well, of course, that could be delayed, though, of course, the 1 lunch, because they're 9 down, Kent. So there we are, all the great talk of a 1 lunch, Matt Cole. We could still be out there with Kent 9 down.
I may not live to see a 1 lunch.
That would be a real shame.
It happens, yeah. This might be our last opportunity.
It would be my first ever
mine too.
1 lunch.
Yeah.
But we may never see it.
Now, Andy says, in the last match at Canterbury, Kent defied Hampshire's bowlers to draw the match on a dead pitch. The tracks here rarely break up, he says, and turn much. So Kent will have their work cut out to bowl Surrey out in 4 sessions. So being bowled out around lunchtime will be their best chance of victory. You may get your wish. Get your wish, Andy. Here's Clark then to Arshdeep, who makes a way outside the leg stump, and again elegantly. He's got a delicate, elegant touch through the offside. He's middled that one a little bit more.
That's a lovely shot.
Hasn't beaten the man at extra cover. It rather feels like he's batting in slow motion. The ball's going the same speed. Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does indeed. Very elegant.
Absolutely
very elegant.
Love his address to the ball. It's Clark. Slightly less elegant, just wants this man out in a 5 for himself.
Oh,
well, that really is a hoik.
Yes.
It's a full leg delivery, and he's not thinking about blocking it. He's just hoiked it up to long on along the ground. Again, the toe end. He might need another bat in a minute.
What's the opposite of elegant? Because that is the complete opposite of elegant.
Little bit ugly, one might say.
Sing.
Ugly duckling of a shot.
I feel sorry for the band as well, because they're not going to know when to get cracking, are they? They'll have been told 1:05.
Yeah.
It'd be marvellous if they started.
You need to get your trombone warmed
Still
up.
out there playing whilst the trombone has been warmed up and ready for action.
Indeed so. Clark to Quinn, my apologies, on the back foot into the offside.
Question for you,
yeah,
and you're
no
a musician.
Yes.
On a hot day like today, do you need to warm up your trombone? Surely it's going to be warm anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, as far as musicianship goes, I really don't know my brass from my oboe.
Ah.
Ba-boom. So, yes, I don't know. I don't know with brass whether you do need, because obviously with guitar strings, they react to humidity, warmth and cold.
Your guitar, would you be retuning non-stop, wouldn't you, today in these conditions?
Absolutely right, you would be. As slower delivery from Clark has been given the treatment by Quinn. That's his biggest shot yet. Next to the new lime tree, over the railings. And that is 6 runs, and that is a big 6 from Matt Quinn, who's not shy of leaning into those. And that is, over Cow Corner towards the new lime tree.
Well, Quinn's, of course, the rugby team, and they run out to the mighty Quinn, don't they? That was a mighty shot from Mr. Quinn. That went a very long way. That was almost in the car park.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's biggest hit of the day, no doubt about that.
Nearly up to 500, the lead now, 496.
Kent will obviously love this from Quinn, his highest first-class score. Just checking that. Well, it's exactly 50, so he's away off that at the moment. And Jordan Clark looking for a fiver, but more just to get his team off the field. Oh, it's taken off his middle stump by Quinn. That's 4 runs. He's cut that away. I think he was trying to cut. I don't think he was trying to cut it there. More or less over his stump. So the partnership is 53 now, and this is pretty miserable for one set of people here, and that is the Surrey team, and perhaps their supporters as well, because it just keeps going on. 3-4-4 for 9. The lead is exactly 500 now.
There you go. That's the lead of 500. Yes, I think that was just a big outside edge off a big bat held by a big man, and it absolutely flew.
I mean, the way it looked is he was trying to cut it, but nowhere near there. He was just trying to hit it.
Yeah.
He's Clark to Quinn. Back away again, and that's his middle stump out of the ground.
That's out.
Well, he won't reach his high score there. Middle stump's gone cartwheeling away. The off stump is not looking too healthy either. 3-4-4 for 9. Well, a lovely sort of a round number there. A 5-wicket bag, it says, on the scoreboard. 5 for 79. Jordan Clark, I think it's fair to say, would have been quite happy to give 2 or 3 wickets of those away just to get off the field. But Surrey will now. Kent 500 exactly ahead. 501 for Surrey to win, and a little bit. Will they come back out here? 10 minutes they should do, actually, for perhaps a nervous 10 minutes before lunch. But applause for the Kent pair coming up, putting 50 on for this final wicket. Arshdeep and particularly Matt Quinn. Fine effort from them. Quinn 37, Arshdeep 12 not out. Strike up the band.
Well, I think they may have got a bit early here. I think they might think this is lunchtime, but we're not quite at lunch yet. But, well, there you are, 501 in 5 sessions. Now, even I can work out that's 100 runs a session for Surrey. But I think really this is about, can Surrey bat today and get themselves to lunch tomorrow and see where they are. But well bowled, Jordan Clark. He's stuck in there. And it was a spectacular final dismissal of Mr.
Indeed.
Quinn.
Much similar to Wes Agar's demise as well by Jordan Clark. Did almost exactly the same thing, just ripping the middle stump out and making a mess of the off one as well. So
they've had a good morning. They added 147 this morning. So Surrey will have to go out there and bat for a tricky 10 minutes. That could be a couple of overs. What we do know is lunch will be at 1:05. So the band might have to stop in a minute. They could be halfway through, I don't know, New York.
So it will be 8, 10 minutes at most here.
No, I think we'll have a 10-minute session, a couple of overs before luncheon. And well, they're really into it now as well. So they may be halfway through a big number, and they'll have to stop.
Well, I was going to say,
and then start again.
If the Saints might only be marching, but only get halfway there.
Absolutely, they may not have even started marching.
They might have to continue it after. Absolutely,
they've only just put their boots on, and they'll have to stop.
Well, we'll cogitate on that.
Yes,
we'll be back with you shortly. The heavy roller is going up and down the strip right now, whereas Agar is out there warming up. We've seen Everson doing that as well for Kent. 501 theoretically is the winning target for Surrey. If they get anywhere close to that, this is going to continue to be an absolutely enthralling contest. Kent will have 10 minutes to bowl at their opening pair when they come back out here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, with Matt Cole, Mark Church, and Santoki Nagalendran as well. We'll be back with you very shortly. sure as the inexorable stretching out of time through the ages. Cricket's going to start, that's what I'm trying to say. Surrey need 501 to win this match in just a smidgen, a mere smidgen, a tad, over 5 sessions. They bowled out Kent for 344. Entertaining stuff this morning.
I'm not sure they have stopped. Burns and Sibley are walking out to jazz.
Which is what you wanted, wasn't it?
I did.
That's what you wanted.
This might be one of my favourite ever moments in cricket.
If you're just joining us, 344 all out. Jordan Clark with 5 for 74. Kadri 71. Everson 42 combined in a 100 partnership. And there was a 50 partnership, a very entertaining one between Matt Quinn with 37 and 12 from Arshdeep Singh as well. Both of those will be bowling, if not exactly now, shortly. It's going to be Wes Agar. Now, is he that took the first two wickets? Was it not?
Yes, it was.
And
Short
Matt
balls.
Quinn who caught them both.
Yeah, short balls. Burns out hooking, and Gus Atkinson, the night watchman, with 2 balls of the day remaining, out hooking.
So an awkward passenger play here, as we've been saying many times. Lunch is due, scheduled for 1:05. The jazz band have stopped the Saints marching in, or indeed anywhere. And we're about to get underway with Wes Agar. 4 minutes to 1 here on the 3rd day. 501 is the theoretical target. You never count this Surrey side out of doing something like that. But first job is to make sure they stick around. Agar then to bowl the first ball of their second innings. Burns squares him up through a backward point, and that will go for 4 runs. But in some ways, I don't think Agar will be that upset about that, because it turned him around a little bit. 4 for none.
Yeah, logic says this is about really can Surrey bat till tomorrow night? That's what the logic. Can Surrey bat 5? Now, if they bat 5 sessions, they might be there or thereabouts. But actually, even on a good pitch, 5 sessions is a long time to bat. So it's Kent are firmly in charge of this game at the moment.
Agar then to Burns, second ball of this second innings. That's helped into his second slip's hands by Rory Burns. A little bit of bounce outside the off stump, an indifferent shot straight to Jack Leaning. And Kent's captain takes the wicket. Surrey are 4 for 1 in the first over of their second innings. It's been Kent's day so far. Excitement continues.
Well, if they were in control before that delivery, they're completely in control now. Rory Burns just having a little push at that one outside his off stump, and it flew to Leaning at second slip, and Surrey lose their first before lunch. So that 501 looks even further off into the distance at the moment. Rory Burns out second ball for 4, and that will bring Tom Latham out to the middle. And I said earlier on this morning, didn't I, that look, if Kent bowl really well on here and Surrey don't bat terribly well, we could be done by tonight. Absolutely, there's plenty of time for that to happen. So I think this is more about Surrey getting through to stumps this evening. But yeah, Rory Burns there is just, feet didn't really go anywhere, just pushed at it. And big edge, and Agar's bowled very well in this game down that slope from the Nackington Road end. And Kent are so in control of this game at the moment. And they deserve to be. They really do. They've played the better cricket in this game. And Matt Quinn's having a word with Ben Folkes. He's going for a hit. I do love cricket at times. So there goes Ben Folkes off for a bit of a hit, just having a chat with Matt Quinn down at fine leg. And with the Quinn, I think possibly Ben Folkes didn't see the wicket, so he's asking Matt Quinn what happened. So here is Tom Latham, 4 for 1 Surrey.
3 slips in, a first and second, a sort of Mayeye then at a 4th slip position. A point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. And Matt Quinn, as you say, hands on hips down at deep, fine leg at the moment. Agar waiting for Latham to be ready. He is now. Agar bowls to him, drops into the on side. It's fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond. A big white floppy hat, few of those out on show today on a very warm day. Beautiful for cricket. In fact, they're mirroring each other on are Joe Denley and Annabelle Drummond in their white floppy hats, either side of the wicket, mid-wicket, and extra cover. So Agar, the former England opener, Rory Burns, already gone. You're on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. Agar pounds down from the Knackered Road end to Latham, gets forward on this one, into the offside as well. No attacking intent on that, just a push. Just defending it. A lot of noise around the fielders at the moment. No surprise there, really.
Well, absolutely.
Encouraging Wesley Agar.
Kent would love another one before lunch. Still got time. There'll be another over after this one. They've just got to do exactly what they did in the first innings. You just bang away at a good line and a good length. That's exactly what they did yesterday.
Agar then to Latham, the left-hander, and drives that. Doesn't quite time it up to mid-on. It's got right behind it, and there's no run.
It's a very quick hit from Ben Folkes. He's wandering back now.
Oh.
So he may have just had a couple of throwdowns with Mr. Troughton away to our right, and now he's wandering back. Ben Folkes.
Now, royal blue training tops, I suppose they'll be for Surrey. And caps.
And also can, if you book them in early enough, fix your boiler.
That'd be nice. I think I know where you're going with that. 44 for 1, rather. Surrey, as Agar bowls to Latham. Just keeps it down really well through backward point, and that'll be a single at least. Will they come back for 2? They will not. Good fielding, actually, by Hamid Kadri, who's not had a bad morning. And I say that advisedly with his 71 with the bat. A good piece of fielding there, stopping them coming back for 2. 5 for 1 then after the first over of their second innings. Surrey, 501 needed in total. Latham has one. Dominic Sibley yet to face, and it'll be Matt Quinn from the pavilion end, and assuredly this will be the last over for lunch, unless he bowls it very, very quickly indeed. Just looking below that, Kent's overrates that -3 there.
I do know what, my eyes are so bad. That number is very, very small, isn't it?
I can see a 3.
Because the scoreboard is a long way away.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you were stood under it, that 3 would look a bit bigger. But I can't see whether that's a 1, a 3, a minus or a plus.
I can see it's a 3.
Well, your eyes are better than me.
But I can't see if it says minus or it. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Santoki will tell us at lunch.
Well, he will. He will. Well, he came out, and I'm not going to even say it. I'm going to leave it for him to say what Surrey need with the 501.
We will indeed.
Yeah, so it's going to be Matt Quinn. I'll keep an ear out because Mr. Cole's got an update to do. Tell the good people of Kent about the demise of Rory Burns. As forward goes Latham, pushes this one into the offside. Quick singles taken. There's Denley with the throw. Sibley has to get his skates on. Gets through for the single. Tom Latham moves on to 2, and Surrey 6 for 1. With an over to go till lunch, needing a further 495 for victory. After Kent all out in their second innings this morning for 344. Kadri with an interesting 77. He certainly had his moments, didn't he? But all the batters this morning had a bit of fun out there. And Jordan Clark, a 5 for 79 for Jordan Clark. But Rory Burns gone second ball, caught by leaning at second slip off the bowling of Wes Agar. Here is Quinn to Sibley. Sibley solidly forward, pushes this one back up the pitch. Quinn does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Key thing for me in this game is Kent were 41 for 5, and then they found a partnership in Jordan Cox and Joey Everson, and then Wes Agar with runs as well, and they actually finished the first day in a pretty good position. They didn't subside from 41 for 5. They dug in and fought back. As Quinn is in over the wicket to Sibley, who lets this one go outside his off stump. I will pass to Mr. Matt Cole for his update. They're in travel news at the moment.
Everything's all right at New Cross a bit later.
Things will be heating up.
Crikey, yeah.
Heating up, I'd say, heating up.
I think I'd marginally rather be in a in a breezy commentary box at Canterbury watching some cricket in the sunshine, but just marginally. Not quite, and actually Kent have just taken the first Surrey wicket of the second innings in the time between that and lunch. I'll put that in context for you as Matt Quinn comes in to bowl now to Dom Sibley, who defends this one. So Surrey are 6 for 1. Kent have set them a massive 501 to win. They've had a fantastic morning, Kent. They've had a good game all told against the leaders of the county championship so far. They put on 147 this morning, finishing at 344 all out in their second innings at Kent, with 71 from Hamid Kadri, who put on a century partnership with Joey Everson, who got 42, and then a late hurrah from tail-enders Matt Quinn and Arshdeep Singh. Quinn hit a combative and occasionally explosive 37 here, and the sun-drenched Canterbury Spitfire Ground. At the moment we're watching Surrey bat for the last time, the last innings of the match. They need 501 to win, and Wes Agar, who took the first 2 wickets to fall in Surrey's first innings, has already taken 1. Rory Burns, the former England opener, edging to second slip to Jack Leaning. Looking very, very positive for Kent, I think it's fair to say, here against a team they probably shouldn't be beating on paper. Just about to come to lunch. 6 for 1 Surrey, needing a theoretical 501 to win. Commentary will continue via the BBC Sport website and app. Last ball before lunch. Quinn to Sibley. Runs a quick one up to mid-off, shy at the stumps to the far end. Will he get there? Big shout for Kent. I think maybe more in hope. Square leg umpire says no. It looked like Latham was just about safe, but it was a risky run, I would say, in the context of the match, Mark Church, for Dominic Sibley to set off for.
Yeah, he was trying to get off the mark, wasn't he? But I'm not sure. I think we might get one more.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Well, no, we shouldn't, because the big hand's gone round to I think the umps forgot it was 1:05. Yeah, well, there we are. So yes, that will be lunch. So I don't know what's going on. The umpires are still out there at the moment, but the players are going off because it's lunch. After the big build-up to 1:05, everybody forgot it was lunch. But 7 for 1 then. Sorry, yeah, Latham had to get his skates on there. It would have been interesting if it was a telly game. I'm sure they'd have gone upstairs, but I think he was home. It was a terrific bit of work, but Kent will be absolutely delighted with this. Right in the box seat. 2 sessions to go today, 3 sessions tomorrow. They just need to patiently chip away at Surrey. But yeah, Kent firmly in charge at lunch on this 3rd day.
Thank you, Mark. Santoki and Mark and myself will be back with you in around about 40 minutes' time for what's been an enthralling day's play so far. A really good one for Kent. Surrey up against it. Can they bat out the remaining time and maybe even get close to this huge 501 they need to win in the ensuing day and 2 sessions? All that to come. We'll be back with you in short order. 1 and all. As Surrey take the field once again. And being piped on. It is the Saints come marching in. Well, the jazz band's been here for the intervals. The Messrs Sibley and Latham come on with Surrey 7 for 1. The theoretical target. Well, the target is 501 runs to win after Kent put on 344 for their second innings. 71 today from Hamid Kadri, 42 from Joey Everson, taking on their 7th wicket partnership to 100. There was a last hurrah as well, a 50 partnership between Quinn on 37 and Arshdeep Singh on 12, who put on 53 for Kent. Jordan Clark was very grateful to take 5 for 74 at the end. He was took all the wickets, in fact, to 4 today, the 4 for Kent, setting Surrey a huge target to win in effectively 5 sessions. And then Wes Agar had Rory Burns caught by Jack Leaning at second slip for 4 in the one of 2 overs available before lunch. A nervous period. Sibley and Latham out there. I'm Matt Cole. Alongside me is Mark Church, and Toki joining us as well from the Caribbean Cricket podcast. And Mark, tough for Surrey here, but I suppose if you look at the batters out there, Messrs Latham and Sibley, they are players prepared to occupy the crease for long periods of time.
Look, I think put the 501 out your minds at the moment. Surrey got to be batting at stumps tonight.
As Agar then bowls too. Sibley leaves that one, comes a little bit back at him, but after it's left the stumps, no great excitement from Wes Agar. 7 for 1, but as accumulators of runs and of occupiers of the crease, these two have done it internationally and to a great standard. Absolutely,
and you know, they'll both be relishing the opportunity because it's a beautiful day here at Canterbury. It's still a good pitch to bat on. Quality attack, Kent. Surrey up against it for the first time this season, so Surrey back to the wall, so to speak. For Kent, a really good opportunity to knock the league leaders over.
Yeah, 2 slips in for them now as Agar bowls to Sibley, leaves that one. It's going over the off stump as it comes back at him, left on length, I suppose, as much as anything else. So there's 2 slips in, which suggests what this pitch is like, really. They're not expecting vast amounts of movement.
It's interesting, you know, this field is perfect for the way that Kent bowled in the first innings as well. They're not going too attacking on this at all. They've set the field for Wes Agar basically to go stump to stump here. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover, 2 slips. Sibley, he wants Sibley coming towards him. He wants Sibley playing back down the ground towards him. He wants to bring the 3 stumps into play here, Wes Agar.
Comes into bowl. Once again, just after lunch here on day 3, left by Sibley outside the off stump, through to wicket keeper. Talking to Santoki at lunch, and we were discussing how entertaining the morning was, and he was saying, Surrey need this to be attritional in the afternoon, really.
Surrey need 2 fairly boring sessions here. Yeah, if they can have 2 boring sessions and get to stumps tonight and be 3 down, then actually, yes, they can start thinking about tomorrow. But that has to be the aim from Surrey here. They need nothing too spectacular this afternoon, whereas Kent don't need spectacular, they need patience.
Agar to Sibley, driven into the offside. I'm sure he's quite timed that, but it is absolutely racing away on the outfield. Kadri, will he stop that? Just about. No, he won't. It's followed him over the rope. I think he tried to pat it back with his right hand and ends up actually following him, and that's 4 runs. And, well, perhaps I did Dom Sibley a disservice there. I didn't think he quite timed it, but it raced away.
It sped up across the outfield. But yeah, Kent as well. I'm really sorry, and I know you're not allowed to use this word in modern cricket these days, but patience will be the key for both batters and bowlers today. Just, if you're bowling, just keep sticking it in the same spot.
Agar to Sibley, flicked off his legs, straight to the man at that's Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket, thrown back in.
The other man that will have a bit of a say today, I think, is stood up at mid-on at the moment on his Kent debut.
Yeah,
Arshdeep Singh. He bowled beautifully in the first innings, he really did. It's a bit of a breeze as well for him today, so it'll be fascinating to see when he comes into the attack what happens as well. But yeah, Kent have got to say to themselves, 9 good balls. That's all they need, and 9 good balls, and they've got 2 days to bowl them.
It's Agar to Sibley. Can he find one here? It's a decent delivery, that one. Just rising off a length through to the wicketkeeper. Played inside it, Sibley. I think he's played down the wrong line. Through to the wicketkeeper, though. At no run end of the over. 11 for 1, then Surrey. Arshdeep Singh, I mean, his reputation has been built on T20 cricket, hasn't it? So, we were saying before, his 8th first-class match, I think you were telling me at the beginning of the day. And so, I'm wondering how much... I mean, I was surprised almost that he bowled so well, or reports I heard that he bowled so well on the first time up here at Canterbury, but it just shows he's a talent, obviously.
Yeah, and I think we get a bit obsessed sometimes with the colour of the ball. It's still round and it's got a seam, and he's got a beautiful action for a left-arm seamer, and he just bowled very, very nicely in that first innings, and he'll be ready to go for this second innings as Matt Quinn from the pavilion end comes in over the wicket to Tom Latham, who's forward, and nudging this one into the leg side. But lovely atmosphere around the ground. I did have a wander and listen to the jazz band during the lunch break. Very, very good they are. There's only 4 of them. There's a trombone, a clarinet, a drum, and a singer. They do make a lovely noise. As waiting over his bat once more is the left-handed Latham. 2 slips in there as Quinn is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Tom Latham.
Now I should talk statistics very briefly, if I can do that.
You may.
I mean, I can read it. I can't do it with any sense of security of my own. But Philip's been in touch with us, Philip Bailey, the man from Cricket Archive. It's a bit like the man from Del Monte, except
without the hat.
Juicy cricket stats. Yeah, quite. The highest target successfully chased in the county championship, 502 by Middlesex against Nottinghamshire in Nottingham in 1924. So almost a century ago.
That's a good stat. As here comes Quinn, and Latham's up on his toes, turning this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
So even if Surrey make it, it'll be, yeah, it's good. It's not the record,
it's not the
though.
best.
Yeah, but still.
I'm waiting for
pretty close.
Santoki to come on and say what Surrey need. It's one of the great lines.
Indeed, so
from him.
I mean,
we're not nicking it.
It's taken every ounce of self-control that I've got not to steal it.
Not to steal it, because it's brilliant from Santoki. Away to our right-hand side. He'll be joining us after 2 o'clock.
Indeed, so.
He can tell us then, as in comes Quinn, and Latham shout for LBW. Might have just pitched outside. As Latham's looking to work round that front pad. Good start from Quinn. The Agar Quinn Arshdeep Singh 3-ball has worked brilliantly in this game for Kent. Agar's been really good in this game, bowled quick. So for Jack Leaning, his 3 seamers in that first innings did a brilliant job. They didn't have to bowl too many overs either, that's the other thing. But it will be hot for them this afternoon. As Quinn over the wicket, he comes to Latham, and Latham's watching this one all the way into the gloves of Jordan Cox, who then flicks it up to Jack Leaning at second slip. There's a photographer with his media bib on down below us, sat in the sun with his long lens. Still one of my favourite things I've ever seen was there was a cameraman, I think it was at a football game, it's quite a famous clip, and he had one of those bibs on with press on the back, and a gentleman walked up to him and just pressed him on his back. Made me laugh anyway. In over the wicket comes Quinn, forward goes Latham, plays a good length ball straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, maiden over from Matt Quinn to get started after lunch, and Surrey 11 for 1.
It reminds me, being a former regular of a certain Suffolk football team, of a line of merchandise they brought out, and I was going through it on the internet one day, saying, I could do with a woolly hat, and they had a sponsor which is partially named after a famous type of horse from Suffolk, and my wife said, you think, find one of those hats? I said, here's Agar coming in. Flicked off his toes by Sibley. That's a lovely shot, and that's gone scorching past Daniel Bell-Drummond. That is not stopping before it goes for 4. 15 for 1. Little bit leg side, little bit full.
Agar will know he likes it there, Dom Sibley. So he won't be bowling there again to Dom Sibley.
So I said, yeah, I'm thinking of getting one though. She said, if I were you, I probably wouldn't. And I said, why is that? She said, I'm not sure I'd want to have a hat with punch written on the forehead.
Yes,
because that was a former sponsor of that particular team.
No. Absolutely.
It's the old Suffolk Punch Horse.
Very
I
sensible.
hadn't really thought of that. No.
Very sensible.
It sounds like an invitation, doesn't it? Not sure how long that lasted. As Agar bowls to Sibley, sees that off, takes the bottom hand off. It's a quick delivery from Agar, defended.
Yes,
there's no run.
It's a very good clip, that. I've seen it a few times. And the cameraman sort of turns around and says, what are you doing? And he just points at the back of his jumper, or his bib, with press on it. But, yes, this gentleman's got a Kent Media bib on. Those are rather nice, aren't they? Do you ever get one of them?
Very
no.
Nice. Dark blue, the white piping.
Lovely.
Victor Horse on the back, of course, on the crest.
Looks like he's going football warm-up.
So Agar to Sibley. Back at the bowl there. You can hear the effort from Wes. Look at the grunt as he lets that go. But for having decided to stay a little bit longer in England, basically seeing the sides after his spell, which was supposed to have finished with Kent after the opening round of county championship matches before the T20. They wouldn't be here at all. Yeah. But he was still hanging around. Kane Richardson, sadly him, was ill for a couple of T20 games. Agar was signed up, and they signed him up further for until the end of July. So he bowls now to Sibley, left outside the off stump. Studious lean by Sibley forward.
It looks a good move. He's had a terrific game over the 2.5 days that we've had. So, do you know which sites he'd been looking at?
I don't know. He said he was still in the city. So
around Canterbury.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
He had said, because I said, how are you still here, basically, in the nicest possible way I could.
Why are you still here? Did you put it like that? Why are you still here?
I feel like I was going to call immigration at any minute.
Why are you still here?
Do I need to call the authorities, Mr. Agar? Over the wicket he comes now to Sibley and into the offside, and he said, basically, it was a quirk of flights as well. He wanted a more economical flight home, and so he wasn't going immediately afterwards because that would have cost him more money. So he's spending a bit of time.
Very sensible.
Yeah,
seeing the sights of Canterbury.
Yeah,
and the rest, as they say, is history.
Yeah, Kent obviously very happy to have him.
There's some nice sights of Canterbury, aren't there?
It's a lovely city.
It is.
Yeah.
The walled city of Canterbury.
There's a lot of wall, if you like that.
Walled city of Canterbury.
So Agar, final ball of the 5th over. 15 for 1, Surrey. Kent striving for this wicket, but Sibley's right behind that one. Into the offside. Hamid Kadri, who's had a great day so far, fields at point. 15 for 1. Ostensibly 486 still to win for Surrey, but Dom Sibley has started off the way Surrey would like him to continue and go on and on and on. 9 for him from 17, 2 from 11 from Tom Latham, 15 for 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Latham, 11 balls for his 2. Sibley, 17 balls for his 9. We might get a little bit of sort of old-fashioned cricket here this afternoon, as Matt Quinn from the pavilion end coming in over the wicket to Latham. Latham up on his toes, turns this one into the leg side, won't get a run there. As Daniel Bell-Drummond comes up to do the fielding. The field at the moment is a couple of slips. No third man at the moment. There's a backward point. The cover, Joe Denley. Where's Agar's at mid-off? Mr. Kadri's at mid-on. Bell-Drummond's at square leg. Everson is in there at mid-wicket catching. Over the wicket comes Quinn to Latham, who drives out towards Denley, doing the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side, and there is no run. And then Arshdeep Singh down there all on his own at long leg, with the floodlight pylons behind him, and the new lime tree, and the big electronic scoreboard, then all the flats away to our left. Lots of spectators sat down in the white seats either side of the ground, watching away. Matt Quinn over the wicket, he comes to Latham. Latham turns this off the stumps into the leg side. Round comes Bell-Drummond to do the fielding. Once again, there's no run. Some people I noticed when I went up to listen to the Jazz Quartet, there's Oh, sorry, I just heard about the waters. There's tables and chairs and deck chairs. People have bought all their own bits and pieces for watching cricket. Saying on the first day I arrived, gentleman was unloading his table and chairs. And in over the wicket comes Quinn, and this is turned again by Latham into the leg side. And there is Daniel Bell-Drummond to do the fielding. Thank you for the use of your pencil today as well, Matt
My
Cole.
pleasure.
I'm having a disaster with pens at the moment. I've gone through so many this season. I really have.
I had to respond after your rescuing my laptop charger from the Oval.
Yes. Brought here to Canterbury for you via the Surrey kit bag, I think.
Yeah.
As over the wicket once more comes Quinn, and driving is Latham, nicely up the ground, diving stop from Wes Agar, away to his left, gets a round of applause from Compton and Leaning in the slip cordon.
He's a proper wholehearted cricketer, Wes Agar, isn't he? Does everything with enthusiasm.
He's a very, very good cricketer. What we've seen in this game, and we saw a bit of it a few weeks ago back in South London. Latham waits over his bat once more as Quinn is over the wicket to him, and that's down the leg side. That'll be flicked away by Latham, and here is Arshdeep Singh doing the fielding, and the throw comes in over the top of the stump. So single off the over from Matt Quinn, end of it. Surrey are 16 for 1, needing the small matter of another 485 runs for victory. Latham's on 3 and Sibley's on 9, and Wes Agar will continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground. I came a different way in this morning because I came the Nackington Road way yesterday at school drop-off time, and there was a long old queue along the Nackington Road while I was trying to... I could see the ground. I was just struggling to get here. So I came a different way this morning.
So Agar preparing to bowl. This is the 7th over of the Surrey innings. Carrying on to being one down at lunch is Agar straining, and here again the effort he's making to the left-hander Latham. He's coming round the wicket. Latham will drive that through the onside, finds Mayeye fairly short on the leg side.
Well, of course, Latham was out in the first innings playing that shot straight to Mayeye in there at short mid-wicket, so they might try that again to him. Just flicked it in the air straight to Mayeye.
Did you take a couple of Mayeye in that first innings? Yeah, 16 for 1 then. Is Agar then to Latham. He finds the gap this time, at least to a square leg. And found Daniel Bell-Drummond, but not before they come through for a single. 17 for 1. Jack Leaning. He's Kent captain for this game with Sam Billings. He had a conversation with the coaching staff, deciding to step away for reasons of form. He's had a pretty rich time with the bat this summer. And Sibley is just waiting for Daniel Bell-Drummond to settle on the position he wants to field in. I think he was making that point to the umpire at the far end. And now he's Agar bowling to Sibley. Leaves it outside the off stump. Again, it's just a little lean, a gentle lean onto his front foot through to wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Uptake over BBC Radio Kent listeners right now with Pat Marsh on the afternoon show. Well, it's beautiful sunshine here, hot for the spectators and exciting as well for the Kent fans among them, because they've set Surrey a huge total to win, 501 in the remaining 5 sessions of the match. So today and tomorrow, effectively, they've taken a single Surrey wicket already in Surrey's second innings. That of former England opener Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, helping a ball from Wes Agar, the Australian, to second slip. Jack Leaning, Kent's stand-in captain, taking the catch earlier. Kent had added 100 147 in the first session, their overnight total. Hamid Kadri's been man of the day so far, the spin bowler, but also batter. 71 he made, with Joey Everson, who made 42. They brought on 100 for the 7th wicket. Then a late hurrah by Matt Quinn, ostensibly a bowler himself, hit a combative 37 and shared in a 50-run partnership with Arshdeep Singh. So Kent against the championship leaders, Surrey, here are bossing it at the moment, but one or two nervous thoughts at lunchtime, certainly from the more sceptical of us or the more worried of us, that Surrey bat all the way down from 1 to 11, a really strong side. If anyone can chase down 501, it's probably this Surrey side. Kent, though, at the moment, certainly in the ascendancy. Surrey 17 for 1, and the commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. As Agar goes back to his mark, a couple of dot balls you've have gone past. End of the 7th over, Agar will bowl to Sibley, leaves that outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, Jordan Cox, and that is the end of the over. So 484 to win, or 483 in arrears. Surrey 17 for 1. Latham has 4, Sibley has 9 on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. I will leave you in the company of Mark Church to be joined by Santoki very shortly.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt Cole. And Surrey, oh dear. Quiet start of the lunch. Oh, Matt Walker heat shield almost fell out the window then, as it's going to be Matt Quinn down below us from the pavilion end. Santoki from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast just settling himself into my right as forward comes Latham. Plays this one straight up the pitch and there's no run. Santoki, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Mark.
It's interesting, this, isn't it? I was just saying to Matt Cole, really, for Kent, just 9 good balls is all they're looking for. I think from a Surrey perspective, I said they need a fairly boring session here, don't they? They just need to get to tea without too much drama.
Yeah, this session is definitely has a different complexion from the previous one we'd seen from Kent's tail end.
As forward goes Latham, plays this one out into the offside and there's no up. Now we've given it a massive build-up, but you described what Surrey need in quite brilliant terms.
Oh.
Just say to us what you said, that Surrey need
a Brian Lara innings.
Perfect. Surrey need a Brian Lara, because of course his 501 not out for Warwickshire against Durham. Back in when was that? 1995, was it? 94, 95?
95, yeah.
95 is in over the wicket. Comes Quinn, forward solidly. Goes Latham, which sort of sums up, even though, yes, the state of the game, and it's an extraordinary thing that, to score 501 in a championship game, isn't it?
It boggles the mind. Like, you can't even imagine the mental capacity to kind of stick at the crease for that long and put up that amount of runs. But it's a credit to the great man himself.
Well, I remember he just went on this, he was on this he'd just done the 375 against England, then came to Warwickshire and just scored 100 after 100. As Latham is forward and turning this one into the leg side, and there's no run. But he was just an extraordinary player then.
Was it Matthew Hayden or Justin Langer that overtook his Test record and then he went back to England and put the 400?
That's right. It was Hayden, and then he 401 against England. And don't mention that to Gareth Batty, because he was the man that bowled the ball.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he was an extraordinary player, Brian Charles Lara. As over the wicket once more comes Quinn, and that's turned away by Latham, neatly and tidily off his hip into the leg side. I don't think this will run away for 4. Yes, it will. Arshdeep Singh can't get there. So Latham with his first Surrey boundary there, and he moves on to 821 for 1.
Yeah, Brian Lara currently serving as a batting mentor to the West Indies team. What better inspiration to have if you're in the camp, Brian Lara there to show you the ropes.
I think his best innings he ever played, though, was that one against Australia, wasn't it? Was that the 150 odd, wasn't it? And won it on his own, basically.
That is Mashel's favourite West Indian innings.
Oh, it was a ridiculous innings. Yeah. He single-handedly won that Test match, didn't he? As in over the wicket once again goes Quinn. Shout for LBW, must be tight.
Ooh.
Latham looking to work around that front pad. Must have just pitched outside, I think.
Very close, very close.
Because he's just trying to work that into the leg side again. But he gets away with that one, Tom Latham. End of the over from Quinn. 21 for 1. Latham 8. Sibley 9. I remember my first sighting of a very young Brian Lara was the 92 World Cup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I remember him getting hit horrifically in the whatevers by Chris Lewis.
Chris
in
Lewis,
the game, and then getting caught behind. But yeah, I remember sitting there watching him then and thinking, God dear, that massive bat lift.
Yeah.
And he was just so good to watch. So here's Wes Agar from the Nackington Road end. And this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley. My other favourite was Keith Arthurton.
Oh, okay.
Mainly because he was very clever, Keith Arthurton. I always thought he'd always get 100 in the first test of a series, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then wouldn't get any runs after that. But he looked great, didn't he? He was sort of chewing his gum with his stiff-brimmed white floppy sun hat on.
Some would accuse me of Guyanese bias, but my favourite player has to be Shivnarine.
Well, he made his debut in that 94 series against England, didn't he? Was it in the fourth test, I think?
Fourth test,
yeah. He got 70 odd. As in over the wicket comes Agar, and that's hitting the thigh guard of Sibley. Makes me feel very old now that his son's opening for the West Indies currently.
Yep.
But Shivnarine was I remember the first time everybody saw him bat, and it was like, what on earth is going on here?
Exactly.
But he walked out to bat, and he looked, well, his pads were too big for him, and nothing fitted, and then he did the old bails in with the bails in, and then he set up, and everyone was like, what on earth is happening?
Master of performance.
Oh, dear. Waits once again does the right-handed Sibley. As in over the wicket goes Agar, and a thick inside edge from Sibley. That one runs away down into the leg side. He'll get a single. One more to the total. It's a shame, I think, as well, but with all the franchise cricket and everything else, that the more of the West Indies players aren't playing in county cricket. Of course, Surrey have had Kemar Roach, which has been absolutely magnificent.
Yeah.
But it's just a shame, I think.
I mean, you referenced it before previously in the 70s and 80s, the West Indian players being able to play regular county cricket contributed to them to being such a successful test side. You take that away now, it's very hard.
Yeah, very hard. As in round the wicket again comes Agar, and Latham's allowing this one to go outside his off stump. And that's taken by Jordan Cox, moving away to his left-hand side. What's next for the West Indies then? What have they got coming up?
We've got Witten World Cup qualifiers at the moment.
Of course,
Starts on Sunday.
The World Cup qualifiers, yeah.
That's going to be a tough one.
Oh dear.
2 out of 10 teams qualify, but you've got Sri Lanka's in there, Scotland, the islands, Zimbabwe, Nepal.
Where are those qualifiers?
In Zimbabwe.
They're in Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
As round the wicket once again comes Agar, and Latham's a bit late on this. Just trying to push it off the back foot, hits the toe end of his bat, rolls away behind him. And there is no run. Darren Sammy's in charge now, isn't he? Yeah.
New head coach, Darren Sammy.
Well, there's a man that used all his talent.
Winning mentality, yeah. That's what they.
Absolutely.
But I think it would be such a shame, considering West Indies' legacy in the World Cup 75 and 79, for them to not take part in the upcoming one.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's where they are, so they've got to make it count at the qualifiers. As Wes Agar comes round the wicket, and this is just worked into the leg side by Latham. He'll get a single. One more to Latham as Everson comes around from mid-on to do the fielding. 23 for 1. Just the sort of start that Surrey wanted after lunch. It's just been quiet, hasn't it?
Yeah, you'd expect that from Sibley and Latham, though, to just dig in, especially with time on their side. I think, Mark, would you say it's fair to say one of them would, or both of them would have to put up big scores if Surrey want to get anywhere?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was looking, I mentioned it this morning, 2002, Surrey 410 for 8 in the last innings here at Canterbury, but Ian Ward was 168 not out. So they all batted round Ian Ward, basically. Yeah. And then Jimmy Ormond helped him get Surrey over the line very late on the last hour, remember. As Matt Quinn is in, and Latham drives, thickish edge really on this one, and that flies to Mieye in there at backward point, and there's no run. But if you wanted two players to get your heads down and grind, Sibley and Latham would be up there, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And Sibley will love this because he's got as long as he wants. And he does love batting, Dom Sibley.
We were talking about calendar congestion earlier. It must be tricky for essentially someone like a Sibley who's a red ball specialist, not playing in the blast. Where do you get that game time?
He's in over the wicket once again. Comes Quinn. This one's punched up the ground and there's no run. Well, he's been playing for Ashtead, as we were saying earlier. He's played a bit of twos T20. Same with Rory Burns as well. Obviously, he's had no T20 cricket. So, yeah, it's difficult to switch back in. And the other way round, I suppose. But Kent have been terrific in this game.
Yeah.
Surrey have been a bit off the pace. Latham. 9 not out as in over the wicket comes Quinn. And forward goes Latham. Plays this one down into the leg side. The other man that would have enjoyed this, of course, was Hashim Amla.
Yeah,
He'd have enjoyed this.
And a Sangakkara as well. Wouldn't have minded it.
A Sangakkara would have enjoyed this. Yes, indeed. Surrey have been blessed with some terrific overseas signings over the years.
I remember seeing Graham Smith in his first season. Brilliant.
Yep. Well, when Smith and Burns used to open together, goodness gracious. As Quinn, over the wicket he comes, and just stopped a touch, I think, on Latham this one. It was a shame, really, because he got injured. He was never fully fit.
No, he didn't play, I remember.
Graham Smith, he was never fully fit, but sort of seeing him, I was lucky enough to see him sort of up close, so to speak, when the way he worked, and he was an inspirational fella. He really was. He was one of those that sort of walked into a room and everybody shut up.
Commanded respect.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think with his record, you would. They really are working on Latham through mid-wicket.
Yeah.
3 in there catching now. As Quinn comes in over the wicket to Latham, and this is turned by Latham. That's very well played. He's just nudged it past the diving Bell Drummond, who's one of those 3. Quinn will know Latham, of course, 2 New Zealanders. We were looking at Latham's test record yesterday, and I was saying he quietly just goes about his business, but he's averaging 41 in test match cricket. Yep. He is a very fine player, Tom Latham.
I think his highest test score for New Zealand was 2018 against Sri Lanka, 264 not out of 489 balls, which is the type of innings
ideal.
he played.
Absolutely. If he can repeat that, Surrey will be near to that 501, I think. 2 slips come in there for Dominic Sibley, and the short mid-wicket as Quinn is over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's forward just pushes this out into the offside, rolls up there to mid-off. Are we going to see a little bit of Arshdeep Singh? It looks like it, and I was saying he was very impressive in the first innings. He really was. He's an exciting man to watch, is Arshdeep Singh. It does look like he's coming into the attack now. Couple of wickets in that first innings, but he just bowled beautifully. And the ball he got Ben Folkes with, just got it to perfect delivery to the right-hander from the left arm. So just got it to come back at him and trapped him LBW.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him in person. It's very rare you see an Indian international on the county circuit. I know Pujara's at Sussex, but overall, definitely a talent. And he said he was looking forward to the challenge of English county cricket.
Well, he certainly looks like he's relishing it the way he bowled in the first innings. So he'll come from the Nackington Road end again with the slope, and he'll have Latham on strike. He's going to have a couple of slips in there, and again they've got 2 men catching in that leg side for Tom Latham. Arshdeep Singh with his first ball of this second innings then, and he's right up on the length straight away, and it's pushed by Latham. And I was saying he's got the perfect left arm as action, hasn't he?
It's a lovely technique.
That wrist position is perfect. And what is it, 8 first-class matches coming into this?
This is his 8th one, yeah.
Yeah, so he's, I think for him it's part of the whole education of Arshdeep Singh cricketing-wise. As over the wicket he goes to Latham, and Latham's forward, and again he's just searching on that length straight away. Arshdeep Singh wearing number 99.
Yep.
He has 99 on his back. It's the last time I'm going to mention my idea for umpire identification. Okay, but I still don't think it's a bad idea. Well, I was saying for the crowd, if you ask them now which one's umpire Russell and which one's umpire Middlebrook, they wouldn't have a clue unless they knew them.
Yeah.
So I think they should have something to identify which one's which. As in, over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and forward goes Latham, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Have you formally presented this idea to the ECB?
Not as yet, not as yet. I actually
what?
bumped into the chief executive of the ECB this morning, but I forgot to mention it to him. I know what his reaction would have been. He'd have just turned around and walked off. But, yeah, I personally want A and B on the back of their shirts. But somebody sort of said, well, I said different coloured hat. Someone said different coloured hat band. As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and this is down the leg side. Nothing on it from Latham.
A and B could be a simple but effective innovation to the game.
Well, they're the most important people out there in many ways, aren't they?
Yeah, good point.
They make all the decisions out there in the middle. They've got enough other kit on these days. They've got their cameras strapped to their chest these days, haven't they? So they've both got their GoPro cameras strapped to their chests. Umpire Middlebrook out at square leg, and umpire Warren down at that Nackington Road end, as this one's left alone by Latham. Going away outside his off stump, taken by Jordan Cox, but it is just a beautiful scene, this. Absolutely perfect. Proper festival championship cricket, this, isn't it?
Yeah. Glorious weather, great atmosphere.
Sort of reminiscent of a few years ago, this, actually, I have to say. Probably be a few more tents around the place, but over the wicket once again goes Arshdeep Singh, and that's very wide. Outside the off stump, Latham has nothing to do with that. Maiden over from Arshdeep Singh, but that last delivery was very wide. He actually just stood in the middle of the pitch having a look at where that had pitched. Latham comes down to have a chat with Dominic Sibley. So Surrey through the first 35 minutes after lunch unscathed. They were 7 for 1 at lunch, so they're 24 for 1 now.
As you said, this is the right approach. They're consolidating, building, they've got the time.
I think forget tomorrow. I think the key thing here is that Surrey are only 3 down at stumps tonight. Then they can start thinking about tomorrow.
Yeah.
And everything can change very, very quickly. We saw that in both Kent and Surrey's first innings, as in over the wicket goes Quinn, and forward goes Sibley. Pushes this one back up the pitch to Arshdeep Singh, who flicks it to Kadri.
When you've got such a mammoth total to chase, it'd be interesting. I guess each batter's different how they approach it. Is it get through the next 10 minutes, half an hour session? How do they kind of compartmentalize that?
Yeah, I think they're both so experienced, these two, that they'll have their own methods of doing that. They've both got previous of long innings. As Quinn is in, and this is tucked away by Sibley, and that's nicely timed. He'll get a couple here. Again, he likes it there, Dom Sibley. And Daniel Bale-Drummond goes round to do the fielding and gets the throw in over the top of the slope. Apologies, Mieye down there does the fielding away in the distance. That'll be 2 more to the total. Sorry, 26 for 1. And from a Kent point of view as well, leaning. It's a hot day, isn't it? So he's going to have to use his quicker men cleverly.
Rotate, yep.
So that's where Kadri will come into play as well.
Yep.
As in over the wicket once again goes Quinn, and forward goes the right-handed Sibley. Pushes a good length ball out into the offside. Kadri does the fielding. Stood up at mid-off, and there's no run.
Kadri, he only bowled 1 over, didn't he?
He did, yep. He bowled 1 over, but it was just yesterday the pacemen that were doing all the damage. But you'd think if Surrey get in, Kadri will have a bit of bowling to do.
Yep.
And he's down there at mid-off. Made 77 with the bat today. As Quinn is in over the wicket to Sibley. He's letting this one go, Dom Sibley. Got out driving at Quinn in the first innings. Dom Sibley, big edge and a good catch from Cox. He's letting a lot more balls go again now, Dom Sibley.
I guess you can't understate just how big a win this would be for Kent, currently in relegation position in Division 1. I think they've got Northants up next, who are one below them in the league, so they'd be eyeing that as a win as well.
This would be huge for them. It really would. Surrey don't play again until the 25th of June.
Yeah.
And that's Lancashire back in South London. So they've got 2 home games coming up, Surrey, as this one's turned by Sibley down into the leg side. So, yeah, 2 home games against Lancashire and Notts coming up. And then Middlesex at Lords and Somerset at Taunton. And then nothing in August, obviously, for anybody. And then three games in September. So, yeah, those are the cards, which I'd out. Of course, Surrey only lost the 1 game last year, but that was against Lancashire after they'd already won the title as last game of the season. Forward goes Sibley. Plays this one down into the leg side.
How they'd love to have Ollie Pope coming in.
Yes. Yes, he's probably having a hit at the moment somewhere near Edgbaston, I would have thought, or at Edgbaston. It's all started, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the chat. I think Moeen Ali had a press conference this morning. I was seeing that he said that Stokes texted him with Ashes ? To which he replied, LOL. So that was the response from Moeen Ali.
It's a fair response considering his position before the call up.
Why is it? It's so Stokes, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so Stokes. And I suppose for Moeen Ali as well, it's almost like, well, if this is going to be a complete bonus last hurrah, what a last hurrah it is.
Exactly.
Whether he'll play at Edgbaston, we'll have to wait to see, but
yeah.
I know that I was reading as well this morning that Edgbaston, as the press all arrived, there was a fire alarm, so they all had to go out onto the street, onto the pavement, and they walked out there, and there was Moeen Ali having all his headshots taken. So as he was having all his headshots taken, the entire press corps came wandering out as Arshdeep Singh comes in, left arm over the wicket. Oh, and Latham's taking this off the stumps. He'll get a single. Good job he got a bit of bat on that, Tom Latham.
But if you're Moeen Ali or anyone outside the England setup and you're looking at what McCullum and Stokes have done, the environment they created, who wouldn't want to be a part of that?
Absolutely. Looks fun, doesn't it, to be involved? I think this one will be a bit different.
Yeah.
I think there'll be a bit more pressure, and I think you look at the Australian bowling lineup, and I honestly believe it'll be how England's batters cope with the Australian bowlers. I think England's bowlers will cope all right with the Australian batters.
Yeah.
But I think the other way round is going to be the key thing, isn't it? As Dom Sibley has a little survey of the field. They got the short mid-wicket catching for him. Arshdeep Singh is in, and Sibley forward, pushing this one up the ground. And that rolls up there towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, the Australian bowling lineup, if you look at it, if it's not Cummins or Stark, it's Scotty Boland. Hazelwood's coming as well.
And Boland's sort of become a front runner, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Before the series starts. But you see, there'll be all this chat up till Friday, and I'm personally just looking forward to it getting going. Then the chat can stop, but the chat will start.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh. That's way down the leg side to Sibley. I think we were saying yesterday that I think Stokes said that the talking can stop. But then we were saying as soon as the game starts, the talking will start again, won't it?
I can't imagine Stuart Broad stopping to talk. Talking.
No, not at all.
He's already voided the previous Ashes. So.
Well, he has. Yes, he said that didn't count. So there you are. He's also been talking about not walking, I noticed. As over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh. And this one's left alone outside the off stump. It's now become a novelty item, Glenn McGrath saying Australia will win 5 now. So yes, we've got all of that to come for the next few days.
I guess that's part of the spectacle, part of the theatrics.
It is. And we'll hear from virtually everybody from the team, won't we? But no, all part of it. But there'll be I was saying yesterday, an awful lot of preview shows, and then previews of the preview shows. But of course, you can hear every ball of the Ashes series on BBC Test Match Special. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and pushing this one off the back foot is Dom Sibley. Even now, And I'm not just... There is nothing I like more on a day like today when there's a test match on than sitting in the garden in my shorts with test match special on. Lovely. And what I enjoy about that as well is when I fall asleep, which I inevitably will, and I'm sort of hearing it whilst asleep. And in my head, and I wake up and things have happened and I don't know whether I've dreamt them or they've actually happened. As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and this one's turned leg side by Dominic Sibley out towards deep mid-wicket. And they'll pick up a single. I remember a test match getting the shock of my life because I dreamt while I was asleep that Ian Bell had been out and woke up and he got 100. I didn't know where I was. On that, I'm going to leave you and take it.
Okay.
A few more thoughts from you on how Surrey go about this, and then you will be joined by Matt Cole.
Yeah, so I think, as we discussed, I think it's down to either Latham, Sibley, or both of them to put up a really big score. They've dug in so far, as we'd expect them to, of some players of their calibre and experience. So it'd be interesting to see what changes Kent sort of make, seeing if they can try and get a valuable wicket. You feel if one of these do depart this session, it swings the momentum in Kent's favour. So yeah, let's see if Arshdeep Singh can be the guy who gets the wicket, and we're just seeing Joey Everson run to the crease now.
Yeah, so I'm warming up a couple of minutes ago. Looked like he was going to be into the attack. So Kent trying their fourth seamer here. Also, of course, the spin bowling of Hamid Kadri, should they turn to that. But Will Jackson didn't have very much success this morning, did we? With 4 overs for 25, I think. So want to keep the seam bowlers going on a hot day. Everson took the last couple of wickets to fall in the Surrey first innings. Dom Sibley on 13 then from 36 balls. Latham has 11. Sibley facing now. Everson with 2 slips in as this one goes past Sibley. It's a comfortable lead through to wicketkeeper Jordan Cox, with Ben Compton at first slip and leaning at second.
Matt, we were saying during the lunch break that this session is likely to take a different complexion to the previous session in terms of runs and the way they're scored, and it's certainly lived up to that at the moment. Very attritional from Sibley and Latham, but you'd expect no less.
Yeah, absolutely. They want it to be as dull as ditch water here as Everson bowls. Again, Sibley that characteristic lean forward. Lifts back, doesn't engage with the deliveries. It goes past him through to wicketkeeper Jordan Cox. Yeah, it's been studious, hasn't it, since lunch. They were 4 for 1. 28 for 1. Kent having made 344 in total. For a lead of 500, 501 the lead. Everson to Sibley, left outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. Keeping a little bit low there from Everson. It's not the pace of the other 3 in this attack. Hoping for a bit more movement. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners. And Kent looking for wickets to beat county championship leaders Surrey here at Canterbury. It's third day and still the rest of today and tomorrow to go. The theoretical target for Surrey, 501 to win. Kent have engineered that by finishing 344 all out in their first innings. They put on 147 in an absolute blitz of runs this morning. Hamid Kadri making 71 in a 100 partnership with Joey Everson, who was out eventually for 42. And then Matt Quinn, the bowler, 37 in 22 balls, including a couple of massive sixes for the tail ender. He's about part of the bowling unit trying to bowl Surrey out. They haven't lost a wicket since they came back from lunch, though, at Surrey. Sibley, the former England opener, has 17. Tom Latham, the current New Zealand international, has 11. The 1 wicket to go, the 1 wicket gone so far, rather. Wes Agar getting rid of Surrey captain Rory Burns just before lunch, caught at second slip by Jack leaning. So Surrey are hoping that it's a really boring session, this one, Pat, that they just bat this out and barely move a muscle. Kent hoping for all sorts of excitement with wickets tumbling perhaps for a victory even today. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And Everson then, last ball of the 14th over, and Sibley just solidly deflects that out towards point, and there is no run. End of the over. 32 for 1 then, and 469 still short of a victory here, but that's not really, I suppose, in either player's minds. Kent very helpfully in their scoreboard. It hasn't changed, but they're a long way out. They're putting a required rate up there of 3 and over.
I noticed that, and it sort of emphasises what we've talked about, just how much time Surrey do have. 3 and over is manageable if they can manage to keep wickets. So still firmly in Kent's favour, but you never know.
Oh, absolutely, and these two digging in, and what a hot day as well. If it's going to be mostly seam, these bowlers will be getting tired as Arshdeep Singh bowls that one. Goes on the leg side. I think it's a leg bye, is it? No, some bat on that. No, it is a leg bye. There you are. I should have just waited for the umpire to signal it. I would have known. But yeah, just no appeal at all. It's going across the right-hander and across Latham rather. Right-hander Sibley now batting for a leg bye to start. So yeah, having the, well, you can say relative excitement. It was exciting this morning, wasn't it? All sorts happening.
Very memorable from Kadri. His movements around the wicket, ducking and diving. So yeah, one that Kent fans enjoyed. A very, very good session for them. And just talking about how important a win would be for them against Surrey.
Yeah, absolutely. In the situation they're in, the only win of the season so far in the Championship, the opening game of the season against Northamptonshire, as Arshdeep Singh bowls to Sibley down the leg side. Got a tickle on it, I think, and for a glance on it, yeah, Cox couldn't get a glove on it though. It was well wide. He made a great effort, but it has gone for 4, but just a little bit of excitement as it flashed past the wicketkeeper for a boundary. He's got across well there. But yeah, that game against Northamptonshire in very different weather conditions. It was early April, and Kent, to be fair to Northants, had much the better of the weather on the days that we got through, and lost one to rain indeed. Saw out that victory, but yeah, this would be a major thing just for momentum, for morale, I suppose, for Kent. Outside the off stump, left by Sibley. That's a comfortable lead, well wide.
Yeah, I agree. The momentum, and their next game is incidentally against Northants, isn't it, on the 25th? So
yes, indeed, in the Championship, yeah.
They'd like to pick up that win as well if they can get something here, take them out of the relegation spots in Division 1.
Yeah, and that's got to be the aim for Kent, as it is for, I suppose, for many sides in this division. But with the test ground counties heading towards the top of the table, notwithstanding Essex, I should mention them in dispatches. Outside the off stump, left by Sibley, goes across the right-hander again through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
What are your first impressions of Arshdeep Singh now?
I really like him. Yeah, he's got a quick arm, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't appear to be asking that many questions of Sibley and Latham so far, but the ball doesn't seem to be doing very much at all, frankly.
No, it's a tough pitch to bowl on, which we sort of predicted. So
yeah,
and he's relatively inexperienced to first-class cricket, so it'd be interesting to see sort of what other game plans he has up his sleeve.
Yeah, it's a good point. Variations, changes in feel. Maybe goes wide of the crease this time, left by Sibley again. It's going to get some good bounce, good carry through across the right-hander. But it's very much resting on Kent, isn't it, to make the excitement happen here, because these two will be happy to leave and leave again.
Why they'll be ruining that small chance that just came off Sibley in the previous few deliveries, because they're going to be few and far between chances coming off Sibley's batting.
Yeah. Be frustrated to bowl out, I'm sure, because it's not one of his predetermined chosen shots. He's just not playing it, is he? Basically, so his Arshdeep Singh, that's just a very dismissive way of looking at a very fine opening batter, but that's the way he works, isn't it? And the more deliveries these seamers have to bowl, the tighter they'll get, and the easier it'll become to him to farm runs if and when he needs them later. But end of the over, another dot ball, 37-4-1. Latham 11, Sibley 21.
There must be few things worse for a county bowler than facing Don Sibley with all the time in the world for him to play his natural game.
It's not exactly a forgotten art, this, but it's obviously England have moved into a different gear, haven't they? But he is quite happy just to let it happen. And the same with Tom Latham as well. He will stay at the crease for long periods of time. We were saying, weren't we, just at lunch, these two, I wouldn't say couldn't be better set up for them, because they'd rather be batting Surrey to an easy victory at this point, but they absolutely can test every nerve and sinew of the bowlers here. Everson to Latham. Just a bit late on that, Latham.
Yeah.
Squared him up a little bit.
I'd imagine both of them would also be quietly savouring the challenge of trying to put together such a big chase. Latham, I talked earlier with Mark about Latham's highest test score being 264, not out of 489, which would be a perfect sort of innings for this.
You say it's so much time to go, and you do think if any batting lineup and the county game is going to do it, or could do it, it would be Surrey. It's a full toss. Will he take advantage of that? Doesn't get much Arshdeep, actually. Good stop from him. Shot the stumps of the non-strikers. They're never going to run Latham out, but keeps them down to a single. Good bit of fielding. He's a slim figure, Arshdeep, isn't he? And the sunglasses out there. 99 on his shirt.
Yeah.
Always like to know why players pick particular numbers, but
yeah, I'd be interested to know what the reference would be for that.
It's the biggest possible number you can get. There's Joey Everson just moving a fielder around. Can't. What's that? Perhaps Miaye at backward square. As he bowls Everson to Sibley back at the bowl, and there's no run.
At what point do Kent start getting nervous, or do they even get nervous? Would a draw be a complete disappointment?
I think having got themselves into the position, it would definitely be a disappointment, wouldn't it? But whether coming into this game, I suppose it would be easy for us as pundits or even supporters to say, well, a draw against Surrey, that's not a bad deal. But having got themselves into this position, driven back at Everson, he gets a hand on it. They come through for a single. Shot stumps bomb Arshdeep Singh. I think again, Sibley pretty much safe as he came through for that one. 39 for 1. Yeah, I think you get yourself in this position. You bowled really well in the first innings as well. And Kent's attack looking, I would say, as good as it has all season on paper, certainly, with the 2 overseas, and Matt Quinn looking back to his best. You would hope, from a Kent point of view. But Everson then to bowl to Latham. Just picked off his pads into the onside, and there's no run.
I guess the interesting dynamic is the required run rate is so low, 3 and over.
Yeah.
Essentially, it almost rules out a draw if they would just carry on. There has to be a result at this point, unless we see some very, very attritional batting going forward.
Yeah, that's a very good point, isn't it? Is that they're unlikely to drop way below that. They're at 2.5 already. And don't look like they're certainly not breaking a sweat in that regard. But this is one. Might be a leg by, I think. Has it just come off the pad there? No, it's got a bit of bat on it as well. So a single taken down a fine leg, and 3 off the over. Latham 13, Sibley has 22 runs at the moment. Pretty much unimportant for Surrey. Just protecting the wickets, I suppose, for the next couple of sessions. Yeah,
I think they'll be looking to get to the end of the day, losing maybe 2 wickets max, and ideally these 2 back to the end of the day, but be interesting to see where we do finish and what their approach will be tomorrow heading into it.
They've got to come, of course. Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes, Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott batting at 8. Has already scored himself a ton against Kent in the T20. Tom Laws, Gus Atkinson, and Dan Worrell all to come, all handy with the willow. Here's Arshdeep Singh then, a bouncer. It's left by Latham. Quite right, it's not really threatened him as it goes down the leg side. Umpire signals 1 for the over.
So the thing is, such a deep batting lineup at Surrey. If they're in a position where they need 100 runs and Sean Abbott's coming out, you'd fancy their chances.
Well, even Gus Atkinson, as Mark will tell us, we saw him at the Oval, absolutely flaying the Kent attack around and looking very comfortable doing it. So, yeah, eminently possible. And with a tiring attack, we saw what Kent did to Surrey this morning as well. Arshdeep to Latham. That's a flick off the pads. This will go 4 this time, I think. Quinn gets there. Well, that was a heck of an effort. I thought he was very much second, if not even third favourite to get to that one, but they're coming back for 3 in the end. Well run by the Surrey pair, so still a chance. While these 2, as you say, carry on, if they can keep wickets intact towards the end of the day. Thanks for all your emails, by the way, kentcricket@gmail.com. If you fancy writing us an email, Mike's been in touch from Soho Square. He says, hope you're enjoying the weather. It's all right, Mike. We'll put up with it. He says, great day for Kent, but Surrey do bat deep. He says, our bowlers, really good first innings. So they can repeat that, I'm sure, he says. Doesn't look like it's doing very much, has to say, out there, Mike, at the moment, as we've said before. Clive in touch as well. Enjoying this so much, he says. Analogies go, he says, Quinn and Singh like Jedis fighting the Empire. Outside the off stump, he's closer to the off stump this time with Singh through the wicketkeeper. There's no run. Best cricket, he says, I've seen all season. Surely, sorry, can't get 501, question mark. You just feel that slight tinge of worry in Clive from Sevenoaks' email. Surely they can't, can they?
I think if you're a Kent fan, you're always going to be worried based on the form this season.
Well, that's exactly right, isn't it? And I think as one of our emailers said earlier on, it feels like he felt like he was in an alternative universe where Kent were the reigning champions and were dispatching Surrey. But as Archdeep bowls to Sibley, just a little bit up as he drives that, but safe. And Quinn has sort of parried that to Joey Everson on the bounce.
Interesting Star Wars analogy earlier. Does that mean Dom Sibley's Darth Vader in this scenario?
I quite like that, actually. Yeah, maybe. He's got the stature, hasn't he, Dom Sibley? He's a tall, broad man. He's got a helmet on, but it's mostly the Surrey brown rather than black. So it's Archdeep Skywalker to bowl from the Nuggets Road end. Not quite sure. I should probably stop there. His left arm over the wicket, bundling in now towards Sibley, leaves that going down the leg side, and there's no run.
I think one other aspect is the Kent bowling attack is relatively young and inexperienced. Everson, Archdeep Singh, even Wes Agard, still only 26 years old. So I know Quinn's quite experienced, but generally, if they're looking for ideas, they haven't got a lot of experience in that lineup.
Yeah, that's a good call. See Jack Leaning as captain will need to add whatever he can in terms of, I suppose, reassurance as much as anything, isn't it? And to keep patient, as Mark was saying, that's the watchword for both sides at the moment. As Archdeep bowls to Sibley. Decent bounce of that one. Sibley ducks right underneath it though. End of the over, 3 off it. So right with the required rate. I feel like I'm in T20 mode there for 5 sessions. 43 for 1. The target 458. They are a long way away, sorry. However well they bat. Latham 16, Sibley 22.
Yeah, it does feel slightly odd to have the required rate up there on the scoreboard when we're such a long way away.
They've got their 3 for the over. They're doing fine. What's doing fine? I think that's the camera tent, the real ale tent, just as we look across and to our right between the sight screens and the Les Ames stand. Seems to be doing a very good business in there. And Kent County supporters. Their tent is well populated too on the right hand side. As Latham looks to drive this, call it time it. I think if Kent looking for any kind of supporters, any kind of inkling as how we're going to take this next wicket, I would say Everson is just, well, almost imperceptibly is not causing worries exactly, but Latham's mishit a couple now. As he bowls once again Everson down the leg side this time. She's a bit quicker from Everson, looked like, down the leg side. But as I said, having said that, those are very small increments indeed. At the moment, you'd say the Surrey pair looking pretty secure.
Yeah, definitely. I think for the Kent bowlers, it's just about finding that consistency with line and length and just probing the batsmen and hoping they can slip up for one delivery.
So, Everson then in the 18th over at the moment as Latham just tries to guide that past Mieye at point and can't. Feel fairly close in for Latham here. It's just the one slip now though. It's Jack Leaning. There's a sort of second slip position. Looks like Ben Compton is at square leg or just in front for the left-hander. Matt Quinn down at long leg. There's no boundary field at forward of the leg side. Latham attempting to drive past the man at mid-off. Actually, that must be Agard out at long leg as it's Quinn there at mid-off. Mid-on and mid-off. Extra cover is Daniel Bell-Drummond. And Joe Denley in at Sorry, did I say mid-wicket? I should be mid-wicket for Daniel Bell-Drummond. Sorry. At cover is Joe Denley, with his hands on his knees at the moment. Crouch stance. And the AA at point. The rest of the field is Everson bowls now to Latham. Little punch on the back, off the back foot up to mid-on, and there's no run. So I don't even know at this point whether, you know, a series of dots, the build of pressure, how well that works against these two batters, because they both appear to have the temperament for it.
Yeah, they've seen it all. They've been in every sort of scenario. So this is going to be a massive challenge for this Kent bowling attack.
It's Everson now to Latham. Now, eyes right over the ball there and into the onside. A maiden for Joey Everson, none for 7 from 3. 43 for 1 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London on the live stream as well. My Kent County Cricket Club with the pictures on the BBC Sport website and app for the audio, and regular radio reports for BBC Radio Kent as well. As we hit a bit of a calm. It was definitely more excitement this morning. The members are very excited to our left for Kent, and now feels like it's met that post-lunch lull.
Yeah, very cathartic experience at the moment, sort of meandering along. But perfect in terms of weather, perfect conditions for watching county cricket. You know, it's not too hot, nice breeze, sunny, so I can see why the tent across from us is crowded at the moment.
Yeah. I suppose if you're a supporter of either side at the moment, it's still eminently possible your side's going to win, so you could just kind of let it play out in front of you without too much tension, perhaps. Arshdeep Singh is going to come round the wicket to Sibley, leaves that through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. Sibley looks back towards his off stump. Not too many alarms there. Jack leaning, just a good chat with Jordan Cox there. Is there a tactic emerging there? I wonder.
What an adjustment for Arshdeep Singh. A month ago he was in the IPL where players were scoring at 220 in 20 overs now.
Yeah.
He's bowling at Dom Sibley at Canterbury.
It's a very good point, isn't it? Different discipline needed.
Yeah.
As Arshdeep bowls to Sibley, driving up to mid-off Everson Fields, and there's no run. And death bowler, I suppose, is he? Arshdeep was how he's made his name, I suppose, if I can say that.
Yeah. Well, I guess signing for Ken, he said he wanted the challenge, and I guess this is part of the challenge, probing, finding out how you get batsmen out in different ways.
Yeah, you're right. If he had 2 dot balls in the death of a T20, he'd be absolutely doing his job on the other points. He needs some W's now for his adopted side. Leg slip goes in. Daniel Bell-Drummond. It's just pushed down to the ground by Sibley, not far from his off stump. If you want to know how close, you just had a look at the body language of Dom Sibley there as it's anxiously looked back to his stump. It's gone past the off stump. He's leant on his bat then, and in relief, I think, had a look at the toe end. 43 for 1.
You can always tell when it was close because the batsman would immediately act busy straight away to try and push out of his mind.
Absolutely right. He was, after a brief reaction, very much all movement. Arshdeep then to Sibley, backward defensive. Front elbow goes up high, up to mid-on. It's no run. And Kent would love one of those half chances, wouldn't they? Just to break the spell here of these two. You've put on 39 together. 43 for 1.
I'll tell you what though, Latham and Sibley are not going to give much away. They are comfortable in what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, it really is a battle for Kent to get something out of them here. Arshdeep runs past the umpire. Ooh, just hurried Sibley again a little bit there. Bat looked to be squirming in his hands almost. Hear what the Kent fielder thought of that. He got an ovation from a Mexican wave. Good ball.
He's asking a few questions, and as you said, the Kent players are getting a bit pumped up now. Just need to add the pressure onto Sibley.
Yeah. I mean, if it is about dot balls, this is our, I think, 15 in a row now. Singh bowls to Sibley. but comfortably leaves that one. Happy to do so as well. It's a maiden for Arshdeep Singh. 5 of his 2 maidens, none for 9. And unsurprisingly, applause from the Kent supporters. I'm sure will have liked what they've seen so far. An unknown quantity, I guess, in this form of cricket. And well, for himself, as you said, I guess he's got something to learn and something to prove to himself, perhaps.
Exactly. We were sport for choice in the morning session with boundaries galore. This equilibrium's being achieved now with this session. This
is cerebral cricket now, isn't it? It's sort of cricket equivalent of chess between these batters and bowlers and fielders. I mean, Arshdeep obviously comes with the blessing of the Indian Cricket Board, and I'd imagine he's looking to push his career on. He'd love to play Test cricket for India as well.
Yeah.
This is a good way of testing yourself and finding out if you can do it, as well as having a contract, I guess, during the summer. But I'm sure there are other ways that he could be earning money over the summer. There are plenty of franchises that would be very happy to have him. So, as you say, the challenge is the thing as well. One slip, interesting field for Kent now. I'll think about that in a second. Everson to Latham, drives to one of the interesting field, who is Mayeye. So they have 2 covers and 2 mid-wickets now, both all 4 are static catchers. So it's a sort of, I don't know, it's a sort of umbrella, if you like, or a sort of arrow. If you have Jordan Cox, the wicket keeper, at the base of the arrow, and the bowler as he comes to the stumps at the point of it, you've got the wings either side, of those 4 fielders. So they're very much looking to stop Latham driving through those areas, or make him think about it anyway. Yorker length, driven up to Matt Quinn, a mid-off no run.
I guess for Tom Latham, this is a readjustment as well. He's been playing white ball cricket as a New Zealand standing captain while Kane Williamson's been injured. So for him, he hasn't played first-class cricket in about 3 months. So he's, again, readjusting to the format for him. And I guess this is a perfect scenario to trying to get settled in. No pressure to score runs. He's kind of got a lot of time to get settled in.
Everson then to Latham. Again, he's settled on that one on the off stump and just played it in the ground into the offside. But the Kent fielders, as if with every dot ball, are getting more enthusiastic. But again, as you say, these 2, Sibley and Latham, have been around the houses a bit, so they're not going to be fooled by any sort of raising excitement from the fielders that there's anything necessarily happening here. Here's just a stonewalling job here as Everson bowls to Latham, and he plays it into the ground again. A very similar shot, but this time to Joe Denley, who's, I don't know if that makes him cover number 1 or number 2, but he's the nearest the bowler's end.
Bit of chat every delivery between Singh and Everson, and Quinn joining in, so they're obviously thinking they can get something.
Yeah, raise the volume. There's a shout of "Come on, Kent" from somewhere. I think they're doing their best. Everson to Latham. Oh, that's a lovely flick of the wrists, and that will be 4 through the onside. No chance for Arshdeep Singh. He's quick across the ground. He's not getting that. Dare I say, almost dismissive that from Latham, the way he played it. Beautiful shot.
Yeah. Just
a flick of the wrists, almost no foot movement, and it's 4. 47 for 1. Well, that's breaking the run of dots anyway, but...
Just a 4.54 to go. Sorry,
yeah,
across the line.
And still at required rate at 3 and over. So she's going pretty steadily so far. Most important figure of all those is the 1 in the wickets column for both sides at the moment. These 2 came together at 4 for 1 when Rory Burns went. Front foot drive into the offside, up to mid-off by Latham, and that'll be the end of the over as Matt Quinn fields. Wipes the sweat off his forehead onto the ball, polishes it on the back of his whites. And at the moment they've negotiated more than an hour since lunch, these 2. 20 for Latham from 59 balls. Sibley has 22 from the same amount of deliveries.
Yeah, at this point they'll both be looking to just get to the tea break without giving up their wicket. So neither look too concerned about scoring runs. But as you said, with the required rate only 3 and over, they don't need to really do much. Latham's boundary in the last over was more than enough.
I think, well, we were told, I think, that tea will be as Arshdeep Singh comes around the wicket to Sibley. It's just deflected out towards point. Was that a shout from Arshdeep there? Was it frustration maybe? No. He shouted himself, 47 for 1. Yeah, I think T is 350,
Okay.
and neither side has bowled their overs very quickly, so could leave quite a long session, perhaps around 40 overs, but we'll see how we go with that. 47 for 1 then. Arshdeep Singh looking for this breakthrough for his new side. Bowls now outside the off stump, left by Sibley. Once again, as you say, I think I'm slightly projecting on Arshdeep Singh, but I'm thinking, you know, he's thinking, oh, he's not played at that one. What's going on?
Aren't they meant to play at every ball?
Exactly right. And well on top here. 47 for 1 then. 2 slips now, a gully in. Joe Denley. Shortish mid-wicket is Daniel Bell-Drummond. Round the wicket comes the left-handed Arshdeep, through to the wicket-keeper again. Sibley's pretty certain where his off-stump is. The ball's not doing a great deal for Arshdeep either, so it's going to have to do a lot from round the wicket, isn't it, to the right-hander?
Yeah, he's bowling really well, really consistently. It's just unfortunate from his perspective, the pitch isn't offering much, and Sibley's under no impressions to play much.
It's a good point. The line and length has been pretty much exemplary.
Yeah.
It's just, from a bowler's point of view, hoping that he can engender the mistake from the batter. Arshdeep then to Sibley. Ooh, that was closer. I think that did something as well. Just a little bit off the pitch. 47 for 1, but again, perhaps the bounce was Arshdeep's undoing there, because it's bounced over the stump, and Sibley can leave it as long as he can get everything out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good delivery though from Arshdeep. Daniel Bell-Drummond certainly liked it. He's leading the cheers at mid-wicket. Pretty rapt attention out there after lunch from the supporters. Just a vague murmur around the ground as Arshdeep comes in to bowl to Sibley. Ooh, that squared him up a little bit as well as he's trying to get forward. Sibley pinned back in his crease. I get the forward defensive there, just the shot late. But again, he keeps his wicket intact. 1 ball to come of this, the 21st over.
Yeah, you just feel a nervous atmosphere is building around the ground.
As they're waiting for something to happen.
Yeah.
Some of the Kent supporters would love it if the breakthrough could come, and 50 minutes from tea. Perhaps more than one. Arshdeep to Sibley, sets off for a run. It's a quick one. Everson's not going to get there quick enough, though. He's not able to do that, and they come through for a quick single. End of the over, 48 for 1, with 20 for Latham, 23 for Sibley. And Arshdeep's figures none for 10 off 6 overs and 2 maidens. Everson will continue. I think, yes, he will, for his 5th over. None for 11 from him so far. And update coming from BBC Radio Kent very shortly after the travel news. Well, quite often we find out whether we're getting home tonight or whether
It's always good to know.
on the motorways, those around the county.
Yeah, I think the batters would struggle to work out when tea break's actually going to start after the chaos of the 1:05 start for our lunch.
Oh yeah. Do you think their inner clocks have been absolutely reset?
Everything's in the air at the moment.
Bit of a field change. Jordan Cox is kind of wandering down the pitch at the moment. Is there something happening behind the bowler's arm as well? Quite sure what's going on at the moment. Brief halt in play. So an update for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, still going well for Kent here. They've set Surrey a massive 501, which is just a run off the county championship record for a run chase in the fourth inning, set nearly 100 years ago. Now Surrey are capable of doing that. We feel they're the best side in the county championship. They're top of the championship, but Kent have absolutely bossed this game so far. 3-4-4, their second innings finished. They put on 147 runs this morning, 71 for Kadri, 37 off 22 balls from Matt Quinn, which was great fun to watch. But they've taken just the one wicket so far, Kent, in 2 overs they had before lunch. Wes Agar getting rid of Rory Burns, the Surrey captain. Since then, Tom Latham on 20 and Dom Sibley on 23. Sibley, a former England opener, and Tom Latham, a current player for New Zealand. They love doing this, Pat. They love just sticking around limpet-like and exhausting the bowlers, playing defensively, leaving ball after ball. If anyone is going to do this for Surrey this afternoon, these are the absolute pair that they need. Kent need to find a way of getting one or both, ideally, of them out very shortly. But 48 for 1. Surrey are fascinating cricket here. And the commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So just going back to the brief pause was at bring on the helmet for Jordan Cox. There we go. Sorry, standing up to the wicket. I saw a helmet come on. I was looking around. The most obvious person to look at is the wicketkeeper, of course, and he is standing up then to Everson. Sibley outside the off stump. Perhaps something different to think about here, because Sibley's not exactly charging down the pitch at this point, is he?
No, and then this is where the experience of Sibley comes into play. He knows exactly what to leave. It's going to be very hard to try and get around that for Everson. Yeah.
So maybe the indication was the last over when he, actually the one before I think as well, he fell forwards slightly to a couple of deliveries from Arshdeep, but to state the bleeding obvious, Arshdeep's not bowling this over, but they're hoping that perhaps Everson can do the same. As his run is just checked, as Sibley needs to adjust his gloves, I think. Everson then bowls to Sibley. The off stump, and there's no run. He's getting well forward, but yeah, again, I suppose from Kent, looking at this situation, it's just giving Sibley something different to think about.
Something different to think, yeah, exactly. The variation, so they just got to keep probing away.
So back goes Everson to his mark. 2 balls to come with the 22nd over. Balls now to Sibley. The field has changed subtly as well for this over, with Joe Denley, as it's played straight at him, actually, is a very short mid-on.
Yeah.
About halfway up the strip, but nearly with his left foot on the cut strip. To the right-handed Dom Sibley. So he's a shortish, straightish mid-on. Mieye mid-wicket. Beldrum at cover, it's left outside the off stump, through to Jordan Cox, and that's the end of the over. Another maiden. Everson none for 11 from 5 overs and 2. 48 for 1. I think Mark Church is poised. Well, he's looking pensive, actually. I'm not sure poised is the right word. So thank you very much indeed. He'll be back in half an hour or so. Mark Church, a penny for his thoughts. We may find out. He may tell us, he may not. He may be keeping it to himself. But 48 for 1, 20 for Latham off 59, 23 for Sibley off 71. And for the first time, we've seen the required rate sneak up to 3.1. 453 still to go to win. Attritional, I think it's fair to say.
This. I'm absolutely loving this. Proper cricket this at the moment. These two are just literally getting their heads down for the long haul. I'm like a coiled spring, Matt Cole, when I come on air. I'm like a coiled spring. Been sitting there watching away.
Analysing.
Well, I think you couldn't have 2 better blokes for this, really, in Latham and Sibley. Where's Agar back into the attack, coming round the wicket from the Nackington Road end to Latham, and Latham just gets a ball that's a little away from him, pushes out towards backward point. The other thing here is it's a hot old day, so you know if Kent are going to have to come back and do some bowling tomorrow, you want to keep them out there all day today. Now they will do that, obviously, if we're coming back tomorrow, but As I said, I think for Surrey to be where they need to be tonight, they need to be 3 down maximum. 48 for 1 they are at the moment. Not even sure runs count at the minute, really. As round the wicket comes Agar to Latham way down the leg side. Latham just lets this go.
We were only really half joking about the required rate, which Kent have very obligingly put up, but it kind of points out that these two aren't really doing anything. But
you can catch it up tomorrow.
Exactly. If they don't really do anything for another 2 or 3 sessions, these two, they could both have themselves 100, and Surrey could have a heck of a platform with the tired bowlers.
And look at what they've got to come in that
Exactly,
middle order.
Yeah.
They can up that rate whenever they need to, really, against tired bowlers. As looking to drive here is Latham to a good length ball, thick inside edge, hits the pad, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run.
Encouragement for Kent will be, I think, Agar in these first 3 balls has asked 2
Kent have
bigger questions of Latham than he's been asked for a bit.
Just got to keep plugging away. That's the thing. It's 9 deliveries for Kent, and there's plenty of those to come. We've still got 51 overs after this one today, so there's a whole day tomorrow and 51 overs remaining after this one. So that's plenty of overs, plenty of deliveries. You just got to find 9 of them. As in round the wicket comes Agar, and Latham, that's down the leg side, gets absolutely nothing on it. Now, if Surrey were to go at what they are at the moment, which is 2, their run rate at the moment is 2, with 51 overs left. That's another 100, say. Surrey went to stumps tonight at 150 for 2. They can catch that up tomorrow. That's the thing. And it would have been a long old afternoon for Kent, this. So, Sibley and Latham going about this in exactly the right manner at the moment. Latham has 20, Sibley has 23. Where's Agar? Down the slope, round the wicket he comes to Latham, who's in behind this one, plays it down into the leg side, rolls in there to under Mieye. Now what does Sibley want? It's international sign-off here. He's asking for someone to come on and spray something on his crash helmet, it looked like. So we'll wait to see what that is. He's got a towel in the back of his trousers.
Did he want a towel? But as he turns, you can see it in the.
He's got a towel in the back of his trousers, as Tom Sibley, which
mean?
Never a bad thing in any walk of life. That to have a towel in the back of your trousers, never know when it could come in handy, especially in hot weather. As round the wicket once again is Agar, shout for LBW, nothing doing. Good shout to Latham, just trapped him on the crease, but a little shake of the head from umpire Warren, but a good over from Wes Agar. Maiden, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. And we might find out in a minute what Sibley wanted. I think we're going to get some spin as well in a sec. Kadri was sort of getting himself warmed up. So we might get a bit of spin from Mr. Kadri. He's going to have to do some bowling, you would think. But what's Sibley got? Anything's been taken out to Sibley? I'm just watching at the moment what Sibley's doing. He's washing down his face. And he's basically having a wash, Dom Sibley, but it's a hot day out there. So he's having a wash of his face. Dom Sibley, very hygienic.
This is the appeal, just looking at the livery here.
It's not a bad shout.
I was going to say, it's not bad at all, is it?
Not a bad shout at all.
Maybe just doing too much?
Sure.
No.
Looks a good
outside the off stump.
Looks a good shout. But not given, that's the key thing.
That is the key thing. I was going to say that. More look at it. You're right.
I like the fact that as well that sort of Cox has now come up to the stumps to Everson. Did this about 3-4 overs ago, so Sibley stays in the crease.
Everson bowls to him. Oh, what's that hit? Was it a strangled shout? Joe Denley very politely appealing, it looked like.
I wonder if that might have just brushed the bat face. It bounced a touch. It just hit Cox. And if it had
he's rubbing the right thigh.
Yeah, if it had rebounded to leaning, that would have been interesting. But yes, this is again that whole thing of going stump to stump from Everson. That's his job here.
Actually, Jordan Cox is just going through. I think he's just trying to confuse the pain. He's running on the spot, rubbing his thigh there as it's once. It's turned into the onside by Sibley. Mieye Fields, no
I
wrong.
went for a little wander during my break. It's lovely out there at the moment. It really is. Nice temperature.
Yeah.
Nice atmosphere.
Breeze around as well,
There's a
isn't there?
breeze.
And there's that
Breeze.
warm
Cooling
sunshine
breeze.
too.
I like a
Very
breeze.
nice.
Especially when you're sort of on holiday on a beach. A breeze is always nice, isn't it? A bit of a breeze.
It's Everson bowls to Sibley. And this one has closed the face on it, out towards square leg, single taken.
I always enjoy a heat haze
nice
as well.
one,
Do you like a heat
Yeah.
haze? I'm sure there are a few of those knocking around at the moment. I always enjoy a heat haze.
Certainly on the roads of the Garden of England at the moment.
Yes, yes,
Be
yes.
hazy, I'd imagine.
Steamy. I was here yesterday morning when it rained.
I bet it was,
A
yeah.
bit steamy.
That was just from you, wasn't it, after the delay in play?
Yes, yes indeed.
Oh. Oh, a little jump to the right-hand side from Denley. The bowler starts and stops. Now he goes. Everson, keeper back now to Latham, who drives. Doesn't really get all of it, but enough just to nudge it back past the bowler for a single, and that's a 50 up for Surrey. So 451 to go. At 21 for Latham, 24 for Sibley, and I'll say this again, and I'm not just saying this because Kent obviously have had a difficult summer, but really just feel if any side in the county championship can do this, it would be this Surrey side. As Everson bowls and Sibley defends into the offside. And Santoki was saying that pretty much this goes all the way. One or the other side probably should win this. Kent,
Yeah,
Kent, if they bowl Surrey out, obviously before the time. If it goes to
if we get
towards
to
6 o'clock
if
tomorrow,
we get to tea time tomorrow, a very interesting game.
I would
of
imagine
cricket on
Surrey
our
will be
hands.
in with a chance at that point. And as you were saying, with a tired bowling attack as well, we saw what Kent did this morning to that effect. And delivery, was it an edge? Was it an edge? Shout of catch it, and I think it was from everybody's bowling, everybody's body language there. Jordan Cox standing up to the stumps, which is difficult enough. An edge from Sibley, and he has just dropped that. I think it's hit him up near the chest and just dropped to the floor. But yeah, the disappointment from Joey Everson there was palpable, I think.
Well, that's the sort of gamble you take from coming up to the stumps, because what it does do is it keeps it. That's created the edge. Cox being up to the stumps. I think the problem for him there was it really bounced. But there was a definite nibble on it from Sibley, just from the reaction everywhere. But you know, everyone will say, well, if he's standing back, he'd have caught that. Yeah, but if he'd been standing back, Sibley would have been halfway down the pitch playing that. So it's a sort of horses for courses. As what is Agar from the Nackington Road end comes round the wicket to Latham. Latham's playing this one solidly back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I was going for swings and roundabouts on that one, but I don't know.
Either or.
Either or,
Yes.
indeed. 6 of 1.
And 27 dozens of the others. But yeah, that's the thing there. The reason Cox is up to the stumps is to stop Sibley batting out of his crease. Because he was up to the stumps, Sibley's gone back into his crease. That's created the edge, but Cox couldn't hang on. Our box of balls is down there again. As we were saying yesterday, it's like something that the President would take on Air Force One. As in round the wicket once again comes Agar, and this is just tucked off his pads by Latham for 4, past the box of balls. So that's a boundary for Tom Latham, and that's the 50 partnership. Oh no, not quite yet. Yes, it is. Sorry, apologies. That is the 50 partnership between these two. So 50-run partnership to a smattering of applause around the ground. Latham on to 25. But yes, I was saying yesterday, I quite like a sort of suitcase carrier of balls. You know, some grounds you go to, it's just a box of balls, but this one here is spectacular.
Do you think both umpires have to put their thumbprint on it or something like that? It's the codes.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you get them muddled up. As in round the wicket goes Agar. This one's left alone by Latham. We had a lovely vision of Joe Biden on Air Force One, opening up the case to find new cricket balls in there, rather than
6 shiny dukes.
what he was looking for. But there is a sort of presidential look to that
There
case.
is, you're absolutely right, yeah.
For the balls.
Yeah.
Down
Russell
there
Warren
below
might be
us.
very surprised to see a big red button.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't press it. 54 for 1.
Means an extra hour on the end of the day.
Turns once again. Oh, actually, we'd be all right. We'd be at lunch. As turning once again is Agar. Coming in down the slope and round the wicket to Latham. And Latham almost played on here. Feet didn't really go anywhere. Just trying to push that through the covers. Gets the thick inside edge. Went straight down. Instead of at an angle, it just went straight down off his bat. So some moments here for Kent now.
Yeah.
Little nick from Sibley and that shot there from Latham.
Half chances, quarter chances. Oh, Fabian Cowdery's been in touch.
Ah.
Kent all round, of course. Kent building a 500-run lead against an international Surrey outfit. And we're dreaming, he says. No.
No, you're not.
Well, I don't think you are.
No. It has happened, Mr. Cowdery. As in round the wicket once again goes Agar. Nicely timed this by Latham off his pads again. And that will whistle away for 4. Nothing more than a little roll of the wrist, that from Tom Latham. And that has sped over the boundary rope, but deep backward square for 4. So 4 more to Latham, 4 more to the total.
Yes, Nigel on the emails. Nigel, great to hear from you. It's good afternoon. Never write off Surrey, but Kent really need this victory. If Surrey win or even draw, it could really affect Kent for the rest of the championship season.
It's going to be a long.
Feels like that, doesn't
well,
it?
And
This
also
will be
the other thing, it's going to be a long slog if Surrey do draw or win it for Kent. As round the wicket once again goes Wes Agar, and driving is Latham. That's a nice looking shot. Just lovely placement, just pushing out into the offside. Takes a single. One of those modern punch drives that they always talk about there from Tom Latham. Picks up 1 more. Latham's on to 30. End of the Agar over. Sibley has 24. Sorry, 59 for 1, needing a further 442 for victory.
Seen a video of you at lunchtime, of course. Just absorbing the jazz vibes.
Oh, it's brilliant. I love it. Absolutely
It's a
loved it. I
lovely-
love
it's a
the
nice idea, isn't it?
jazz flute on day
Yeah.
1 and today.
Jazz trumpet today.
It's our 4-man.
A bit of clarinet, you said as well, is that
Yeah,
right?
well, I think
Yeah.
is that a jazz quartet?
Yeah, I
I
guess.
think it can be. Yes, I think it can be.
So is it trumpet, clarinet, drums and...
Trombone
Okay.
and singer.
Oh,
So
bit of
that's
voice.
5.
Yeah.
Oh, I think actually though the singer was also playing one of the instruments.
Okay. Doubling
not,
up.
Not at the same time, because that would be very tricky.
Well, it'd take a lot of breath, wouldn't it? Circular breathing, maybe. Who knows? And that's Everson bowls to Latham. And defends that. No run. Keeper back for Latham. It's Sibley they want to tether.
Be a good name for a band, that.
Circular breathing. Sounds like a name of a jazz band, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Yeah. Very good. No, look, Sibley and Latham, they're doing this extremely well at the moment. But Kent, as I said, have just got to... Kent are still bossing this game. Kent have to remember that. They're still bossing the game.
Yeah, a long way out for that, as this one's angled behind square. In fact, I'll go away for 4. I just lost the fight of it there. I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, but it's played down into the vacant 3rd area. Arshdeep Singh was chasing around after it, but he hasn't reached it. It'll be 4 more.
Yeah, just dangled the bat on that, did Tom Latham. Guided it off down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4 runs. Because every time that Kent sort of think, oh gosh, these two are batting okay now, they just need to look up to win. 438.
That's still quite a lot of runs. As Everson bowls to Latham. It's into the offside, and there's no run. Oh, sorry, a single run, I should say. So on to 64 for 1. T was 350. Is that right today? It wasn't an overs thing we were told earlier.
No,
was it? I think
we're 350,
Yeah.
are we?
Yeah.
So we've got another very long last
So
session.
we should be 40 overs or so for the last session, I think,
Yes.
because we're at 48 now.
Yeah.
So just trying to work out. I'm thinking more from a Kent point of view. That could be a very, very tiring last session if they're not taking wickets. That one gets a little bit of lift outside the off stump. Off a good length from Everson. It's left by Sibley and challenging for Jordan Cox. But he does take it, dot ball.
He's just finding a bit of lift, isn't he,
Yeah.
Mr. Everson? a bit of encouragement for him there.
He's a good cricketer, Joey Everson.
He is. He's a very talented boy, this one.
At 21. What a promise he's got. Bowls now to Sibley. Just a forward defensive, straight at Ben Compton. There's a shortish cover there. Joe Denley is still on that short mid-on position. He's got one foot crossed across the other at the moment. One leg crossed across the other. But when the left foot goes out, it's nearly on the cut strip. Nearly on the pitch itself. Last ball, the 26th over here. 64 for 1 as Everson straining. And Sibley shall not pass.
Yeah.
Forward defensive. Dot ball. And 4-3-7 remain the total on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. Compared to, well, it's been chalk and cheese, isn't it? We had, what was theatrics this morning? Excitement with all sorts of boundaries. Kent hitting for them. Matt Quinn's hurrah at the end, 37 off 22 balls. But now Surrey are doing the job they need to do to keep the ball out.
Absolutely, you're just playing the situation. Strange old saying that, the difference between chalk and cheese, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Because they are two totally different things.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why you would choose chalk.
Well,
it could be anything.
To be honest with you, if you had chalk on your crackers, you'd know about it when you ate it. And if you tried to...
I mean, granite and cheese is pretty different, isn't it? I don't know why you choose chalk.
Oh, it's interesting.
A badger and cheese.
In round the wicket comes Agar, and this is flashed away by Latham. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and he's just helped it away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So, a bit of a run flow here from Surrey. And Latham moves on to 39.68 for 1. Yeah, so if you saw Ronnie O'Sullivan trying to chalk his cue with a slab of cheddar.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I think you'd probably wonder to think, well, there's a difference. I wonder where that comes from, the difference between chalk and cheese. I'm just wondering if you don't use any sort of chalk in cheese making, do you? If anybody knows where that expression comes from, I'd be grateful.
We'd be fascinated
to grateful to find out. Might not sleep otherwise. As Agar's round the wicket, forward goes Latham. That just hopped a touch on Latham. Big grunt from Agar, pushed away into the offside.
Yes, that back and across. Or at BBC Kent Sport or kentcricket@gmail.com if you've got a lot to say about chalk and cheese.
I'm just quite interested to know where that comes from. Because you find with a lot of sayings, don't you, they've got sort of a historical bent. Oh dear, Matt Walker's fallen over.
Yes.
Caught in the wind there, the great Matt Walker.
I'll try and anchor him stably. There you go.
As round the wicket comes Agar, and this one's left alone outside the off stump because we have a picture of Matt Walker as a shade for the ISDN kit, for our broadcasting kit.
These kits more or less indestructible, and I should know because I spent more than a decade inadvertently attempting to destroy them. Not really attempting to, but by accident.
They're fairly robust,
but yeah,
aren't they?
heat, I think, in my experience, certainly
probably the hardest.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when it got up to late 30s in this commentary box, in the sun, at that point, the ISDN kit is maybe not.
Hence the Matt Walker protection, as this is just flicked off his pads by Latham, and away for 4 it goes. This is what Tom Latham's all about, isn't he? Just if you are offline a touch, he will find the boundaries. On to 43. Surrey moving on to 72 for 1. Sounds like someone's car alarm's going off.
Oh yeah.
Hope it's not mine.
I'll get the number soon.
I think I can see the orange Crusader down there in the distance again, glinting in the sun.
Which side are you today?
I'm
in
on
the
the
tent?
right side of. I'm right by the Portaloo. So actually, no, that isn't mine because I am almost directly in a Portaloo today. As in round the wicket comes Agar, and this one's left alone by Latham. Outside is off stump.
I hope it's not mine.
Well, there was that horrible announcement yesterday. Could somebody please move their car? And I was thinking, oh no,
that's going to be awkward.
Oh, that is going to be awkward. But then, as Ben Potts pointed out, the game wouldn't start again until you got round there, so you wouldn't have any commentary to do.
Oh, that's a good point.
That was a very good point from him.
But the number of eyes on you at that point
Oh,
would just
that'd
be
so embarrassing, wouldn't it?
I once went to watch Forest Green Rovers on a wet day at the cricket. Never been to the Forest Green Stadium. Went there for an evening and parked up, and it was one of those announcements, and I was chuckling to myself thinking, crikey, I wonder who's left their lights on.
Ah, no. There you go, around the wicket to Latham, and he's pushing this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
So,
End of the over, 72 for 1.
I slipped away very sheepishly, trying not to draw attention to myself. Who's that idiot? Very kind of them, actually. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got away from Forest Green Rovers because I would have had a flat battery. But anyway.
That is embarrassing.
It really was.
It really is embarrassing, that.
That'll be me then.
Yeah. Those sorts of moments are terrible, especially in cricket. They're horrible moments, those, where you, I don't know, sit in somebody else's seat. Yeah. You have to get up, and then you're getting in everybody else's way, and you're getting a bit of a muddle.
Yeah.
It's no good, that, is it? It really isn't. I find these days as well, getting anywhere in transportation terms these days is fairly tough, be it road or rail.
Yeah, that's true.
Very.
Yeah.
But I have noticed that really lovely people get on a train and go absolutely insanely rushed to find their seat, especially when you book one. And they're the loveliest people in the world. They get very tense. Very tense. Yeah, it's like this mass stampede, isn't there?
I never really understood that with plane boarding.
No, everybody who dashes.
You've all got a seat, haven't you?
Absolutely.
So
I think you'd hope so. Otherwise, you're sitting on the wing.
I've done that before. Hamid Kadri, first spin of this innings, bowls to Dom Sibley. As the car alarm's still going, I'm still worrying it might be mine.
Well, if it's mine, I didn't even realise I had one.
That's a good point.
Another feature of the Crusader that I didn't realise.
Do modern cars all have alarms?
I don't know. I suppose that mine's not that modern. So.
No. Kadri over the wicket to Sibley and the onside. There's a slip and a short leg there. It's Ben Compton under the helmet. And on the drive at mid-wicket is Tawanda Miyeye. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent. So we close in a couple of hours since lunch. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. Up at 3:45. It will be 2 hours, and these two have batted very, very well. 43 for Latham, 24 for Sibley off 82 balls. Kent are trying to find a way to winkle either of these two out. From flatter delivery from Kadri, fielded once again by Miyeye with the spin coming into the right-hander, out towards mid-wicket. Well, it's about 10 minutes off 2 hours since lunch, and Kent haven't taken another wicket. And as I said to you before, Pat, I think if there was a pair designed in county cricket to spend a long time at the crease and frustrate bowlers, it's Dominic Sibley of Surrey and his batting partner Tom Latham. Kent are striving, they're changing bowlers, they're changing fields, they've even got a car alarm going in the background to try and distract them, but it's not working at the moment. Surrey 72 for 1. They're still a mountain of runs away from a possible victory. 429 more they would need after Kent finished at 344 all out with a fantastic 71 from Kadri and 37 from 22 balls from Matt Quinn this morning. But just the one wicket taken so far. Rory Burns edging the ball from Wes Agar to Jack Leaning, but that was the first over of this innings. We've just finished the 28th, so I'm not saying everyone's getting nervous from a Kent point of view, Pat, but they'd like to see the back of one or both of these, ideally, batters very shortly. T due at 350. If they could get them both out, is that too much to ask? It may be. 72 for 1, Surrey. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
A lovely vision there from you of when you said there's even a car alarm going off. As Wes Agar from the Nackington Road end of the ground coming into Latham, who's turning this one into the leg side, and somebody saying, tell you what, head round to the car park.
I'm not suggesting dirty tricks.
No. It's the 1%ers.
It's the 1%ers.
It might not be in the ground, it could be somewhere else, but there is a car alarm going off somewhere.
I wonder, because there's been no announcement, whether it maybe isn't in the ground.
Might not be. as I say, I'm basically parked in a Portaloo this morning. So.
Yeah, well, funny enough, I'm the other side of the Portaloo.
Oh, yeah.
It's very exciting,
Excellent.
yes. Yeah.
Maybe we could walk back together this evening as in round the wicket comes Agar to Latham. Lovely shot. Complete control from Latham. Just lets it come to him, opens the face, and then just punches it away through backward point. Now whistles away to the boundary rope for 4. Latham's on to 47. And Surrey is 76 for 1.
Yeah, Stuart was a bit concerned that I'd not parked close enough to the railings and my car was sticking out. Turned out that's how long the car is,
Yeah,
and
but
that's where the
thing,
where the railings are. Yeah, it's a particularly long car, but yeah.
It's the length of your car with parking as well.
Yes,
isn't it?
And that's what I was judging it on when I went near the railings was how close I was to the railings, not how long my car was. Probably that was what I was. Yeah, but anyway, to be fair to the stewards parking here, it's as packed as it can be. So they're trying to get us in. They're sardining the cars in, aren't they?
Squeezing everybody in.
Indeed.
As round the wicket comes Agar once again, and this is down the leg side, and Latham will feel he's missed out a touch there, just trying to flick it down to fine leg.
Now 15 minutes till tea. Shall I bring Santoki
yes,
in now? Let's do that.
Yes,
and,
absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you very
You've
much.
had enough of me, I'm
you
sure.
Can go and check whether it's either of our cars.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can sight it from here and just flick the keys and see if that works. Anyway.
Would it work from here? No, I doubt it. It's quite a distance.
No line of sight either. I don't think it might be from here.
Big side screen and a Portaloo in the way.
But more of this fascinating car parking chat with you, Mark, and Santoki's going to join us. Probably he might talk about anything.
Well, hopefully some cricket is turning once more is Agar down there in the distance. Slip in a gully. 76 for 1, Surrey. As round the wicket comes Wes Agar to Latham, and he's just pushing this one out towards a sweeper now, which is Kadri on that cover boundary rope. They'll stroll another single. One more to the total. Back to Santoki from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. This is very good from these two, Sibley and Latham, doing exactly what these two can do at the moment.
Yeah, it's been an ideal session for them so far. Latham closing in on that half century as well. Sibley batting patiently as we'd expect.
He's a very good player, Tom Latham, isn't he? We were saying earlier the average is 41 in Test match cricket. Yeah. I think he's mid-30s in one-day cricket as well. As Dominic Sibley comes back onto strike to Wes Agar, and Agar's in, and Sibley's letting this one go outside his off stump, and then he's down to scuff the pitch is Dominic Sibley. Then he'll go for a little bit of a wander. It's all about concentration this at the moment.
Yeah, Tom Latham, one of New Zealand's great test openers, so massive coup for Surrey to be able to call on him.
Yes, indeed. I think I'm right in saying he's here for 5 championship games?
Yeah, 5 games.
5 championship games. Because I suppose, Surrey, I think we won't see a lot of Ollie Pope, because he'll be off doing deeds of daring do for England. Moeen Ali's had a press conference today. He's been chatting about his test return. As Agar's in and Sibley's in behind this one, pushes this one down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, 77 for 1. Latham has 48 and Sibley's on 24. What do you think about that, Moeen Ali getting called back in?
I mean, it sort of reflects the lack of spin options England have at the moment, but if you're Moeen Ali or any player outside of the setup, you're looking at McCullum and Stokes, what they've done, how they've transformed the environment, you'd want to be a part of that. And I guess it's a win-win situation for Ali because of the nature of how he's come into the squad, and he obviously feels he can prosper in that environment.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I still think, and he's been bowling today, I think we can have all this chat and everyone can preview everything, but until you find out whether Stokes can get through overs, that changes the whole dynamic of that England side.
Exactly.
So I think he's been having another bowl today, as Ben Stokes. And if he can get through his overs, that sort of changes everything, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
As Kadri is coming round the wicket, and a little inside edge here. Latham looked to flick that into the leg. So I can inform everybody with a bit of spy work that Mr. Kadri is wearing a different shirt to the one he batted in. Oh. And how do I know that? Because hanging on the Ken balcony is a Kadri 75 shirt swaying in the breeze to dry out. As forward goes Latham, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no that great cricketing washing solution to everything. Don't bother washing it, just stick it out in the sun for a while and it will dry out. So that's the way it's always been. So Mr. Kadri's other shirt is hanging. Oh, is he gone?
Ooh.
No, dropped at leg slip.
Dropped.
Oh, that's a big chance because Latham's turned it straight off the face of the bat, and Compton in there at leg slips put the chance down. Now that is a huge chance to get rid of Tom Latham. And he gets a pat on the top of his head, does Compton, but he's in there at leg slip, and Latham just turning that straight to Ben Compton. That is a big chance for Kent as Kadri's in. That's short, and that skips on to Latham. It's good stuff this from Kadri, and there's no run.
There we were talking about his laundry habits, and he almost pulled a wicket out of nowhere.
Absolutely. But yeah, Compton will be disappointed with that. As leg slip catches go, that wasn't a tough one because he'd have seen it coming off the face of the bat. As Kadri round the wicket again, Latham flicks him beautifully through mid-wicket to bring up his first Surrey 50. And just after that life, he brings up his 50. 52 off 90 balls with 9 fours. Tom Latham. So in his first game for Surrey, he makes his way to his first Surrey 50.
Adding salt to the wound there for Kadri. You don't give away chances when it's Latham or Sibley.
Yeah, well, they both had a life officially now because of course Sibley dropped by Cox behind the stump, so Kent can't afford too much of that. As in round the wicket goes Kadri, and forward goes Latham. Plays this one into the leg side because we've seen it's going to be tough for them to take the 9 wickets, let alone they've now got to basically take 11, haven't they? They've given these two a life now. So end of the over, 81 for 1. Latham 52, Sibley 24. But yes, on a serious point, when the sun comes out, always keep an eye on players' balconies because you always see shirts hanging over the side. And you often see the players when they've been batting leaving their gloves on the boundary rope, don't they, to dry out.
Yep.
And he's had a good day with the bat, and he almost had a good day with the ball there, did Kadri.
The pitch still isn't offering much, so when you do get chances, you need to take them.
Yeah, absolutely. The pitch isn't offering anything at the moment. Dom Sibley's just taken off his crash helmet to have a bit of a breather before Matt Quinn coming into the attack from that Nackington Road end of the ground. Still the alarm's going off. So wherever it is, it's still going and going and going. I'm not sure it's in the ground actually. And if it is, they haven't found out whose it is. Otherwise we would have had an announcement, I think, by now. Could the owner of a red Focus registration. As in over the wicket then comes Quinn, and solidly forward goes Dominic Sibley. So again, oh, there we go, someone's found the alarm. Again, Quinn, the setup he's got here, Santoki, is to just go stump to stump, isn't it?
Yeah.
Keep it as straight as possible to Dom Sibley. Cutting out mid-wicket. 2 men in there catching. So this is what's needed on this pitch, really. Just got to keep hitting that good line and good length. Matt Quinn's the sort of bowler who'll do that as well.
Yeah.
As down the slope he comes, over the wicket to Sibley, who's forward. That's nicely played by Dominic Sibley. Just pushes it away out into the offside, and off goes Wes Agar to do the fielding. I have to say, Kadri actually, since he's come on, has looked the most likely to take a wicket. Oh dear, a gentleman's just lost his hat. Blew off in the wind.
Oh, retrieved it, safe retrieval there.
He's done well there. But
yeah, no, Kadri has surprisingly looked the most dangerous on this pitch so far. It's a tough one for Kent. Their pace bowlers, there's a lot of inexperience, like Arshdeep Singh and Joey Everson, so this is a very, very big challenge for them.
83 for 1, sorry. Quinn is in to Sibley, who gets fully forward, pushes this out into the offside, and there's no running. Just thinking to tomorrow, if we get to tomorrow, you look at that Surrey middle order, if it's a tied attack, you can sort of forget run rates today. It's just about Surrey not being too many wickets down tonight. They can catch that up quite easily with that in against a tied attack. They can keep Kent out there. It's hot work, this. We saw it yesterday for the Surrey bowlers, but it is very hot work. As Quinn Over the wicket he comes to Sibley, and Sibley again solidly forward, pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, they've still got Ben Folkes to come who can provide similar sort of batting style to Latham and Sibley, but then if they need to accelerate tomorrow, you've obviously got Abbott, Will Jacks to come, so they've got a lot of options, and as you said, if the bowling attack, it will be tired tomorrow, they can capitalise on that for what would be an all-time famous victory for Surrey.
Well, that's a long way off. I think if we get to tea time tomorrow, it's going to be very interesting. If we're at tea time tomorrow. Quinn, over the wicket he comes to Sibley. Forward he goes again. Dom Sibley just punches up towards mid-off. So Latham on 52, Sibley on 26. This partnership now worth 79.
I guess Sibley sort of needs a big score. Was it his high score, the 79 against Hampshire?
Yeah, spot on. I've got all his numbers here actually. If I consult the computer. So yeah, 35 and 6 against Lancashire, 16 and 79 not out against Hampshire. As Quinn is in, and that's left alone by Sibley. 5 against Warwickshire, 48 and a duck against Essex, 13 against Middlesex, 13 and 21 against Middlesex, 60 and 16 not out against Kent, and 9 in the first innings and 26 not out in the second innings. But yeah, you're right, it was in that run chase against Hampshire, the 79 not out, his highest score of the summer so far.
That was when he put together, was it with Ollie Pope? Big partnership.
Well, Ollie Pope batted ridiculously well that day. He was playing shots. The one that everybody remembers when he turned himself around and hooked the ball straight into the pavilion behind himself. Kadri continues, coming round the wicket to Tom Latham. He's down the pitch to him. He's chipped it in the air, and Agar's dropped him. Kent cannot afford this. That's twice now that they've dropped Tom Latham. And he didn't get all of that, and Agar's got both hands to it, diving away to his right. So they've now dropped him on 48 and 52. Tom Latham, 85 for 1.
Kadri with his hands on his hips, very frustrated now. There's 2 chances in consecutive overs off his bowling, which have gone amiss.
Well, he had his moments of luck with the bat, didn't he? he's not having much luck with the ball today, Kadri. He's round the wicket again to Tom Latham, and Latham this time drives out through extra cover. And he won't get to the boundary rope because Arshdeep Singh is round there to do the fielding, but you can't afford that, Kent, especially against a guy like Latham.
It's interesting, Latham's clearly not completely confident against Kadri's spin because that was an uncharacteristic shot he did.
Trying to get down the pitch to it, wasn't he? It's Kadri, round the wicket he goes again, and Latham forward, just punches up towards mid-off. He's a short man, is Kadri.
Yeah. So
he sort of jumps in the air and got a quick off-spinner's action that he's got. But he's had a terrific day up to that point. And then he's had 2 dropped off him. He's in again, and there goes Latham down the pitch to him. Saw him coming quicker and turned by Latham straight in towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, started 7 for 1 after lunch. They've added 80. Haven't lost a wicket, Surrey. Latham waits over his bat once again on 56. Sweeping Kadri is Latham. And I think that hit pad and has just drooped away behind him. And it's picked up by Jordan Cox behind the stumps. But you're right, he doesn't look entirely comfy with Kadri here, Latham.
Yeah, trying different shots. Kadri causing a lot of problems.
I think we'll get one more in before tea as Kadri's in and Latham forward. Pops this one straight back up the pitch. So, lives for Latham on 48 and 52, but he's still there. I think we'll get one more before the tea break, and everyone can go off and get a cuppa. And then we're going to have, if this is the last over, a 41 over final session. So 41 over final session. So I think we'll be past 6:30 again this evening, unless of course Kadri bowls quite a bit, and then we'll get through. And actually, I think Kadri should keep going because he's the one that's causing a bit. He's creating chances, isn't he, at the moment, Kadri?
For the sake of everyone that needs to get a train home, maybe Kadri should.
Well, there they are. So Matt Quinn down there from the Lackington Road end is coming into Dominic Sibley. He's clipping him firmly out towards deep mid-wicket. Mayeye gets round to do the fielding. One more to the total. 87 for 1. Notice that Matt Cole, he gets his own little Kent County Cricket Club media pass, I've noticed you've got there as well, Mr. Cole. Very nice. Very smart. Got his own barcode as well. Yes, very nice indeed.
Where does the barcode allow access to?
Well, that's the thing. Is there a secret area you're allowed into with your barcode? Yes, yes. As waiting over his bat once more is Tom Latham. As round the wicket goes Matt Quinn. Plays this one out into the offside and there's no run. I must find it, but I did see a very funny tweet from Mark Butcher with the World Test Championship. Now, Mr. Butcher, quite rightly, has a room, his own room, basically, at the Kia Oval, the Mark Butcher room, but the posters went a bit awry. I'll just make sure I get this right, because he did tweet it. It did make me smile to myself. But, yes, I think no access to Mark Butcher. It did say, and then they changed it to no access to the Mark Butcher room. So, yes, for a moment there was a poster up saying no access to Mark Butcher, but he's got his own room there, back at the Kia Oval. There's Mr. Butcher playing that one from Quinn back up the ground, and there's no run. 88 for 1. Again, it's just this field set up to go stump to stump. 2 catching at extra cover, short mid-wicket. Quinn's in again, there he goes, hits that length, just honing in on middle stump. There is Matt Quinn. He's the perfect man for this, isn't he, Matt Quinn? It's a hard old job, this, on a flat one, but somebody has to do it.
Just 2 more deliveries to go for the session and it'd be mission accomplished for Sibley and Latham. They've managed to come through unscathed.
Yeah, they've added 81 so far. That was the 100th delivery that Latham's faced. Quinn charging in once again, comes round the wicket to Latham, covers up again as Tom Latham. Plays this one up to mid-on. Lots of cries of encouragement as you'd expect out there, but Kent bowlers can get back in and have a sit down. Mr. Kadri, maybe his shirt's dry now, we'll be able to swap shirts.
Oh, well, that's clearly his lucky shirt, so I think he needs it on.
Well, absolutely. Swinging around in the breeze it is. So this will be the last over before the tea break. Round the wicket comes Matt Quinn, and driven by Latham straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Maybe that isn't tea, or is that tea? Maybe not. Well, we were told that tea was 350, but it doesn't look like anybody's going anywhere. So yet again, are we going to tea?
Looks like
yes, we are. No, nobody knew again really what was going on. So yes, we are going to tea. So as you say there, Santoki, that is mission accomplished on stage 1 for Surrey.
Yeah, brilliant session for Surrey. They've done their jobs, and they'll be looking to build on that in the final session of the evening, where you said how many overs would you to be
We'll
on
have
for?
41 overs in the final session. But the interesting thing there is Kadri did make things happen. So I think we'll see a bit more of Kadri, definitely after tea. We'll all take a break. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes' time. But at tea, Surrey, in pursuit of 501, find themselves 88 for 1. 501. 501. And on the board it's saying Surrey require 413 runs off a minimum of 137 overs. So they've already added in tomorrow's overs there. And Mr. Matt Cole is way to my right-hand side. Santoki from the Caribbean podcast is alongside me. You made a terrific point, actually, during the tea break, that if Surrey are batting tomorrow at the end of the game, they'll have got there.
Yeah. It's an unusual situation. When you have a chase of this magnitude, usually there's an option for it to be end in a draw, bat it out, but we have so many overs left in the day.
Kadri it will be, with his off-spin to get us started after the tea break, and the first ball after tea is tucked away by Dominic Sibley out towards deep backward square, and there is a single.
Yeah, so many overs remaining today, and then all of tomorrow. Essentially, there has to be a result. Either Surrey are bowled out or they complete an unbelievable chase. So, a very enticing prospect for the final day tomorrow.
Absolutely. And I sort of said Surrey minimum or maximum 2 or 3 down tonight to go into tomorrow, I think. As Kadri comes round the wicket to Latham. Had him dropped on 48 by Ben Compton at leg slip, and then dropped on 52 by Wes Agar at a deepish mid-on. Plays his first one from Kadri straight back up the pitch. Kadri was the bowler that created those 2 chances, of course. As here goes Latham using his feet, clipping this one into the leg side. There's Denley to do the fielding. There was a lot of murmurings downstairs about what could happen. I heard a few people saying, "Oh, if we're still here this time tomorrow, it's all going to be very tense."
Nerves kicking in for the Kent fans.
Yes, already. Still got 137 overs left. As round the wicket once again comes Kadri, and forward goes Latham. Pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run.
I'd imagine if they got to the end of play, with only a few wickets down.
This one's turned by Latham into the leg side. It's thinking about a single, but then you can probably hear the cry there of no from Dom Sibley.
Yeah, if they got to the end of the day with just 3 wickets down, you can imagine tomorrow a lot of Surrey fans will be making a trip up here to Canterbury.
Absolutely. It's not too bad a trip really as well from London. Waits again does Tom Latham. Kadri's into him, and Latham just clips him firmly up towards Agar. Will take a single, and that's a couple off the first over after tea. So Surrey are 90 for 1. Latham has 57, Sibley has 28, because the pitch is doing not a great deal at the moment,
much
is it? I can't see it changing a great deal either.
Yeah, I was going to ask for your opinion. Do you think it would deteriorate much tomorrow, or?
No, I really don't. So I think new ball comes into play here as well.
Yeah.
And that hits 80 overs. So what have we got today? We've got 40 left today.
Yeah.
So add that'll be 74. So they'll have a new ball available after 6 tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Which will be an interesting period of play as well. There's Mr. Hogan. He's on a wander round the boundary. Looks like he's off to the beach again to me, Michael Hogan. And Tom Latham is the man on strike. So yeah, that'll be interesting tomorrow as well if we get there. As round the wicket comes Quinn to Latham. Latham is forward and pushes this one down to backward point, and there is no run as Kadri comes up to do the fielding. But again, what Kent have to say to themselves is, if you said to them, right, there's 137 overs for you to take 9 wickets, they go, thank you very much indeed. But Surrey's thinking as well is what we've said, that, you know, with that middle order, if they can tire these Kent bowlers out today and a bit of tomorrow morning, then three runs and over is the required rate, which is absolutely nothing. As round the wicket comes Quinn, forward goes Latham, pushes this one out towards Mieye, who does the fielding at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, as much as we've been talking about attritional batting from Sibley and Latham's going at a fair pace, 57 off 108 balls, 52 strike rate. So the run rate, it doesn't come into the equation. They'll be able to comfortably do that if they can keep the wickets in hand.
Yeah, and that just allows Sibley to do what Sibley does.
Exactly. Down
there at the non-striker's end. So people sort of wandering back to their seats now after the tea break. As round the wicket goes Quinn, and Latham drives, doesn't time this at all. It potters up towards a wideish mid-off. And there is no run.
Pretty sure we'll see a bit more of Mr. Singh tonight, Arshdeep Singh.
Yep.
Still up there at the mid-on position at the moment. Where's Agar? Probably see a bit of him tonight. He's stood down there at a long leg position. Don't really get fine legs anymore, do you? As round the wicket once more comes Quinn. Forward goes Latham, punches up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Arshdeep Singh's bowled really well today. It's just unfortunate for him the pitch isn't offering much, and he's facing two high quality batsmen. But massive learning experience for him, no doubt.
Absolutely. And I think he looks as if he's settled in straight away here at Canterbury. I saw he tweeted a photo of him in Canterbury, sort of saying, "I'm in Canterbury." So he's already done. Mr. Singh's already done a bit of the touring of Canterbury, from what I saw on his Twitter feed. And in round the wicket goes Quinn. Forward goes Latham, pushes this one down towards backward point, and there's no run. Because it doesn't matter who you are. Although these guys travel so much these days, don't they? But sort of settling into a new dressing room and new environment, it's never a straightforward thing, is it? Really?
Definitely. Massive adjustment for Singh coming from the rapturous crowds of the IPL.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, last time he was playing was in the IPL. So this is a slightly different atmosphere. I don't think they had a jazz quartet. As round the wicket comes Quinn, and this is driven by Latham out towards cover, and there's no run. The jazz quartet have gone home actually now. They've finished for the day. Maiden over from Quinn. First up after tea. And Surrey remain 90 for 1 with Sibley on 28. 57 to Latham. Just a reminder of what happened this morning. Kent started the day 197 for 6 and were eventually all out for 344. And the man bowling at the moment, Mr. Kadri, 77. They all enjoyed themselves with the bat this morning, and Jordan Clark finished with 5 for 79, so he did a very good job this morning to Jordan Clark.
Yeah, Jordan Clark's been picking up wickets consistently this season, along with Worrell for Surrey. So.
In over the wicket then goes Kadri to Sibley, and Sibley's turning into the leg side. Mayeye does the fielding, tumbling away to his right. So that meant the lead was exactly 500. So as you put so beautifully, Surrey need to do a Brian Lara here. As waiting once again is Dominic Sibley. Kadri is over the wicket too. Sibley quicker, and Sibley just nudges this one down into the leg side. Mayeye does the fielding once again. And there is no run. Some of the Surrey supporters all sat to our left have got their flags in the hedge again.
Yeah.
You can see the Surrey flags there away to our left. As over the wicket again goes Kadri. Forward goes Sibley, thick inside edge. I was trying to remember the championship game between these two here last year, but of course it was at Beckenham.
Oh yeah.
Last year, and unfortunately the whole of the last day got rained off from memory, which was a bit disappointing because it was all sort of quite nicely poised. As in goes Kadri once more. Forward goes Dominic Sibley.
Thankfully, no rain forecast for tomorrow. It's been an absolute glorious day for cricket.
Well, we're in the middle of a heat wave, aren't we? It seems to be here for quite a bit of time, the heat wave. Over the wicket again goes Kadri, quicker, and Sibley's nudging this one. Back up the pitch, Kadri bowling his off breaks in his sunglasses. One of his jobs as well is just to keep it tight and also give his quick bowlers a rest. As he's in again here, Kadri, and forward goes Sibley, just looking to turn that leg side. Actually off a leading edge, came straight back down the pitch, and Kadri does the fielding off his own bowling. Another maiden over, so 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10, but he should have a number in that wicket column, really, shouldn't he?
Definitely, yeah. He'll be frustrated at those missed opportunities, but he still looks the most likely to take a wicket. The batsmen are pushing forward at him, so maybe he can create chances in his next spell.
Breaking news here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. Mr. Kadri hasn't changed his shirt, unless he did and he's drying out the other one, because it's still up there on the balcony, swaying in the wind, being dried like a clothesline.
You'd think it would have dried pretty quickly in this weather.
Yeah, you would have done. I used to get very excited getting the old washing out when the sun came out. As Latham drives up towards mid-on, will pick up no runs because there is Arshdeep Singh to do the fielding, but used to get very excited running out and pinning everything on the clothesline when the sun came out.
I wasn't terribly good at using the clothes peg, so I get home and find that half of it was in the hedge and blown off. There was a T-shirt I was very fond of that I never saw again, actually, one day on a very windy day. Don't know where it ended up, but when I got back, it wasn't hanging on the clothesline, unfortunately. Blown off somewhere as in round the wicket comes Quinn, and Latham covers up again, just pushes this one down to Compton in there at short mid-wicket. So again, the job for Quinn here is to go stump to stump, isn't it?
Yeah. As you said, it's a thankless job, but someone has to do it.
Absolutely, and it's a very skilled job as well, actually. There's just to keep hitting that length and that line, ball after ball after ball after ball. What he really wants to do here is just knock off Latham's front pad in many ways.
Yeah.
That's what he's, or Latham to just try something. As Quinn is round the wicket to him, Latham forward again. Plays this one back up the pitch. Compton does the fielding to his right. I suppose other options for Jack Leaning are Jack Leaning himself.
Yep.
Maybe a bit of Denley, perhaps a little bit of leg spin from Joe Denley.
I was thinking that they might have to go with Denley, some of the spin, something a bit different to prize that wicket.
Because they've got the off spinner in Kadri.
Yeah.
So they'll be taking it the other way, of course, with Denley. Very tidy leg spinner is Joe Denley. As round the wicket again goes Quinn. And again, it's right on that line, right on that length. And Latham's in behind it, turns it into the leg side. And there's no run. Very good afternoon and a welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra. Lovely to have you with us. Santoki from the Caribbean podcast is alongside. Matt Cole is away to my right. And Surrey are after the grand total of 501 to win this game. There is a whole day to go tomorrow, of course. They are 90 for 1. Tom Latham on 57 on his Surrey debut, and Dom Sibley on 28. And Latham's forward, and we'll get a single here as he turns this one off his hip down towards Wes Agar. Below us at long leg. They'll take the single. That after Kent all out for 344 this morning. A lead of exactly 500. Kadri made 77. Jordan Clark finished up with 5 for 79. They lost Rory Burns to the second delivery of the innings for 4. But since then, it's all been about Latham and Sibley. And a little message went up at the tea break that what Surrey required off a minimum of 137 overs because they'd added the overs on tomorrow. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. End of the over, 91 for 1. Latham has 58. Sibley has 28. We have 37 overs remaining today. And we were saying, Santoki, that really the game plan here from Surrey is, well, ideally still have these two there at stumps tonight.
Yeah.
Leave Kent out there. The runs required is only 3 and over. That's the thing. And the brilliant point you were making is that the draw really is out of the question, because if Surrey bat for those overs, they'll have won the game.
Yeah.
And if they don't, Kent would have knocked them over and we'd all be going home and Kent would have won the game. So Kent have to stay patient here. They just need 9 good balls. As Kadri is into Latham, and he has gone this time. He's come down the pitch, looked to whip it leg side, and it's Daniel Bell-Drummond with a very good catch. Diving away to his left. Tom Latham had a couple of lives before tea. On this occasion, he's used his feet. He's looked to whip it down to long on. And Daniel Bell-Drummond has flung himself to his left. And you can see what that means to Kent. They've all sprinted up to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Latham gone for 58. Kent have their breakthrough. And Surrey are 91 for 2.
Massive wicket. Just rewards for Kadri. We'd said Tom Latham wasn't looking too comfortable against his off spin, and he's finally got the reward after 2 missed chances earlier. So big wicket for Kent, and dare I say a game-changing wicket.
Yep, could well be. Could well be. And it was a very good catch.
Excellent catch from Daniel Bell-Drummond there.
And Kadri's having a very good day. He made his 77 this morning with the bat. Now he has Tom Latham. He deserved Tom Latham. Had him dropped on 48 and 52. Sibley had a life as well. Tough chance for Jordan Cox standing up to Everton. So out comes Jamie Smith to the middle to join Dominic Sibley. big breakthrough that for Kent, and you could, as I say, you see what it meant to the Kent players and to Drummond. He leapt up into the air, threw the ball up into the air, and all his teammates sprinted round. Kadri might get quite a long bowl here because since he's come on, he's the one that's created the chances.
Yeah, he's created the chances. The batsmen, particularly Latham, looked nervous against him, and there was a lot of pressure on Drummond to complete that catch after the 2 missed chances. So fair play to him, an excellent dive. And as we've seen in this match, wickets have tended to come in clusters. So Jamie Smith needs to ensure he preserves his wicket at this crucial time.
Yep, he's had a pretty good season with the bat as Jamie Smith, without a massive score as yet. But he's played some innings in tough circumstances. He's got a bit to bat tonight. 36.5 overs remaining today. So, the right-handed Jamie Smith getting ready for his first delivery as Kadri is over the wicket to him with his off breaks, and Smith is forward with soft hands. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. Kadri does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. We're using a sort of cardboard picture of Matt Walker to keep the sun off our broadcasting equipment, as forward goes the right-handed Smith, looking to turn that leg side. Actually comes off the leading edge and rolls in there to short extra. I'm pretty sure I saw that photo. Just smile there when Drummond took that catch. But yes, it's a very good use of a picture of Matt Walker to keep the sun off the broadcasting kit. As Kadri's in, he's tossed this one up. That's driven by Jamie Smith for 4. Tossed it up and it never came down to earth. So it's nicely put away by Jamie Smith. And he's off the mark with the boundary, and Surrey are 95 for 2. And Santoki is making way for Mr. Matt Cole, who's coming in because he's got an update to do for BBC Radio Kent listeners to tell them about the wicket of Tom Latham. Yeah, because he'd had to tell them that Tom Latham had been dropped twice. He can now inform listeners on BBC Radio Kent in a moment that Tom Latham has been caught as Kadri comes over the wicket, and James Smith's off the back foot this time, punching out there towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Good grab that, wasn't it?
Very good.
Right,
Eminently droppable.
Yeah.
I would say. And I was saying you could see what it meant. He
Yeah.
flung the ball high into the air. Any slight concern is he went straight off. As, oh, that's the quicker one that's almost just squirted through the defences of Jamie Smith. So since he's taken that catch, he's been off the field of play, Daniel Drummond. End of the over, 95 for 2. Another good one from Kadri. Here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. Smith has 4, Sibley has 28, and Kadri the wicket of Tom Latham.
Yeah, could be an important one, but a lot of batting to come in this Surrey lineup, which we've been talking about a lot for those just joining us on 5 Live Sports Extra. This is a very deep batting lineup, and I'm sure Surrey fans will forgive us for mentioning that again, and Kent fans will be reminded, certainly, this is still a big task to get through the remaining 8 wickets, but it's hoping, obviously, from a Kent point of view, they will be hoping that could make the difference. Matt Quinn then, happy to turn 1 into 2. Sibley on 28 from 102 balls, has been studious, as he is with that one, forward defensive, straight back at the bowler.
Well, he's doing the hardest job here, Matt Quinn, isn't he? He's coming down the slope on a pitch that's offering him absolutely nothing. He's got 2 mid-wickets, a short extra cover, a mid-off and a mid-on, and a slip. And he's just been asked to bowl stump to stump on a good length. And that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. It takes an awful lot of skill to do this.
Yeah, strength and stamina too, and Sibley defends it back at him this time. Leg side of the stumps, Arshdeep Singh picks it up. Actually, that may be Jazz Singh, I think.
Yes, I think he's on for Daniel Drummond.
Yes, of course, sorry. And dot ball anyway, 95 for 2 here. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent very shortly. As Mark said, something to celebrate, and they did celebrate it fulsomely. Quinn takes the ball back. Timon on the drive at mid-wicket as well. Sibley, one bounce to Matt Quinn. Oh, what a shot at the stumps. That was close too, as Sibley was just out of his ground. No hint of obstruction there, but he has hit Sibley with the return throw almost in one movement, Quinn. That was a really sharp piece of work, but I don't think he would have got him out anyway. I think he got back into his crease, but has hit the batter on the way back. Nice work from Quinn, though. Certainly has put something in the mind of Matt Quinn. I'm not sure we are updating BBC Radio Kent listeners. There's a bouncer from Quinn through to Sibley, but hold tight, listeners.
That's the first time that Quinn has tried anything different in this spell. Just bang that one in a bit shorter, and swaying inside it was Sibley, and taken by Jordan Cox, moving away to his right-hand side.
Indeed so.
It was about this time yesterday we had the Boss in our headphones, Springsteen.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I thought you meant the Boss, crikey.
Oh.
We've been hearing from him on the news today. Anyway, here's Quinn to Sibley outside the off stump. I think it's very rare for me not to expand on any subject, but I think I'm going to not expand on that one.
Very wide.
You remember Bruce Springsteen, though, of course. The Boss in musical terms. Yeah, there we go. What would he be saying today? Which side are dancing in the dark?
Well, yes.
Which side has the glory? I feel like Anne Robinson
Glory
doing
Days.
Glory Days, yeah.
Glory Days,
Yeah.
yeah.
Who's yeah.
Very good, isn't
Here's Matt Quinn to Sibley. Pushes forward up towards mid-off. Again, we've seen that shot from Sibley a lot. Defending it up towards Arshdeep Singh. A maiden over. It gets a little bit of applause from Mark Church for that. None for 14 off 11. Quinn has been parsimonious.
I'll tell you what, he'll get some applause from Jack Leaning as well, because as I say, it's not a great fun job this as a big fast bowler, coming down the hill, and you can't really try anything. There's nothing happening on the surface for him. He's just plugging away for his team. Here's Bell Drummond. So Daniel Bell Drummond is back out there, which is good news. Just nipped off after taking his catch.
Yeah, any sign of running repairs on the hands there? Can't see any tape or anything on there, but maybe he was due a break anyway.
Yep, could well have been. Kadri continuing with his off breaks from the pavilion end, coming into Jamie Smith, and Smith clips this one firmly up towards mid-on. I was saying, and for listeners on 5 Sports Extra, important points these. We have to keep our eye out for these sort of things. Mr. Kadri is wearing a different shirt to the one he batted in.
It's true indeed.
Because his batting shirt is hung out to our left in the sun, drying, as this is punched a short ball by Kadri, by Jamie Smith, very nicely through the offside. That whistles away for 4. Smith's on to 8, and Surrey a 99 for 2. Lovely footwork that from Jamie Smith. Punch very crisply through the offside. So yes, Kadri's shirt is still on a coat hanger, drying in the wind.
It is indeed.
Away to our left-hand side.
Good day for it.
Wow, very good day. As in over the wicket comes Kadri, and this one's clipped by Smith up towards Bell Drummond at mid-on. I was saying to Santoki, I was boring Santoki actually with how excited I used to get when this weather arrived for hanging washing up.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Yeah. He was very polite about it.
He was very polite.
Yeah, I have to say, he's been very polite to us both today, and
well,
that'll wear thin pretty shortly.
Yes, absolutely. But I do remember I was saying to him, a T-shirt that I was very fond of, getting home from cricket one day, not to be seen again.
Oh, really?
Oh, it blown off somewhere.
Over the hills and far away.
Yes, obviously the wind had got up and I hadn't pegged it properly. And off it blew into the wild blue yonder. But this is the perfect drying day today. Now, Compton's gone in at a silly mid-on catching position, and Smith drives. That's a lovely shot from Jamie Smith. It really is. Because Kadri's tossed that one up, and Jamie Smith, he's come out with some intent here, Jamie Smith. That has whistled off to the rope for 4. Gorgeous bit of batting from Jamie Smith. He's trying to win it tonight. 103 for 2. Smith moves on to 12.
Yeah, that was an absolute delight of a shot.
He's got that man there catching, because he has been
He's
trying
very
to.
close.
He's just been trying
Compton
to whip
there.
it, Compton. He's in there for that whip shot, as this one's just pushed off the back foot by Jamie Smith. There's a silly mid-on, and that one is a really, really stupid mid-on, because he is very, very close.
I mean, he has his left foot. Ben Compton is all but on the pitch at this point, isn't it?
As in
Just
over
a
the
whisker
wicket
away.
goes Kadri, and he's back and punching again off the back foot. Jamie Smith, he's a really good player of spin. Is Jamie Smith, made 100 for the England Lions in no time in Sri Lanka during the winter,
and he has just jumped onto the back foot, and those hands slicing through the ball. So 4 boundaries for Jamie Smith. He's on to 16, and Surrey are 107 for 2.
Obviously much more aggressive than either of the batsmen we've seen in that previous session, Sibley or Latham, but that might be a way for Surrey out of this little spell, mightn't it? If he can bully Kadri out of the attack. Jack Leaning thinks he's just getting too expensive. I know it's early, but if he can do that, that would be great for...
I was benching a bit of Denley.
Could be
a bit of leg spin.
Yeah.
Take it the other way, perhaps.
Quinn holding up the other end, the knacking to road end. Bowls to Sibley. They've got 2 men on the drive on the onside, so they've got Compton has the almost ridiculous mid-on, as Mark was saying, and then Denley is pretty close. So the non-striker, Smith at this point has had to go well wide of the crease, so we can just sort of see him in between from our perspective, those 2 fielders on the leg side. He's going to have to run there, because otherwise he's just going to run straight into Ben Compton, and that's not going to work. So Quinn, there's also a slip in, I should say. Jack Leaning, the captain, straight at that man at that short mid-on. Ben Compton.
Would you like some other scores from around the country?
I would
Matt
like
Cole?
that very much indeed.
Yes, well, Somerset are on the chase because Essex declared their second innings at 170 for 7. And they're 90 for 1, requiring another 376. So sort of the same as this game in many ways. So yeah, they are 90 for 1. Somerset, of course, a whole day to go there tomorrow as well.
It's Quinn in, then from the knacking to road end. Effort ball you could hear. The gasp as he let it go. Straight through the wicketkeeper, left by Sibley.
Hampshire in their second innings at Southport against Lancashire, 336 for 7, so they've recovered pretty well there, Hampshire. That's a lead of 104. James Vince, 76 not out there, but just the lead of 104. Nottinghamshire at tea, 141 for 3 in their second innings. That's still trailing Warwickshire by 275 after Warwickshire had declared at 571 for 9.
Quinn to Sibley, short ball. Sibley sees it off his chest there to the ground. It's dead bats it. It comes to a stop.
He's a tall man, isn't he,
He
Dom
is, yeah.
Sibley? He made that look very easy, actually.
Oh, it's just dropped. Sort of dead at his feet, more or less.
Yorkshire 20 without loss at the lovely Chesterfield. Queen's Park, as Mr. Kevin Howes told me yesterday when I got muddled up with where my parks were. I took them to Colchester, to Castle Park, but it is, of course, Queen's Park. 20 without loss, requiring another 192 to beat Derbyshire.
It's Quinn then bowling to Sibley. Elegant looking cover drive, but we're straight to Bell Drummond. There's no run. So 5 dot balls so far. Just wondering if Bell Drummond had the tubey grip on the left arm before he went off. I'm wondering if in taking the catch he might have grounded that, maybe grazed his arm. Maybe taken some skin off, and maybe that's why that's there for protection.
Well, it's warm enough, isn't it, for the ground to be hard?
Well, that's what I was thinking. It's possible, isn't it?
Absolutely.
He's just come down, maybe taking some skin off the elbow or something like that. Yeah, quite. Here's Quinn to Sibley, leaves that one. It's actually moving very slightly away from the batter anyway, so that was a comfortable leave. And Matt Quinn, well, we talk about spinners holding one end down, don't we? But Quinn is doing that as a seamer at the moment. 12 overs, no maidens. Sorry, 4 maidens, none for 14 so far, but yeah.
It's brilliant stuff from Quinn, it really is.
That's really made me feel a bit funny, you talking about that way, but that is so painful, isn't it? One of the most painful things I've ever done, and embarrassing, was on a running machine once, where I slipped and landed as it was still going, and I flew off the end in front of everybody, but what I did do was, well, grazed my knees quite badly as it was still going round. More my dignity was what I was worried about at that point, so I tried to hobble it out in front of everybody as Kadri to continue from the pavilion end, but that is painful. As Kadri comes over the wicket to Jamie Smith, and Smith is forward and clips this one into the leg side. Mieye does the fielding. Well, Durham 630 against Glamorgan.
Ton there for Ollie Robinson, formerly of this parish.
Yep, and Beddingham made 151.
Not too shoddy.
No, not at all. And In reply, Glamorgan 390 all out in their first innings, of course, and now they're in their second innings as this is pushed off the back foot by Jamie Smith. They've got a sweeper for him out there now, and Glamorgan starting pretty well. They're 75 without loss, so they trail Durham by 165. Gloucestershire 368, Leicestershire are 242 for 4, and Sussex and Worcestershire. Sussex 348. Worcestershire 410, Sussex in their second innings 240 for 5, lead Worcestershire by 178. So those are all your other scores from this round of championship fixtures. As Kadri is over the wicket to Sibley, who's just turning this one into the leg side, will stroll a single. Arshdeep Singh is out there doing the fielding, and they'll take one more, 109 for 2. And as Santoki so beautifully described it, Surrey need a Brian Lara to win this game. 501. Perfect. As waiting over his bat is Jamie Smith on 17. In bright sunshine, Kadri over the wicket to Smith, who drives firmly, and that's got through Joe Denley. He's got something on it. I think it might have been his bottom. And they'll pick up a couple, because he sort of ended up sitting down there, Joe Denley. But at least he got something on it. Taken some of the pace off. They pick up 2, 111 for 2. Jazz Quartet have packed up and gone home. Away to our right hand side.
Very pleasant in the intervals.
They were lovely. Yeah. As Kadri's in again and forward goes Jamie Smith. Pushes this one back up the pitch. Just a lovely cricketing atmosphere, this, isn't it? With the weather and Canterbury week, cricket week. Perfect conditions. As Kadri is in again, and Smith drives once more. That's a gorgeous shot from Jamie Smith. As I say, he's a mighty fine player of spin, Jamie Smith, and he's just knocked Kadri completely off his length here, and that's a super piece of batting. Smith's raced on to 23 off 16, and Surrey 115 for 2, 32 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. If Smith can knock Kadri out of this attack, if Kent are going to bowl long into this match, maybe long until tomorrow, it's going to be exhausting for the seamers they've got. They would love Kadri to be able to go for 1 or 2 and over, and maybe a little bit of threat as well. But if Smith, from a Surrey point of view, can knock him out of the attack, then Kent will be relying on their perhaps tiring seamers. 115 for 2. 386 still to win. And Sibley faces Quinn coming down the slight slope. It's a slowish bouncer, and he's takes advantage of that one, levers it through the offside. Daniel Bell-Drummond dives towards it, can't get it though. That's 4 runs as it runs away.
Well, it's the first one that Quinn's got wrong, isn't it? And I wonder if he's just a bit tired now. Been a terrific spell of bowling this from Matt Quinn, but I just wonder if he's beginning to feel it. It's a hot old day now, and that one looked a slightly tired delivery, didn't it? Short and wide, and Sibley good enough to get it away through the covers for 4. So since the wicket of Latham, we've had a bit of a flurry of runs.
Yeah, was it 91 for 2? These two have put together 28, and Smith has got 23 of them. Sibley now facing Quinn. Oh, it's taken the edge, but it's gone low, so it wouldn't have carried to a slip or a gully there anyway. Gone through for 4, and I would say, maybe in some circumstances, encouragement to the bowler. I'm not sure that is to a tired Matt Quinn, to be honest. That's gone racing away for 4.
He does look tired, doesn't he? And this was the whole point we were making, that if Surrey can get to stumps tonight, I sort of had a maximum of 3 wickets down in my head. They would have done some work today here, Ken. Yeah. They've got to come back tomorrow, and you just look at who Surrey have got in that middle order, and if they're able to come out against a tired attack.
As Quinn bowls to Sibley, straight back at the bowler, which effectively is what Kent's lower order did today against a tiring Surrey attack.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say they made it look easy, but Matt Quinn 37 off 22 balls. Where's he batting? Number 10. We know Mr. Atkinson is well capable of doing that, and he's showed against the Kent team as well this season by bludgeoning 50 odd in a very short order. So it would seem, setting a team 501 to win, it would seem you would have batted a team out of this, the other opposition out, but
Well, the problem is
your head tells you that's not the case here.
It's
Stop ball.
the strangest thing to say, but in a way, two things here. Kent almost bowled Surrey out too quickly, and then Kent last night, Surrey bowled brilliantly to pick up those wickets late last night. So there was so much time still left in the game, and as Santoki said, the draw's really out of the question here, because if Surrey do bat all those overs, they'll have won the game.
Which is a thrilling prospect. What's outside the off stump, left by Sibley. Quinn has a look at him, but then going back to his mark now. But absolutely, for the neutral, well, actually for both fans of both sides. I mean, goodness me, we get to lunch or even tea tomorrow. This could be very, very tense indeed. What do you say, Kent? Surrey chased before. Was it
400? It was 410 for 8.
And I wanted to say
back in 2002.
Yeah. I wanted to say at that time, if they get to 410 for 8 tomorrow, both sides will be in with a very distinct chance of winning it. So we could be at that point. Here's Quinn to Sibley. There's that man at short mid-on. Compton, and there is no run. Joey Everson has been warming up prolifically. In fact, he's taking his cap off. He's not going to replace Matt Quinn. I think he's going to replace Hamid Kadri at this end, which I think is about right for Jack Leaning. And that, it feels like a win for Jamie Smith and Surrey. That is, he's treated Kadri like he wants to knock him out of the attack, and I feel like he's done it, because Kent would have loved Kadri to just be wheeling away at one end, rotate the seamers at the other, keep a constant threat. But at the moment, Jack Leaning, the Kent captain, presumably thinks Kadri is no longer a threat and he needs to bring one of his seamers back.
Well, I think Kadri is no longer a threat to Smith. And that's the key thing there, because Smith has 23 off 16 deliveries.
He's dominated him.
Absolutely. So that's forced Jack Leaning's hand a touch here. So I think Jordan Cox will be up to the stumps for him, will he? We'll wait to see.
He's got the helmet in his hand there, so he's asking Jack Leaning what he wants to do. Yeah, so the captain who's...
He has been up to the stumps for Everson, and that forced a nick from Sibley.
Yeah.
But he couldn't hang on to it. But the fact he was up to the stumps forced Sibley back into his crease. But I think he's going to stay back for Jamie Smith to begin with. So Everson, a couple of practice deliveries up there to Arshdeep Singh, who I'm sure we'll see a bit more of. The other thing to point out is the new ball will be available 6 overs into tomorrow morning. So that could be a crucial time as well.
If they're feeling a bit fresher, these bowlers.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Sound of a seagull as Everson is in, and forward comes Smith. And that one potters out towards deep backward square. He'll get a single, will Jamie Smith. He moves on to 24. Sorry, 124 for 2.
Smith made just 6 in the first innings, one of a bit of a run of wickets for Surrey. Was the pitch playing remarkably different at that time?
It was just doing enough.
Different. Right, okay.
It was just doing enough yesterday. I think the thunderstorm got it doing stuff yesterday. Not quite as spectacular as the thunderstorm we saw at New Road on Saturday for the finals day of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. That was a spectacular thunderstorm. As in over the wicket goes Abbott to Sibley. Lets this go, and Cox is up to the stumps to Sibley. So there you go, just trying to lock Sibley's back foot in that crease. And that means that Sibley has to sort of go out to get the ball. He can't stand a foot outside of his crease and get it as it pitches. He's got to go out there to get it, and that's where the nick came from, but Cox couldn't. Well, funny enough, Cox created the chance but couldn't hang on to it. As in over the wicket comes Everson, and Sibley is cutting straight down to backward point, whereas Agar eventually does the fielding down there. And there's no run. Few people in the Leslie Ames stand today having a watch. Nice to bump into Richard Gould earlier and Stuart Story. Bit of a natter with those two gentlemen. So it's been a lovely atmosphere throughout the festival. As in over the wicket comes Everson, and forward goes Sibley. Pushes this one out into the offside. Simon Story. I do apologise to Mr. Story. Stuart Story was a commentator, was he not? Athletics
he was.
Yes,
fine one too, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
As I remember. I mean, I wouldn't say if he wasn't, I suppose, but that'd be very unpleasant.
beer tent's doing a good trade again today. Over there in the distance.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket once again is Everson. And this one Sibley solidly forward to. Plays it out into the offside. And as we suspected, Arshdeep Singh is getting himself warmed up there. So he's in his 8th first-class game, Arshdeep Singh. He's running towards us at the moment. He's doing his warm-ups. It's a new one. I haven't seen anybody do that for a while. Just go for a little jog. As in over the wicket again is Everson. And up on his toes goes Sibley. Pushes this straight into Compton. Sibley, a tall man. And playing that one straight to Compton at that silly mid-on position. Just hugging the pitch. End of the over, 124 for 2 then. Surrey, their target 501. We have got 30 overs remaining today. Smith has 24. Sibley's on 37.
Now then, a while ago we were talking about chalk and cheese.
Thank you.
Why
yes,
chalk and cheese?
yes,
and we've had
you.
3 very good emails in.
Thank
And
you very
what more will we expect from our fabulous audience on kentcricket@gmail.com. So, Nigel says, origin. This phrase originated in the 13th century in the United Kingdom. There was a shopkeeper who often adulterated his goods just to make some profit. So sometimes he swapped cheese for chalk, thus saving some cheese for himself, and no one would be the wiser.
Well, that is
Wendy.
Earlier we were saying where does chalk that saying come from?
Chalk and cheese. Why
Yes.
chalk and cheese?
Why chalk and cheese?
Now Wendy has an answer to that. Apart from the weights and measures that our previous correspondent Nigel had brought up. Wendy, who's listening in Maidstone from her hammock, here's Arshdeep to Jamie Smith on the back foot, punch back at him. It gets tangled up in his legs and back up towards mid-on. So no run.
Maidstone, not somewhere that I'd always connect with a hammock.
Well, in this kind of weather, crikey.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well,
yeah.
The expression they're like chalk and cheese, as in they're not alike at all, absolutely. We agree with you there, Wendy. I'm not certain, but I would guess that the choice of chalk and cheese rather than granite and cheese, as I suggested, why not granite and cheese, is alliteration. Good point. Trips off the tongue, indeed. Arshdeep goes for a bouncer there. Smith thinks about it, just pulls out of the hook. It was overhead height there, but maybe hittable as well. Wendy, thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying the hammock and the weather. Mike follows up. It has been asked, therefore, he says, yeah, we did ask Mike, to be fair. The earliest known reference, he says, as early as 1393. I'm going to try and go into my Old English here. And thus full oft chalk for cheese he changeth with full little cost. Now, I'm wondering if we're going back to weights and measures there.
I think
the
we
change of, pouring some cheese and chalking with the cheese. I've no idea. You're listening to the BBC, by the way. This is Arshdeep Singh bowling to Jamie Smith, who runs it down to third man, this one. Good length delivery, Daniel Bell. Drummond fields, and they take 1. Hugh Latimer, though, says Mike. He's gone into some great research here. Wrote rather sarcastically around 1555, as though I could not discern cheese from chalk. Some cheeses do have an appearance that looks somewhat chalky, says Mike. Cheshire cheese looks a bit chalky.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, crumbly, isn't it? Like chalk. Yes.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting to the end of this.
The reason this came up, we were comparing two cricketers and saying they're like chalk and cheese.
Chalk and cheese.
I can't remember who they were, but we were saying they're like chalk and cheese.
We can't even remember back early today. I don't know, 1555, hooked away by Sibley, but always with caution in mind, keeps it low. Joey Everson fields at backward square leg, and there's another single of a short ball from Arshdeep Singh. It's a surprisingly old phrase, he says, perhaps, but very definitely a rather sarcastic, no, I'm not a mug, thank you, meaning originally, Mike thinks.
Oh, right. So
thank you to you all.
It's obvious that chalk and cheese are completely different things.
So, yes, so
I see.
This man, Mr. Latimer, used it as a quote from him in 1555 saying, do I not know chalk and cheese? Yeah. But it may have been, going back to the original shopkeeper, putting some cheese in with it. Anyway, 126 for 2. There's cricket out there at the moment in bright sunshine. Beautiful day here at Canterbury. Arshdeep Singh just outside the off stump, and Jamie Smith looking rather frustrated. Sort of kicks his leg in the air after trying to drive that one through the offside. What he's saying? He was trying to cut that originally, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to just lay back and punch it through cover point, and
didn't
There
get
he
through
goes.
cover
He's
point.
just practicing getting that,
Yeah.
that angle through cover point. But he's come out and look pretty positive here, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Jamie Smith.
Absolutely. One slip in, that's Jack leaning, a sort of a second slip position. And, leg side, shortish cover for Joe Denley. It's a quick delivery from Archie, right on the money on off stump, and that's defended by Smith. End of the over, 126 for 2. This, I think both ends, this will be an interesting bowling change. Feels like something different for these batters to think about. Archdeep has been pretty much on the money, hasn't he, from the start of his bowling. It was just yesterday, wasn't it? None for 12 from 7 for him. Everson none from 19 from 8. And Surrey 375 still required to win, but at no more than 3 and over.
Yeah, well, they still require Brian Lara in Test match cricket, because of course that was the 375, wasn't it? So they just require Brian Lara.
What a wonderful synchronicity that is.
Marvellous, marvellous.
Sam Togi, who started all this off, will be coming back to the commentary just after 5 o'clock.
Well, thank goodness. Everson from the pavilion end, who's coming in over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, who turns this one off his hip. Very fine on the leg side. I think he's going to run away for 4. He's just got his line wrong there, Everson. And that's raced away for 4. Dominic Sibley moves on to 42. Surrey move on to 130 for 2. Well, we know the weather's okay for tomorrow, so we know we've got a full day ahead of us tomorrow. Could be tantalisingly poised tomorrow. Could be. We're just checking.
Yeah, I'm just going to see what it's like
tomorrow. Oh, it's just a big sun. Just a massive sun.
23 degrees and sunny. Beautiful.
Massive sun. As in over the wicket goes Everson. Forward goes Sibley. Turns this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, just non-stop sunshine.
Lovely.
Bit of a northeasterly breeze, so it'll be pleasant breeze once again, a little bit cooling like it has been today.
Well, it's been a lovely breeze today.
I'm much of the opinion that over 25 degrees is a bit of a waste, to be honest. I know you like it a little bit warmer, don't you? But
there goes my bottle of pop. That's just blown off the table. As Everson comes in over the wicket to Sibley, who's clipping this one uppishly towards Daniel Bale-Drummond, who moves around to his left to do the fielding. And there's Ryan. Do you know, I was saying earlier, it's 20 years ago today that Sussex and Hampshire played the first ever game of T20 cricket. Isn't that amazing? 20 years.
Come a long way since then.
Yeah, well, it certainly has. It's gone quick, hasn't it? 20 years. Is in over the wicket once again is Everson, and again he's just on the hip there of Sibley, and Sibley again will just clip it for 4. So Everson hasn't got it right in this over, and Sibley has very gratefully just helped himself, because we know how strong he is off his hip. Dom Sibley, and 134 for 2. Sibley moves on to 46. But yes, I remember then Surrey played the following day against Middlesex, and 10,000 people turned up. The beer ran out after an hour because nobody knew how many people were going to turn up. It was great fun. It really was. As Everson is in over the wicket to Sibley, pushes this one off the back foot, and there's no run. And I always say, this isn't true, but I always say I think every spinner in the country went on holiday for a couple of weeks because nobody was going to play spin.
No.
And you think about that now, it's extraordinary really how the T20 game has developed in so many ways. But 20 years ago today, the first ever game of T20 cricket. It's over the wicket once again. Comes Everson. This was left alone by Sibley. Outside his off stump. Simon Cook, the bowling coach, is down there. Poor chap's got his right arm in a sling.
Yeah.
He was mitting. I wasn't sure it was a great idea, but he was mitting to one of the bowlers yesterday with his one good hand. Was Mr. Cook. And he's signalling something down to Jordan Cox here. And it almost looked to me like it was don't stand up. So it's going to be Arshdeep Singh to continue from the Nackington Road end.
There's all sorts of ongoing analysis these days, aren't there, that they may have just been looking at little tells, little traits from the batters here, going through it, wondering if it's worth it at this point. bit of change in tactics maybe. And Arshdeep Singh will come over the wicket now to Dom Sibley. And on the back foot has thrashed that away. That's a lovely shot. Square on the offside. 4 runs. And there are some Surrey supporters in here. Very excited about that shot. It was a beauty as well. 138 for 2.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Dom Sibley. And away it goes for 4. From Smith, apologies. On to 29 he goes. But yeah, Smith has just come out and just looked to be positive. Lovely innings so far. 29 off 23. And Surrey 138 for 2.
Arshdeep Singh then. Over the wicket once more to Sibley. This one's more on the money. On middle stump. Back at Arshdeep. One bounce to the left armour. If you're just joining us on 5 Live Sports Extra, he's signed for a couple of months for Kent to play just 4-day cricket. Smith on strike, beg your pardon. Straight back at the bar, of course. Taking that 4 off the first ball, dot ball on the second, but has played predominantly T20 cricket and is known as a death bowler, isn't he?
Very
IPL
much so.
contract. Only his 8th first-class game. He looked pretty good. Bowls now to Smith. It's well forward. Also looks really good. Classical pose for the cover drive. It's gone straight to Ben Compton. Didn't quite time it. No run.
But the one thing we were saying is you weren't bowled in front of a jazz quartet before
No.
in the IPL.
He
so
may have bowled in front of 70,000 people, Mark,
exactly.
but not a jazz quartet.
My favourite bit was they continued playing as Sibley and Burns walked out to
They
open
did.
the Surrey innings.
They
so
did.
That was rather lovely.
And actually, as they came out after lunch, they were playing the Saints Go Marching In, weren't they? As the 2 marched out to bat. Beautifully done.
Rather nice about that.
It's cricket week at Canterbury, so the marquees are up. Good crowd here as well. Arshdeep Singh bowls to Smith. Just plays that gently into the offside this time, and there's no run. Going to update our BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. I was just looking at the first T20 match I went to. I remember going to Hove to watch Kent.
Mm-hmm.
We did get beaten. There we are. 24th of June, 2003. So
There you go.
be 10 days or so after it started.
Interesting looking at who was playing as well.
Indeed.
Yeah, very.
Andrew Symonds opening the batting.
With James Treadwell. Pinch hitting Treadwell.
Oh yeah.
There. Yeah.
Didn't so much pinch hit as come in and out briefly, but there we are. Update for BBC Radio Kent. Arshdeep Singh to Smith. Oh, bludgeons that into the onside for 4. Well, they have taken a wicket since you last joined us, Pat, and a great catch it was from Daniel Bell-Drummond off the bowling of Hamid Kadri to get rid of Tom Latham for 58. The New Zealander, though, had stayed in a long partnership with Dom Sibley. I'm just looking up because Jamie Smith has just hit here 4. He replaced Latham at the crease and has just put on, between him and Sibley, they put on 50. Smith has scored 33 of those. He's come out very aggressive, the Surrey batsman. The match context is that Surrey still need 359 to win this one. But I have to say, the 2 batters in at the moment looking very good indeed. Sibley has been stonewalling, 46 from 133 balls, very much his style. Smith has come out all aggression to try and knock these bowlers around and make it difficult for Kent at the moment. He's doing very well. Again, a winning total of 501, or that's what they've been set to win here, Surrey, by Kent. Looks like an absolutely mammoth task, but there's one side in the country that could do this. It is this Surrey team that are top of the county championship table. Kent have bossed this match so far in the opening 2 days and probably the opening session today as well, as they added another 147 to finish on 344 all out. But there are some questions now to answer for Jack Leaning, the captain, and his bowling side. Can they whittle out another couple of wickets tonight to put themselves on perhaps the road to victory tomorrow? 143 for 2, Surrey in the sunshine here. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So an absolute bludgeon through the onside for Jamie Smith there to add a 4 at the end of the over. 143 for 2, as you've heard. Santoki's going to replace Mark Church. Thank you, Mark. As Everson bowls. Driven into the offside by Smith. That may well be 4. Can't quite stop that diving attempt, but no, it will go for the boundary. So questions now for Ken. Does Smith piles on the runs? 38 from 29. Sibley has 46 from 133, and Jamie Smith has not looked much upset by the bowling so far. Santoki joining us half of the, well, you might say the best half of the Caribbean cricket podcast, but I'll leave that for him to say. He's far too modest, frankly. And Mashal's not here, so which is very unfair on him, because he's also been part of the commentary team as well. So, yeah, this final session was always going to be an interesting one. I'm not going to say it's going to influence the match decisively either way, but questions for Kent to ask now as a batter coming out with aggressive intent, Santoki.
Yeah, Jamie Smith's come out in T20 blast mode. 38 of just 30 deliveries, and given the side much needed impetus.
So here's Everson bowling to Smith, trying to angle it away. Oh, it has done. It's gone through Wes Agar's hands. Low through backward point. Wes Agar just looking to the middle distance there. I think he realises, well, he'll of course know that's not a good piece of fielding. Surrey, the 150 up now. And Smith is racing away. He's on 42 now out of 151 for 2. He's almost caught Sibley up in almost 100 fewer balls, so he may well do. Another 4 off this ball would do it. Everson bowling now to Smith on the walk, just up towards Joe Denley at mid-off, and there's no run.
Crucially, the required run rate's gone down to 2.9. There was a period of 2 overs earlier in the game when it was alarmingly high at 3.1, but now we've gone under 3.
Yeah. I mean, we're half joking about it, but I said this is looking pretty flat, this pitch now, and sorry, making it look pretty flat, are batting really, really well. So here's Everson then to bowl to Smith, straight back at the bowler more or less. Sibley grounds his bat at the non-striker's end, and there's no run. Questions to be asked, are being asked of Kent here. There's still another 32 overs to go after this one until the new ball's available. I'm not sure Kent are reaching for that right now, but want to make something happen here. Everson to Smith. Again defends it. End of the over. 8 runs off it. 151 for 2, and Santoki will try and sum up the situation perhaps that we've seen today. I'm going to give a little call to the BBC Radio Kent office, and much though we love Whitney Houston, I'm not sure this is it's not quite the right tune for us to be accompanied by.
So provided an interesting backdrop for the last over. But yeah, sorry, 151 for 2. It's still 26 overs left in the game, so Kent need to ensure they don't let their head drop, because Surrey could capitalise by piling on the runs. We've seen Jamie Smith make the most of it, 42 off just 34 deliveries. It's a long session for the Kent fielders and the Kent bowlers, so they've got to ensure that they don't let their standards slip, and Surrey pile on the runs in this last evening session.
Here is Arshdeep Singh over the wicket then to Sibley, bowls a bouncer through to wicket-keeper Jordan Cox, and there's no run. Sibley's not really given them any chances, but there was that one, wasn't there? Everson with Cox up to the stumps, and a flash of a chance actually, I think, hit Jordan Cox, but up to the stumps, had no time to react, but couldn't pouch it either. So no run. 151 for 2. Mark Church saying it's the 20th anniversary of the start of the T20 in this country, and Arshdeep Singh over the wicket bowls to Sibley, gets underneath it through the wicket keeper Jordan Cox, who just toying with some of the names for Kent, and that Andrew Simons opened the batting. Sadly departed now, of course, and James Treble was there to pinch it, was out for a duck. Mark Elam, a certain Matthew Walker, who we've got a picture of right in front of us. A picture of him is actually shading our communications kit here from the sun coming through the window. Ed Smith, remember him? Yeah. Smith. At 5, Geraint Jones. Michael Carberry came in to bat outside the off stump, sorry. Left by Sibley, going low. There's no run. Carberry batted at 7.
Oh, wow.
Could he not have pinch hit it? I mean, just naturally, but there we are. It was the early in T20.
Exactly.
Everyone was making it up as they went along. David Fulton, the captain, then batted at 8. got himself 15 from 22 balls. Messrs Dennington, Sammy and Sherryar made up the Kent tail. There we are.
Wow.
114 all out from 18.5 overs, which was pretty sluggish by modern comparisons, which Arshdeep Singh knows all about. He bowls to Dom Sibley. That was just nudged into the onside, fielded by Denley. Yeah, things have changed a bit in T20 since then.
Yeah, you could say it's evolved in terms of the approaches and the data behind it now.
Yeah. The run rate pretty low, 114 off 18 of nearly 19 overs, it's fair to say. And then Sussex did actually, to be fair, they knocked that off pretty quickly. A run shy of 16 overs. As Arshdeep Singh comes in now. So that's very narcissistic of me, very self-obsessed. It was the first one that I went to. It wasn't, it's not the anniversary, so I just looked at that card up, I realised. So people are going, that wasn't the first one. No, it wasn't.
A trip down memory lane.
But Mark was talking about the packed houses at the moment. No one knew what to expect. So I can remember at Hove it being absolutely rammed for that game. That was the 24th of June 2003, the first one I saw. And yeah, it was what on earth are we going to see here? Very exciting.
Yeah, I remember seeing a report on it on BBC London News, and it was sort of just like an exhibition. No
Yeah,
one
yeah.
really knew what to...
No one had any idea of how quickly you were supposed to bat, what you were supposed to do outside the off stump. Arshdeep Singh to Sibley leaves that a maiden for Arshdeep, none for 21 off his 9. And Jordan Cox, is he... Hamid Kadri has come back on. He's brought a drink with him. Jazz Singh comes off. Oh, he's been thrown the helmet. He's about to run off. Jordan Cox says, wait there a minute. I need a drink. Arshdeep Singh comes over to Jazz Singh. Now he's grabbed the drink out of Jordan Cox's hand. So Jazz Singh, the subfielder, is going eventually. A gulp from each of those from the drink. Now usually, don't they have the names on the bottles?
They should do.
I'm hoping Arshdeep Singh has... That's the right balance of electrolytes and whatever in the drink. I don't know. All seems terribly technical these days. 151 for 2 anyway. Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London and 5 Live Sports Extra. Welcome wherever you're listening. Also on the picture stream for Kent County Cricket Club. Everson will continue from this end. None for 35 from 10. Smith took a liking to him in the previous over. Drives there, a little bit inside of the bat. It's gone past Compton. It might go for 4. Goodness me, this outfield is fast. Kadri's racing after it. Just backhands it to Arshdeep, who throws it in left-handed, and they've come back for 3. I mean, he's mishit that one, Smith, inside part of the bat, and it nearly went to quite a long part of the boundary through mid-wicket.
Yeah, very quick outfield. So that's 3-4-7 now for Surrey. Just a 3-4-7 to get over the finish line. And you'd imagine Kent at this point will be looking to take Smith's wicket as the priority, just because of the rate he's piling on the runs now.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, it's not panic stations, obviously. They're a mile out here, Surrey, but Kent will be aware this isn't by any stretch of the imagination impossible with the time left in the game. Everson to bowl now to Sibley, leaves it outside the off stump. Cox once again standing up to the stumps for Sibley. Don't want him to be able to get too far on the front foot. Does a little bit of prodding, a little bit of gardening. There's a slip in, Jack leaning, hands on hips. He's thinking caps on at the moment to try and create something here. Just in front of us. Jazz Singh, the subfielder with a green bib on, as Lean is kneeling down. Let's have some bowls to Sibley, just tucked into the onside. Finds Compton at a shortish mid-wicket. Jazz Singh is in conversation with his bowling coach, Simon Cook, who has a sling over, cradling his right forearm. Standing up, watching on. Everson to Sibley. Sibley, lower part of the bat, just defending it out towards Tawanda Miyeye, who's close on the offside, that drive position. That cover.
I mean, it feels like a long time ago Rory Burns lost his wicket and Dom Sibley almost got one out in the panic. Surrey looked very calm and composed at the moment at the crease.
Yeah, it's a good point. If that got home, but Run out, gone ahead as well. 2 quick wickets before the lunch interval, but then could have been. It was only 1, and then they batted unbeaten. As this one's into the offside, no run, by the way. Sibley and Latham batted unbeaten, didn't they, until the tea interval. Latham gone not long afterwards, 5 overs after tea, 91 for 2 that was. A diving catch by Daniel Bell-Drummond, a good one as well, the bowling of Kadri. Kadri appeared to be causing some problems before that, but as soon as Smith came out, he's pretty much bludgeoned him out of the attack. This one again finds Sibley playing into the onside, and Compton low down. Jassing is running more drinks. Oh, Arshdeep said, I'm afraid that wasn't enough at the first go. He's gone back out to him. 154 for 2, but Kemp probably keen to make sure the run rate doesn't, the over rate doesn't fall too far behind. But actually, is that +3 now? I can't see.
Yeah, 3.1 is their current run rate. Required run rate 2.9.
So I'm looking at the over rate that they're bowling at. Is that? I think it says 3. It's below the time, 5:18 there. But
yeah,
I can't
3.
see whether it's just okay.
3
So
exactly, yeah.
So I think 3 is fine. That means they're 3 over. They bowled some spin, haven't they? So that would be a reasonable thing. I think it goes in the minus. That's when you're in trouble. Here's Arshdeep then bowling to Smith goes short. Smith whips that away.
Lovely shot.
And that is 6 runs. It's aerial shouts to catch it, but it's gone so hard and so fast the boundary. And that is 50 for Smith off 36 balls, 9 fours and 1 6. And whatever required rate, he is storming along here in County Championship cricket. He's taken the attack to Kent.
Yeah, he's taken the pressure off. You talked earlier about how wickets have gone in clusters since coming out. By going on the attack, he's put the pressure back on the Kent bowlers.
Here's Arshdeep coming. How can he reply to that? Oh, he's racked him on the pad. Big shout. Bowler just joined in a fraction later than wicket-keeper and captain there. So I'm wondering. But look, he hit him around the knee roll there. So immediately after going to his 50, appeal against Jamie Smith. I'm going to see if I can bring it up on the replay. Maybe not between. Go Arshdeep bowling to him now. Not terrible.
No.
Maybe slightly on height. Or is it pitched outside leg? I'll have to see a replay on that one again. But big shout. Arshdeep then to Smith with some success, but this is steered away off the back foot. It's a lovely shot through third, and that'll be 4 runs for Smith. Just dropped a trifle short, one might say. Arshdeep, and that is 4 runs.
Arshdeep wondering if he's back at the IPL with this one, right?
That's right, 6 appeal 4. There we go. 164 for 2. Play for Punjab in the last iteration of the IPL. I think he picked up a couple of Player of the Match awards in that. As expert death bowler here, something very different. He's just here to play red ball cricket for Kent. Bowls to Smith, and that one stands up and waits to be hit, and that is cut away for 4 more runs from Smith. The last 2 deliveries just a little bit loose from Arshdeep. I wonder if this will be the end of his spell, because 14 off the over, as you say, it's more IPL than County Championship. And Smith, 59 from 39 balls. So yeah, he now has 13 more than Sibley in 105 fewer balls. 59 from 39. Sibley has 46 from 144. They're both doing damage in different ways to Kent here.
This rate, it won't be long before Smith is edging in on a century. The way he's scoring.
Triple Nelson is the target now for Surrey. 333. Still a minimum of 23.2 overs to go. So, oh, he's almost dragged it onto his stumps. As he's tried to pull it away, toe end of the bat's hit and close to the stumps from Smith, but doesn't manage it. As he's no great shout from wicketkeeper or slip, so has he toe ended it away from the stumps there? It looked close to me. 168 for 2, no reaction from Kent though.
To carry on the West Indian comparisons, they now need Chris Gale, famously scored 3-3-3
that is
against Sri
class.
Lanka.
So you brought up the Lara is the total they need. They're at 375. Lower in Test cricket, says Mark. 333. It's a Chris Gale, says Santoki. It's gone short again, and that has been clubbed away. 6 more runs. He took that. This is a huge over. 20 off it, and Arshdeep takes his sunglasses from the umpire at the far end. I feel like that might be it for him for a bit. He's tried to dig the ball in to try and perhaps tempt Smith into getting caught. What he's done is tempted him to smashing 2 sixes and 2 fours during that over as well. Like a decent LBW shout in that over, although the bowler I don't think was entirely convinced. Might be a new grip for Smith, maybe, just looking down at his bat. We're going to get a bit of a break here. Kent fielders are joining together as well. There's a siren wails in the background. 3-2-7 now to win for Surrey. And Smith 65 from 41 balls, making it look relatively easy at the moment.
Yeah, quite a chaotic last over. You wonder if the 12th man has come out for Surrey to tell Smith to calm down a bit. But yeah, excellent innings from Smith, and he, as I said, he's edging nearer towards that century.
Can be immensely destructive. Maybe he's got a quick century already this season from memory.
This is what me and Mark were talking about earlier in terms of the scheduling. He's just come off the back of a run of T20 plus games, so essentially he's just continued that vein of cricket.
Yeah, already, as we know, he's a fine striker of the ball. I'm just going to bring up the Surrey averages for the season, actually, if I can.
But it'll be interesting to see how Kent sort of counter him at the moment. What are they going to do? They can't let it go on him scoring at this rate for a prolonged period.
So Jamie Smith in the Championship this year. This is his 7th match. Actually, no, looks like his highest score is 97 this year, but he is averaging just under 48. So he's been going. He's not the only one obviously in Surrey that's been going pretty well this season. They lead the county championship for a very solid reason. 174 for 2 though they are. 327 more needed.
I think Surrey have five of their batters averaging over 40 this season.
Yeah.
So all departments they've looked strong with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, Ollie Pope at 54, Sean Abbott at just under 50. Crikey. That letter's still going to the ECB. It shouldn't be allowed. He should be allowed to bat at 8. Smith, 47, as we said. Cam Steele at 42. And Ben Folkes, yeah, it's 40 and a half, effectively. And Sibley just under 40 himself. So there will be a bowling change at this end. Wes Agar's going to come up the slope for the first time, I think, today. Up the slight slope from the pavilion end to bowl to Sibley. And the ball was used so far today by Kent. I mean, Agar did take the first wicket, but when he's come on for spells, I feel like he's looked the most likely. Yeah. He's hurried the batters more.
Yeah, definitely. They've brought him on to get this wicket of Smith, definitely.
Sibley it'll be who's on strike first. 23 overs remaining. I mean, those will be some hard yards for Kent.
Yeah. In
the sunshine. Fairly wideish slip. The most attacking fielder for Kent. As Agar then bowls to Sibley. Goes for bouncer first up through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Felt like a loosener almost, that one. Not as quick as Agar's normal pace.
Yeah. And again, the way Smith is playing takes the pressure off Sibley. He doesn't have any pressure to score. He can just leave and defend as he pleases.
Yeah. So, as I said, it sounds ridiculous with a victory target 501, still 327 away. But I think Surrey are putting, as you say, they're putting proper pressure on Kent in this evening session on day 3. Bouncer from Agar up towards the grill, and Sibley does play those very, very well indeed. Very organised. Ball just drops in front of him as he defends it off the face guard. Ooh, we're looking at how we are, I think. We're looking at a helmet for Ben Compton, been called for by the captain. The international sign language for batting helmet needed, and he's pointed to Compton, so short leg maybe.
Yep.
Agar trying some short stuff on Sibley. It's looked very good playing the short ball. Bowls now. It's a short one outside the off stump. Now Smith wants to take them on, these short deliveries, so that'll be interesting as well. Should Smith come on to strike with Compton in close. He's not as yet though, Compton. He's just forward a square on the onside.
Sibley with a slightly more composed reaction to the short ball than we saw with Kadri earlier when he was batting.
Yeah, he was lively at the crease. He was dancing around his crease more or less, wasn't he? But looked uncomfortable at times, but actually hit Abbott for a number of boundaries, which looked like it was going to cost Surrey, but not a short ball from Agar. It's back of a length. Umpire at this end says, yeah, I'm counting that one towards your tally. Where's Agar? I wonder how much they can get out of him, because he's put in a lot of effort.
Yeah.
He's 10th over here. 1 for 38 so far, but they're at 10 all this afternoon, of course, from Agar. You had Burns edging to second slip to get rid of him at 4 for 1. 91 for 2 when Latham went off the bowling of Kadri. 174 for 2 now. Bowls to Sibley, who's up on his toes, just guiding that one into the offside. Quinn Fields. Single taken.
Smith now at the crease. Let's see how he approaches Agar's bowling. Agar goes short, is liable to get smacked over the boundary.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Now, Compton looking towards the dressing room. I think the calls would be a bit more urgent if they were intending to have Compton at short leg for either batter here. Maybe it's for the next over. Because Compton's just been pushed back, actually, as you suggest, if he goes short here, and he does. Smith won't take that one off. It's a decent bounce of that one. Actually, Smith had to get underneath it. It's going central. I think, had to go underneath it. He got underneath it. But I think that's around about head high. Should he have stood up to it? Smith deciding to keep his powder dry on this occasion. He's not swinging that one. 175 for 2. The helmet comes on now.
Yeah, I don't know how long they'll use Agar for. You'd imagine maybe 2 more overs, but this will probably be his final spell of the evening.
They will be, I'm sure, mindful that he could well be needed tomorrow.
Yeah.
And as I was saying earlier, that Kadri being bullied out the attack by Smith has put more pressure on the seamers, and Jack Leaning has to be aware of whether they're going to tire or not. And talking about that, Matt Quinn is coming back into the attack at the far end to replace Arshdeep. He really is a trooper, Matt Quinn.
Yeah.
He's bowled really tightly for 13 overs, coming down the slope as well. Some hard yards for him to bowl to Sibley now. Pushes forward, actually, not that convincingly to Quinn. Just felt like he was reaching forward a little bit, Sibley. But there's no run there.
Yeah, with Quinn, they're just looking for the consistency to keep the runs down, I think, at this point. As you said, he's only gone for 22 runs of his 13 overs. So they just don't want it to get out of hand with Smith at the crease.
Smith is miming a hook at the far end. He's ready for the next run from Agar, perhaps. 175 for 2. Still the best part of 22 overs to go in this day. Just flicked away by Sibley off his front pad. It's gone out towards Joe Den, who's now fielding on the leg side boundary.
Surely Kemp will turn to Denley at some point this evening.
Yeah.
A few overs of leg spin.
I'm suggesting maybe just trying to take it away from the right-hander. Those matchups that they talk about in T20, I'm not sure that's quite as opposite in County Championship cricket. Yeah. A couple of right-handers in, you want to get your leg spinner off on the T20, don't you? Take it away from them. But Smith certainly doesn't need any second invitation to swing for the boundary. Here is Quinn to him. He hits the ball hard, but doesn't quite time it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, if we were using T20 terminology, I guess Sibley's playing the anchor role at the moment. Smith's going for the finisher role, even though there's about 325 runs still to go. But he's definitely come with the intent.
Yeah, 65 from 43. A really attractive innings. And when Latham and Sibley were in, it was, as we were saying, we expected it to be, and it was attritional. But now Smith has given something for the Surrey fans to cheer, and some excitement. Sits that straight at to under Mieye. I thought it had to go past him because he hit that hard again. But Mieye stops it in the offside.
I guess the luxury that Surrey have is they've got Ben Folkesteel to come in who can go revert back to that attritional style of cricket.
Yeah, attractive straight power as well, and potentially, but then they've got Jacks, Clark, Abbott, Laws, Atkinson, Worrell all to come. Worrell's no muck with the bat, is he?
No.
All the way down, Surrey here. Gonna have to find a way through somehow. Quinn goes full towards. That's a good length actually to Smith. Defends that, and there's no run. Always feels thankless for Quinn at this point. As Mark Church was saying, his job is to keep it very, very tight here, and by and large he's done a good job. Just got a little bit tired, I think, in his previous spell, and went for 4 towards the end of the over, but 176 for 2. Last ball of the 53rd over coming up, and of Quinn's 14th over 2. Driven, uppish, but over the head of Ben Compton. I don't think he was in with a chance there, Compton, but he has taken a chance, Smith. He's hit that for 4. I mean, that's almost T20 shot over the man in the circle for 4 runs. I don't think Compton was in with a chance, actually. It's so firmly hit by Smith, but maybe just a whisker of interest there for Kent. 180 for 2. 69 for Smith, or 46 balls. It's a good strike rate, 150 at T20 level, isn't it? You'd be happy with that.
Yeah, you'd take that, yeah.
Sibley at the other end is 48 of 151. A little bit more county championship, if you like. So catching up BBC Radio Kent listeners with this latest here. As Sibley marks out his guard to Agar. Yeah, at the moment it's a bit of a one-man assault from Surrey's Jamie Smith. He has 69 from 46 balls, which is more sort of T20 than county championship, frankly. But he has taken on the Kent attack and is knocking bowlers off their marks and out of their attack as well. Kent looking for wickets here with Surrey 180 for 2, still 321 away from a possible victory. Kent have been in charge of this match almost all the way through until lunch. At 4 for 1 they had Surrey, with Surrey looking for that 501 to win what will be a huge run chase, but they're making a pretty good fist of it here. The 1 wicket after lunch, Tom Latham got caught by Daniel Bell-Drummond off the bowling of Hamid Kadri for 58. Smith has come out, hasn't thought about defence at all, has been thrashing the ball to all parts of Canterbury. The anchor role being played by Dom Sibley, the former England opener, 48 from 153 balls. It's looking eminently possible. If Surrey bat through tomorrow, Pat, they will win this match. If they take it to 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow, they have got enough overs in that time to make 501 to win. Kent have to find a way to take the remaining 8 wickets. They're a long way out, Surrey, but Kent maybe just 1 or 2 thinking caps on, and maybe just 1 or 2 worries among the supporters that Surrey could do this big run chase. If Kent can find a couple of wickets before the end of the day, and there are 20 odd overs remaining, just perhaps they'll feel they got themselves back in front again. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. 180 for 2. Mark Church will replace me at the end of this over. Keeping our radio listeners on tenterhooks is part of the job, but I think this is fascinatingly poised, this game.
Very, very fascinating.
What if they get a couple of wickets, Kent, before the end of the day? Agar goes for the bouncer, Sibley's underneath it, and there are 20 overs to go.
Still a long way to go in this session.
Yeah.
It's just finely balanced. You just feel one spell where 2-3 wickets go changes the whole complexion of the match. Equally, if these two last to the end of the day, pendulum back in Surrey's favour.
So, I'm not saying anything how long the day is going to take, but they're not going to get the overs in before 6:15, are they?
No, I'd
that
say
was the
it's fairly
target. Kent and, well, Surrey both have not bowled their overs quick enough to get through to that. But these supporters won't mind much. As I said, it's beautiful. Sunshine outside, isn't it? Lovely breeze as well. Just taking the edge off the heat. As Agar bowls another bouncer to Sibley, and he just ducks underneath that one, no run.
Yeah, perfect weather to watch cricket, I guess. Nice breeze, sunshine still around.
Yeah. So, as Mark was saying, it's not great in the scheduling. It's very difficult for supporters to know when the day is going to finish. And yesterday, 20 to 8, they finished. But for those that were here, I'd imagine the sunshine. Fascinating cricket. Surrey bowling really well. Game in the balance, a bit like today. So, yeah. It's a great game of cricket, this one. Agar to Sibley, who's on 48 now. Miles Sibley, organised as usual, turns that into the onside, round his front pad, into mid-wicket. End of the over, it's a maiden for Agar, 1 for 39 off his 11 on BBC Radio again and BBC Radio London 5 Live Sports Extra. I will make way and send Turkey a few wise words from him. We'll be joined by Mark Church very shortly.
Yeah, still 19 overs to go, and Surrey Smith 69 or 46 deliveries gone into T20 blast mode. Sibley still there, 48 of 157 deliveries. He looks quite comfortable, and Surrey need 321 runs to win. It sounds a long way away, but they've got time. They've got all of tomorrow and still 20 overs remaining today. Mark, feeling more confident about Surrey doing the improbable?
I have to say, Jamie Smith has played one of the purest knocks you could ever wish to see.
Yeah.
It's been a gorgeous inning so far. As here is, Quinn to him. He's over pitched, and Jamie Smith has just drilled him straight down the ground for 4.
Just to back up what you were just saying,
Ooh.
lovely stroke.
He is a lovely player to watch, Jamie Smith, and he's just come out and been incredibly positive. Immediately to Kadri, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was just cutting him, driving him, and he's basically taken Arshdeep Singh out the attack. And that was a gorgeous shot down the ground for 4. 184 for 2 as Quinn comes in over the wicket to Jamie Smith, who's solidly forward, playing this one out into the offside. Smith wanders off towards square leg, but he's a very fine player, this young man. He really is. And I've always said the best thing about Jamie Smith is what's between his ears, basically.
Okay.
He's very, very level-headed, but he reads a cricket situation brilliantly. He settles himself down over his bat once more, right-handed of course. Compton's in there at slip as Quinn is into him, and he's forward solidly, playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Sibley's doing his job perfectly here at the moment. He really is. 48 of 157. Let the others do the clever stuff.
This is a Sibley innings if ever I saw one.
Absolutely.
But yeah, what you were saying about Smith's thinking, because I'd imagine that Kent will probably expecting him to come out and play attritional, and he's completely turned that on his head.
Yeah, it's the modern way, isn't it? It really is. As over the wicket goes Quinn, and he's looking to cut. Doesn't really time this one, and that's out to Arshdeep Singh. And yeah, it's the modern way.
It's ironic because we were talking about how strange it was for this to be sandwiched in between T20 games and how you adjust between the formats. But ironically, it's worked for Smith, just carrying on his T20 style of playing in this scenario.
But the shots he's played, as I say, pure is the word. They've all been pure cricket shots.
Yeah,
they really have. As he waits once again over his bat, Quinn is into him. Smith is forward, just pushes this one down to Arshdeep Singh. Certainly making Kent think at the moment. 184 for 2. There's another 19 overs to go after this one. Now Surrey are currently with Smith out there going along at 3s and over.
Yeah.
So after another 19 of that, let's add another 50 odd to this. So 230 odd, 240 odd at close of play tonight. Set it up nicely for tomorrow. As Quinn is in and forward goes Smith. Toe end of the bat as he looks to drive that one. That rolls up towards mid-off. And Daniel Bell-Drummond does the fielding. End of the over. Sibley just wanders down, adjusting his bits and pieces to have a word with Jamie Smith.
Yeah, it's building up nicely towards a classic final day. I mean, if Surrey looking to score 260, 270 tomorrow, and they've still got 6-7 wickets, maybe potentially 8 wickets to go, the improbable could be on the cards.
Yeah. Jamie Smith is just checking something with the umpire. Is Agar coming over or around the wicket? He's going to come over the wicket to Dom Sibley. Is Wes Agar. I think as well what will be interesting tomorrow is, I think we said, didn't we, 6 overs in tomorrow, new ball becomes available. That could be absolutely crucial to Kent. It really could.
At the moment, Kent just look out of ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. They've gone to the short ball with Sibley, which is understandable. It's what we saw from Surrey last night because the pitch isn't doing anything at the moment. As Agar comes in over the wicket to Sibley, and there is a ball on his hip, which he turns into the leg side. Joe Denley comes round to his left to do the fielding.
And there's no run. Nobody's gone home yet. Everybody's sat watching away at the moment, transfixed by what they're seeing.
It's a subdued crowd at the moment, contrasting to the optimism of this morning. I think the nerves are starting to creep in with the Kent faithful.
Well, as I say, I think what Kent have to do is keep looking at that to win column. 317, that's an awful lot of runs. As over the wicket then comes Agar, and this is punched by Sibley out towards cover point. And I suppose if you're Kent, all you have to keep doing is saying to yourself, 8 good balls, that's it. Let's force 8 mistakes if we can.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think if you were Kent and Surrey get 501 to win the game, you sort of put your hands up and go, you know, what more could we have done, really? But we're not near that point as yet, but we could be heading here tomorrow with a very interesting final day in front of us in so many ways. As Agar over the wicket he comes, short one to Sibley, and Sibley will just watch this go straight over his head. And that's taken by Jordan Cox, moving away to his left-hand side.
I think if you're a Kent player or fan and Surrey do manage to reach 501, you just want to end the season. Nothing's going to go your way after that.
No.
It's almost a slight shame the target wasn't 503 runs, just because it would have been on the cards for the highest ever chase.
Yeah, it's 502, isn't it?
Yeah,
502.
Yeah.
And I think the 8th ever it would be if they got there. There's a long way to go yet, though. Wes Agar is in, and Sibley's forward and runs for Sibley. This might well be his 50. It will be his 50, and it's been a real Sibley knock, this. Off 161 deliveries with 8 fours. So he's done his job so far, Dom Sibley. 50 not out, gets a very warm round of applause. There's Dominic Sibley, just squirting that one away through backward point, picking up a couple. Surrey move on to 186 for 2. This partnership has whizzed along, hasn't it? It was 91 for 2. So 95 these two have put on, of which Smith has 73. As in over the wicket goes Wes Agar, and Sibley's in behind a short one. Playing it solidly with a high front elbow. Straight back up the pitch. Agar does the fielding off his own bowling. But there is nothing happening out there now. This pitch has gone absolutely dead.
Lifeless at the moment. You wonder if Smith will sort of temper his run scoring, and now he's edging closer towards a century, or if he just continues.
I think he'll just keep going the way he is at the moment, because I think he's sort of spotted that actually nothing's happening. This is a good time to score runs. As over the wicket comes Agar, and Sibley forward pushes this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. That would have been the thinking, I'm pretty sure, is nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So let's get out there. He's a great player of spin. He proved that with the Lions during the winter against Sri Lanka. This is the time to score your runs now.
Yeah.
And he knows as well, you know, that new ball tomorrow morning, 6 overs in, Jack Leaning's just come back on. I think he probably tipped off for a bit of a chat about everything. Jack Leaning, but he's back out there, the captain now. And it's going to be Matt Quinn to continue. Jamie Smith wanders off towards square leg. Had a chat with Dominic Sibley at the end of that over. Still 18 to go tonight, so about an hour of play to go this evening. It's 6:15. It's the most beautiful evening here in Canterbury. I went for a little wander, and still an awful lot of people in the ground at the moment.
Good to see, yeah. Sort of points to the attractiveness of the match at the moment, how finely poised it is. People are still staying.
Well, I think if we get to stumps tonight and Surrey are in it, there'll be a few here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Having a watch.
Yep.
Changing all the field now. They're going to get sweepers out on the cover boundary rope. They've obviously had a chat. It's a complete change of tactic now. They're going to go full and straight to Jamie Smith. Got 2 men catching extra cover. Jamie Smith settles himself down over his bat, and then waits for Quinn, and he's down the pitch to Quinn, and he's whipping this leg side, and it's a brilliant stop from Agar. But there you go, Jamie Smith walking straight at Quinn, and then whipping him leg side, but a very good stop from Wes Agar.
Yeah, great stop. And You can imagine a lot of Surrey fans are putting in last-minute requests for annual leave tomorrow. Could see history in the making tomorrow at Canterbury.
But again, that's the modern way from Jamie Smith. He just walks straight at Quinn. Waits again over his bat. Quinn is over the wicket to him. Smith is cutting firmly. It's short and it's wide, and that'll be 4. It's great placement. They're trying to cut areas here from Jamie Smith, but he's just hitting the gap. And again, it's a pure cricket shot. He's on to 77. It's 190 for 2.
Yeah, that was exquisite. Just sliced it in between the fielders.
This is the chat has been, let's plug the offside to him.
Yeah.
And that's why he walked down the pitch to Quinn and tried to whip him through the leg side, because there was acres of space through there.
You can see him now looking at the field placements, working out where his shot needs to go next.
He's threaded that between 3 men with 2 sweepers on the cover rope. As Quinn's into him. Oh, and he's had another little look to run down to third man. That's beaten the bottom edge of the bat. And Jamie Cox takes it away to his left-hand side. Jamie Cox, Jordan Cox. Jamie Cox hasn't come out of retirement, everybody. Jordan Cox taking that one away to his right-hand side.
It's been a tough 2 sessions for Quinn. Had to put in the hard yards with the ball.
Well, again, it'll go to what we said tomorrow. They'll be absolutely exhausted at the end of this, Kent, tonight. As here comes Quinn again to Smith, and he's driving and he's dropped by Compton. They'd set him up there for that, and Compton's put it down at backward point to his right, and that's the 100-run partnership. And that's exactly the position that Jack Leaning was in for the 2020 game after the last ball was smashed by Jamie Smith in exactly that manner, and it went down then, and they took the single to win it. This one brings up the 100 partnership. It's a big moment.
Fair to say Compton should have held on to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think getting both hands to it, he'll feel he should have hung on to it. It was the chat that they were having, and that's the life for Jamie Smith on 77. Sibley comes back on to strike on 50. Quinn down the slope and over the wicket to him, and he's letting that one go wide outside his off stump. That's taken by Jordan Cox, moving away to his right-hand side. So another 310 required by Surrey. That 100 partnership has come up in 18 overs, of which Smith has 78 of them. So he's ticking along at the moment. 78 off 56 deliveries.
We've still got 17 overs to go.
Well, this is what I was saying. If they continue with the run rate of 3.4, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley, so that'll be another 50 on top of this. So they'd be around about 240 by stumps tonight, and that target would be around about 270 on the last day.
I think psychologically as well, once the target gets under 300, it becomes more attainable for Surrey in the head.
Absolutely.
So it's a big moment.
Absolutely. As there's a chat out there between Jamie Smith and Dominic Sibley. Wes Agar it will be to continue from the pavilion end. But it's still a lot of runs. 310 is still an awful lot of runs. And it just takes one lapse of concentration or one cracking delivery here. And that would change everything.
Yep, definitely.
I think Sibley was just checking whether Agar was coming over or round the wicket. He's going to come round the wicket here to Jamie Smith. Could get a short ball. Yes, he does. And he ducks underneath it. And they've interestingly, a bit like Surrey last night, they have got a very deep fly slip for Jamie Smith. So just over Cox's right shoulder on the boundary rope. That's a catching position as much as anything. Sort of in between Leaning, who's at full slip, and Cox. There's a man down there right on the boundary rope. The deepest first slip you've ever seen. That's where they used to stand for Malcolm Marshall. As round the wicket again. Goes Agar and pulling his Jamie Smith off his hip, and there's cries of catch it.
I think he got his fingertips to
Joe
it.
Denley hung in the air and got a fingertip to it. It would have been a spectacular catch. I remember him taking one like that in the Ashes. In 2019, Joe Denley was sort of hung in the air.
But Smith gets a single, and Smith moves on to 79. 192 for 2, Surrey.
I mean, that was a very tough opportunity, but still 2 chances, 9 consecutive overs. Are they going to rue it?
Well, it was almost as if he just tipped it over the crossbar, wasn't it, there? It was a fine save from Joe Denley. As Agar was about to come in over the wicket, but they've changed the field for Sibley, so he's just waiting for everybody to settle down. Compton in there at short leg, 2 men catching in that mid-wicket area. Agar over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley clips this off his hip straight into Everson, who stood in there at mid-wicket. Somebody on their bike is leaving the ground down at the Nackington Road end. They've had enough, or they're just doing a circuit of the ground on their bike, which would be a nice way to spend the afternoon. Mr. Matt Cole had a break last week. Did you do any cycling, Mr. Cole, on your break? No cycling, but some walking. Walking.
Got to get your steps in.
Excellent, excellent. As in over the wicket comes Agar to Sibley. Covers up again to a good length ball. Plays it down into the leg side. Denley gets round to his left to do the fielding. And there is no run.
When Sibley's in the zone like this, I don't know how you get him out. He's determined to... I mean, there's no pressure on him either because of Smith's scoring rate as well. So it's ideal condition for him to bat in.
And this is his 3rd championship 50 of the summer. Tom Sibley waits again over his bat as Wes Agar comes in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley forward pushes this one out into the offside. Quinn's there at extra cover to do the fielding. All the Kent members away to our left. They're all sat in the shade there. They've been in the shade all day. Be a few red faces heading back tonight, I would have thought.
Definitely.
It has been another very warm day here in Canterbury. And Matt Cole looked at his weather forecast for tomorrow, and it was just one big sun for tomorrow's forecast. Wes Agar coming in over the wicket to Sibley. Short ball, and Sibley's pushing at this down to backward point. It looked a little bit uppish that for a second, but it's actually rolled all the way to Cadry. So that's the end of the over. 16 remain today. 16 remaining in the day. Quinn is marching to continue from the Nackington Road end. Surrey are 192 for 2. It means they require another 309 for victory. When you say it like that, it does sound an awful lot of runs, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You wonder when Kent are going to turn back to spin or bring on Denley from leg spin just to have something different, because at the moment it's very tricky for them.
So, Jamie Smith on strike here to Quinn. He's just had a life off Quinn on 77. He's letting this one go outside his off-stump. Really, that just doesn't get to Cox, does it? Sean Abbott described it beautifully on the first day. He said all the air went out the pitch in the afternoon, and that sort of sums it up, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It's fascinating stuff, this, at the moment. It really is. Can't take your eyes off this game of cricket. I wonder if we might see a bit of Arshdeep Singh again before stumps. 20 off the over, Jamie Smith, as Quinn is in, and that's left alone by Jamie Smith outside his off stump. He goes for a wonder to contemplate everything at square leg. But yeah, that he was treated almost disdainfully there from Jamie Smith, wasn't he?
Taken out of it, yeah. So I think it'd be worth giving him one more final spell. But
we've only seen him bowl from the Nackington Road end. Now,
yeah.
I get it with the breeze and all that good stuff, but just wonder whether it might be worth a go from the pavilion end. As in over the wicket again goes Quinn, and here's a lovely looking shot again from Jamie Smith. Just be a single this time with the square cut, because they do have the sweeper out there on the cover boundary rope. That's Everson out there. That'll be another single to the total. 193 for 2.
Smith into the 80s now, still off just 61 balls.
Yep.
He'll be
61 balls for his 80 in this situation as well. That's the other thing. 308 more runs needed by Surrey. And there is a whole day tomorrow. Over the wicket goes Quinn again to Sibley. That's very wide. Outside the off stump. Got that one a bit wrong, I think, Mr. Quinn.
You and Matt were talking about chalk and cheese earlier. Could there be a more chalk and cheese pairing at the moment? Don Sibley, 50 off 170 balls, or Smith, 80 off just 61 balls.
Well, it's almost the ideal combination at the moment, isn't it? It really is. There's just Sibley going about his job from one end, and then Smith scoring runs from the other. A helicopter flies over in the distance in the blue sky. Sibley bends those knees once more as Quinn is into him, and Sibley again will just let this one go wide outside the off stump. So it's the old trying to hide it outside the off stump here from Quinn, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jamie Smith wouldn't let him hide it because he kept running at him. I was reading an article, another preview of the Ashes, saying that might be a tactic of England against Boland.
Oh.
Is to run at him. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of it from Ollie Pope this season, though.
Yeah.
Just sort of first ball, just walk straight at the bowler, take him off his length. Quinn switches to round the wicket here to Sibley, and Sibley lets that one just go across him on the angle. Again, having nothing to do with that, Dominic Sibley. That's the end of the over. 193 for 2 then, Surrey. 80 to Jamie Smith. 50 to Dominic Sibley. Just a reminder of what happened today. Kent started this morning 190, seems a long time ago. 197 for 6. We're all out for 344. Kadri making 77. Jordan Clark 5 for 79. That was a lead of exactly 500. And then Rory Burns was caught second ball of the innings by leaning off Agar for 4. Surrey at lunch was 7 for 1. Then a partnership between Tom Latham and Dominic Sibley, until Latham was caught by Daniel Bowdrummond off the bowling of Kadri for 58. Then it's all been about Jamie Smith, really. As Wes Agar from the pavilion then comes around the wicket to Jamie Smith, and he's pulling off his hip. It's in the air, but it's going to go all the way for 6. That's going into the Leslie Ames stand. And that's Jamie Smith again. Just a little tap of the bat with Dominic Sibley, but banged in there by Agar, and off his hip. Bowdrummond's just watched it go straight into the stand for 6, and Jamie Smith is on to 86 here, and Surrey are 199 for 2.
In the context of this match, this is a remarkable innings from Jamie Smith, just how he's approached it. Lovely flick off his hip, went all the way over for 6. And you can see Wes Agar plotting in his mind, what does he need to do next? What's his next delivery going to be?
Well, you have to say, it's almost like Smith playing a completely different game to anybody else.
Yeah.
It's like he's in a different match situation. As round the wicket comes Wes Agar to him. Another short one off the front foot. He pulls this out towards deep mid-wicket. And there's a little fumble there, but it'll just be a single. Jamie Smith moves on to 87, and there's the 200 up for Surrey. So 200 up for Surrey. So it's another 301 from here. Another 301 from here for Surrey. Fascinating, this.
Yeah.
And as you said, psychologically, under 300, suddenly things change a touch. There's been lots of sides that have turned up needing 260 on the last day.
Yeah.
As Agar is into Sibley, and Sibley off his hip just works this out towards deep backwards square. Will take the single, Dominic Sibley, as we approach 6 o'clock on this Tuesday evening here in Canterbury. On a gorgeous evening, gorgeous evening for weather. Mr. Matt Cole is preparing himself to come back in because he has a 6 o'clock update to do. Away to our right, he's been writing his notes. Away to our right, writing his script. Away to our right, doing some vocal exercises before coming, he's visualising. Away to our right, visualising. As Jamie Smith back on strike, where's Agar is into him, and Smith, that's short again from Agar, and it's just sitting up, and Smith is saying thank you very much indeed, and just climbing into it. That has whistled away for 4 through mid-wicket as he pulls it. And again, it's a pure cricket shot from Jamie Smith. He's into the 90s here, he's on to 91. Surrey are under 300 now, it's 296 required. Surrey are 205 for 2.
Pressure definitely on Kent now. that target getting smaller and smaller. Still 296, but in the context of having to chase 501 at the start of the innings.
It's almost like Smith's walked out and said, right, I'm going to knock most of the stuffing out of it tonight.
Yeah.
Set it up for the morning as Wes Agar round the wicket to Smith. He's gone short again. That one's better because it's got higher on Smith and he's lost his shape on the hook. The previous delivery just sat there and Smith was already on the front foot thinking, wallop.
It's interesting the psychology of this chase because 500, 400 plus seems so unattainable. You essentially come out with no pressure because nobody's expecting you to do it. Now under 300, the carrot's that been dangled, we can do it. So will that add pressure on the batters now?
Yeah, and there's still 14 overs to go tonight. As Wes Agar comes round the wicket to Smith, and Smith is pulling again. Cries of catch it! Oh, it's a great effort to get across there. And, well, prevents 4. It was low. It was smashed. I'm not sure it went on the full, actually. I just think it's a brilliant bit of work from Everson. We have got a bit of clean feed, so I'm going to ask Santoki just to move for Mr. Cole, because we're in the travel news now. And then in a moment, there will be the cue for Mr. Cole. 14 overs to go. 206 for 2.
All the jeoparding. I've got my glasses.
No, I've done that.
I've got
I've
tangled.
actually hurt my head a bit with that, actually. When you have your glasses on your head and you put your headphones on.
People don't realise the dangers that we have to face every day when we come to work.
Oh, wow. Tell you what, Jamie Smith's put the cat amongst the pigeons here.
He's put some of the Crown in danger with his colossal hitting. That drop, Ben Compton.
Yep, that could be costly. It already is.
Yeah. Updating BBC Radio Kent right now. And Surrey batting ominously here, Dom. Kent have set them a massive total. It's a near record county championship total to win of 501, but at the moment Surrey 210 for 2. Jamie Smith has come out and bludgeoned the Kent bowling all around Canterbury. 96 from 67 balls. Dominic Sibley's out there 51. Kent have dropped 4 or 5 catches today. If they're going to win this match, they need to be better than that, certainly the rest of this day and tomorrow as well. It could be a very exciting finish, 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow. We're hoping Kent finish it off before then, and Surrey go home defeated. Commentary still continuing. We've got around about just under an hour to go, I would say, via the BBC Sport website and app.
Remarkable thing here is Jamie Smith is 1 good shot away from 100 now.
Yes.
Extraordinary innings. 68 deliveries. It's almost as if he's gone out there and thought, right, I'll take the stuffing out of this for tomorrow. He's absolutely caught Kent cold here, isn't he? On a warm day.
Yeah.
Been a brilliant innings this of 96.
Hard yards out there. Quinn will bowl to him now. Just levering that away into the offside. It's fielded by Joey Everson at backward point for a single. But, yeah, absolutely those drop catches. I know there's ifs and buts and all that, but I've got 4 on my pad. I think it's probably 5 that they put down today in relative difficulties, in a range of difficulties. Compton's one to get rid of Latham at leg slip, for instance, should have been a straightforward one. The other's probably less straightforward, but if you're going to win matches, you're going to have to stop letting Jamie Smith off the hook, I think. Ball through to the wicket-keeper and there's no run. I'm not saying that Surrey have been at all culpable either, but it's those things that make the difference. And at this point,
well, look, Sibley
still a long way out.
Sibley had that life when Jordan Cox dropped him standing up to Everson.
That
was tough. That was a really tough one. Then Latham's dropped a couple of times, wasn't he? But then they got rid of Latham.
That's true, shortly afterwards.
But that is a big moment. Smith getting dropped.
Yeah.
Because he's just he's in the zone here.
And he's taking him apart on his own. This is Quinn to Compton. Just a little nudge outside the off stump, trying to guide it past backward point, and there's no run. But yeah, Compton certainly should have taken that one at leg slip. As you say, that wasn't that costly in the end, but getting rid of Jamie Smith at this point would have been, or could have been, very important. There's still a lot of batting in this Surrey lineup to come, which is, and you know, we have been saying it from the top here. This Surrey side are capable of chasing 5:01 on a pitch which is not giving very much to the bowlers now, and certainly with a tired attack, they punished them really well. Here's Quinn to Sibley outside the off stump with the no run. Sibley's calling for something.
It's almost like he was waving to someone, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think he wants a drink.
He wants a drink.
Yeah. He just said to Jacqueline,
Come on.
could I have my towel and drink? He's going to wash his face again.
He's looked a little bit
We've
sulky
seen-
there,
we-
Dom
we-
Sibley.
we've
Come
seen
on.
that a few times.
Well, I'm looking sulky. I think.
No, I mean
No.
washing his face. He's very hygienic.
Well, good for him.
Dominic Sibley.
He
He's
sets a
working
good
up a bit of a
example.
sweat.
Yeah.
He's asking again, is it all right if I get change of gloves, drink, soap and water? Oh, you've put the fan on.
Well, I'm going to take it.
That's
fan off,
rather
that's all
lovely.
right.
Oh,
That's all
yeah,
right,
yes, that's absolutely fine by me.
Are you all right with that?
Yes,
I'm just
thank
getting.
you.
I'm going to hate to say this on such a beautiful day, but I'm just getting a little bit chilled.
Are
now.
you really?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. So Dom Sibley.
Sorry, I've taken that unilateral decision. I keep it on if you prefer.
No, not at all.
Just-
The thing I liked about it as well
Yeah.
is if you'd put a video camera on us, we'd have looked like we were in one of those sort of 80s rock videos with your hair swinging in the wind. Now we're going to
grow one a bit for that, yes. But this is a drinks break, by the way. Don't worry, you're not missing any action.
Well, it's not actually a drinks break. It's more of a wash break.
It's a Dom Sibley break.
Sibley's having a shower now.
I mean, he's been out there a long time, to be fair.
He
176 balls for 51. And dare I say, I mean, apart from Burns getting out just for lunch, the way they've paced this has worked really well. The way the partnerships have worked has worked really well, because exactly what they needed when Burns fell early was attritional cricket, wearing the bowlers out, and actually with the fall of Latham's wicket, it kind of has moved things on really well, because Smith has taken the bowlers on and started making it really difficult for Kent to bowl.
And I think, well,
You've been asking for Joe Denley for a while. He's coming on now.
well, he's coming on now. And Smith is on 97. Here is Denley then from the pavilion end, and Smith is immediately down the ground to him, picks him up on the full, and this will be the most remarkable 100 from Jamie Smith. What an innings this is from the young man. 70 deliveries. Jamie Smith has walked out there with Surrey chasing 501 and has just taken the Kent bowling apart. Quite brilliant innings this from Jamie Smith. He moves to his century and he is at 101 not out off 70 deliveries in this situation. As Denley's into him and Smith pushes this one off the back foot and plays this out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and Kadri does the fielding. So he's 102, but goodness gracious, what an innings this has been from Jamie Smith.
Absolutely. As I said, they wouldn't have wanted to lose Latham when they did, but it's brought Smith to the crease, and just feels like he's changed the nature of this now. Now Kent feels like Kent are on the defensive, and they still have 285 runs to make here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Concerns there. Denley in once more.
As this one's driven by Sibley down the pitch, and Denley does the fielding off his own bowling. But the other thing that Kent have got here is there's still 12.3 overs left tonight. You know, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Surrey could be rocking up tomorrow morning needing 250. That one Sibley's playing straight back up the pitch. Now, there's been a lot of sides that have turned up needing 250 on the last day. As in comes Denley, and that's quicker. And forward goes Sibley. He's almost sort of heading that back at Denley, isn't he? He's getting his head so far over it, but remarkable innings that from Jamie Smith. Just came out ball one and he was off. As forward goes Sibley, turns this one into the leg side, and he'll pick up a single. And I know that England like Jamie Smith. He's been on Lions tours, but it's this sort of innings as well, in the manner of the way he's gone about it in this new era of batting. But there you go, 100 of 70 deliveries. And Surrey, 217 for 2. They need 284 more to win. The other problem that Kent have is the pitch has gone, the air has gone out the pitch again, as Sean Abbott said. So I think, as we said, that new ball, which will be available tomorrow, 6 overs into the day, that will be a key passage of play as well. It's almost as if Smith
looked ahead to that when he walked out to bat and thought, right, I'll get as many as I can before the new ball comes tomorrow morning.
Well, they could well have, as you say, could well have got halfway there, broken the back of it by tomorrow. Arshdeep returns, none for 41 from his 10. This is a different prospect from him from playing the IPL, that's for sure. Onto the pads of Sibley. It's just flicked that away. It'll be a single, just the one. Jamie Smith says, stay there. And it's picked up by Matt Quinn on the boundary. I think this will be interesting. Arshdeep and Smith. This matchup will be interesting, I think.
Yeah, it will be. And even if Smith went now, he's done some serious damage here.
Again, we have to remind our listeners, if they need reminding, of the strength of the batting to come for Surrey. I think, I was saying it on one of the updates earlier, I think Kent need to nick a couple out here to get themselves back on parity. As Arshdeep bowls to Smith, drives it hard up to mid-on.
He's played...
Fielded by Kadri Naran.
Apologies, Mr. Cup. I described it to Santoki as he's just played some pure cricket shots here today, Jamie Smith. And he was off from ball one, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Kadri
absolutely.
couldn't bowl to him.
Yeah.
He was going short, bang. So then he came down the pitch, drove him through extra cover when he threw it up, so he got Kadri out of the attack. He's just dominated from the minute he walked to the middle.
Arshdeep now around the wicket to Smith. Carves that into the offside. Compton can't stop it, so backward point is Bell Drummond. They'll take a single. Sibley back onto strike. And Dom Sibley, I mean, he's absolutely got the licence, Dom Sibley, to do exactly what he's very, very good at.
Perfect combination, these two. Chalk and cheese. But it's a perfect combination, isn't it?
It is, sorry. If you're not with us earlier, quite a long conversation about chalk and cheese and why chalk and cheese are mentioned in that well-known phrase. But you're right, yeah. It's an innings of contrasts. Here's Arshdeep to Sibley, who defends that.
The other thing with this is Sibley will be loving this. If you said to Dom Sibley, you've got 2 days to bat, he'd go, oh, great. Loves batting. Dom Sibley just loves batting.
Yeah, you want me to hang around for 2 days batting?
Thank you very much indeed. I'm very happy to do that. You will do what you do at your end. I'll do what I do at mine. Thank you very much indeed.
Favourite thing in the world.
Yeah.
Arshdeep then. Slightly angled run coming out from behind the umpire now. Round the wicket to Sibley. Forward defensive. It's had a coaching manual these days. It's probably all online these days. It's just videos. Isn't it? But
There'll be some different shots in there than the one I had. That was definitely in a book.
Was
the
it?
one I had,
Yeah.
yes. It started, there was the first 20 chapters were defend. And then at the back there was one chapter on once you're in, attack. Yeah, there was these days it's the other way around, isn't it?
Here's the ramp. It's Arshdeep to Sibley, more old-fashioned, defended straight back at the bowler. 2 off the over, the 63rd of this Surrey innings. They're 219 for 2, still needing 282 to win. With Jamie Smith, 103 from 73 balls. Dominic Sibley has 53 from 184. You're on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, on the club stream, of course, with the pictures as well.
Yeah, it'll look lovely on the club stream at the moment, the ground, won't it? It's just been that blue sky all day. Beautiful it's been today. Nice temperature. Denley continuing from the pavilion end to Smith, who goes inside out over extra cover. 1 bounce for 4. He's not stopping there, Jamie Smith. That's a gorgeous shot again. It really is. Jamie Smith is on to 107 here. 2-2-3 for 2. Smith waits over his bat once again. Denley's into him. Oh, Smith's down the ground. This will be 6. He's taking Joe Denley out the attack here. Jamie Smith just a couple of paces down the track and launches Joe Denley into the pavilion. Smith's on to 113. It's almost like he's trying to win it tonight.
Another 273 required. Surrey, a 229 for 2. Tactically, this is one of the best innings I've seen. Just from a pure tactic point of view. As Denley's into him, and this time he just tucks it away down towards long on, and sort of said the best thing about Jamie Smith is huge talent, but it's what's between his ears. He reads a situation so quickly, and that's exactly what he's done tonight. You know, there's a lot of players that would have got to this point and sort of thought, right, better be there for the morning. Not Jamie Smith. He's going to try and score as many as he can before stumps tonight. As Joe Denley is into Sibley, and Sibley's whipped this up to Mieye. Moves round to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run.
There's that the way of cricket as well. Kent have had the best of the first 2 days and the first session as well. Things have turned.
As down the pitch comes Sibley. Denley a bit flatter this one. Sibley just pushes it down into the leg side, and there is no run. Everything's got a bit tangled up
Sorry,
here, hasn't it?
I put the cat on its pigeons. I'm hoping I'm not going to pull Matt Walker over.
Don't do that. As forward go. Dom Sibley pushes this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Just to explain what we mean by that is Matt Walker's not in here with us. No. He's probably sat worrying slightly somewhere in the ground, but we are using a picture of the great man to shade the broadcasting equipment. End of the over, 230 for 2, Surrey. Another 271 required. Jamie Smith is 114 not out of 76 balls, and Dominic Sibley is 53 not out of 187.
So 10 overs, a minimum of 10. It'll be 10 because we're past 6:15. 230 for 2. Extraordinary stuff from Jamie Smith.
I think the extraordinary part is the thinking as much as anything.
He has 114 as Arshdeep bowls him! Rips a stump out of the ground, and finally the breakthrough for Kent as the ball makes its way all the way to the boundary. Arshdeep Singh looks to the heavens, and it's been a long stay at the crease for Jamie Smith, and actually I think Arshdeep is going to go over and congratulate him. It's a lovely touch. Pats him on the back, a couple of the Kent players do, because that has been an astonishing innings, ended in spectacular fashion. 114 he goes for, bowled by Arshdeep, 77 balls of 18 fours and 4 sixes. That is quite superb from Jamie Smith. 230 for 3 Surrey, 271 to go. That single innings may have changed the balance of the game in Surrey's favour. We're yet to see that, but what we have seen has been brutal and brilliant.
Absolutely magnificent innings that from Jamie Smith, and fair play to Arshdeep Singh. Took a bit of a battering from Jamie Smith, but has come back and knocked him over, but that has done some damage. 114 off 77 balls with 18 fours and 4 sixes. Now Kent will get in a huddle and say, right, got rid of Smith, here comes Folkes. Can we get another one tonight? But he has done some serious damage there. There's Jamie Smith. But what an innings. I think anybody in the ground is been here to witness that tonight, and I think just in the situation, walked out there at 91 for 2, wanders off at 230 for 3 with 114 to his name, and he's taken a big block out of what Surrey will need tomorrow. So Ben Folkes, who Arshdeep Singh got in the first innings, LBW. It was a lovely delivery actually. He's got to nip back quickly. But that one for Jamie Smith, he sort of was just locked on the crease and coming round the wicket and played it as if it kept a little low on him, but I think it was just because he hadn't really gone anywhere on the crease. But he has played some magnificent shots in that innings. The highlights of that Jamie Smith innings will be something to behold, just because they've all been pure cricket shots from Jamie Smith. So there you go.
139 partnership. Is that right?
Yeah, well, it came together at 91 for 2.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I keep looking at it because Jamie Smith scored 114 of those.
Yes. Simply's just quite happily got about his business at the other end.
Absolutely astonishing. And the figures back up what we're seeing. I couldn't quite believe it. So Ben Folkes settles at the crease now. Some close fielders in for him. Archdeep bowls trim. Ooh, that does keep a little bit low. In towards his pads. He's worked that into the onside. No run.
Opportunity here for Kent. Now. Opportunity for them. 9.4 to go tonight. So an opportunity for them. Welcome back to listeners on 5 Sports Extra. We've just witnessed one of the most scintillating hundreds you could ever wish to see from Jamie Smith, who was just gone though, bowled by Arshdeep Singh for 114.
Yeah, brutal and brilliant. Arshdeep to Folkes just defending this into the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, 230 for 3, 271 still to win. But we've been saying this from the start of this Surrey innings. There's time and there's talent enough for Surrey to win this. Kent have absolutely dominated the first 2 days and 1 session. Surrey, and helped in no small part by Jamie Smith, have turned it around in the second 2 sessions of this 3rd day. It's Matt Cole, Mark Church and Santoki joining us in the commentary box. Arshdeep Singh outside the off stump, left by Folkes through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Still probably half an hour or so to go here.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think we were working out there that Jamie Smith came in at 91 for 2 in the 38th over. He's walked off in the 65th over for 114 in 77 balls with 18 fours and 4 sixes. He's put on 139 with Dom Sibley, of which he scored 114. In this situation as well. And it was almost like he walked out there and thought to himself, right, we'll take as much out of this today as we can. Brilliant innings.
Yeah. Arshdeep Singh round the wicket then. Comes close to Folkes' off stump, and he's left that one through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
I think what I keep saying, but pure cricket shots there from Jamie Smith. But it's also the sort of the thinking behind that innings. That he walked out there against Kadri, immediately cut him for 4. Kadri then tossed one up, drove him for 4. And basically, he took Kadri out the attack. Then he took Arshdeep out the attack, took 20 off Arshdeep in 1 over. Brilliant innings.
Arshdeep down to Folkes once more. Rising delivery up towards his chest. Sees that one off. It's a wicket maiden for Arshdeep Singh on his debut for Kent. Indian left arm paceman, and well, that wicket could be very important to Kent, but they've still got a lot of work to do. Sorry, still have a lot of runs to chase here, but this is a glorious game of cricket in fantastic sunshine. As 12 comes on to take the fielding helmet off for Ben Compton. So it's Messrs Folkes and Sibley at 2:30 for 3 here. At closing on 6:30 on this Tuesday afternoon. Wes Agar will bowl from the pavilion end.
He will indeed. So with 9 overs left, so he could arrive tomorrow needing, let's say, 240. Well, that's been done thousands of times on a last day. But as I say, Jamie Smith, it's like he was just trying to get as much of it done as he could today. And I wonder as well, in the back of his head, which is a long way away, we've been saying that 6 overs in tomorrow, a new ball will be available. Wes Agar replaces Joe Denley because of the wicket of Smith. And Dominic Sibley, as he's done a lot during this inning so far, and it's been a terrific knock from him. One I very much enjoyed, because people know how much I enjoy a long vigil. Just lets this one go outside his off stump. And that's taken low down by Cox. But there's a bit more volume out there now from Kent, isn't there? They've gone a bit quiet. I think they were shell-shocked by Jamie Smith. As Wes Agar piles in over the wicket to Sibley. It's off his hip, just turned away down towards Daniel Bell-Drummond. Down there at long leg, Sibley just wanders a single. He'll move on to 54, and that brings Ben Folkes to strike for the first time here to Wes Agar. Setting it up beautifully for tomorrow, though. Twice I've said though. That's how beautiful it's going to be, though.
Yeah, Kent's bowlers, it feels like, just need to dig in for one more big effort before the end of the day. They may have some hard yards to get through tomorrow, but if they could just get one more out
Agar is in, and Folks off the back foot just punches this out towards Miyeye, who does the fielding there to cover points, and there is no run. Would you like to know what else is going on around the country in the county championship, Matt Cole?
You know, once again, Mark, I would really appreciate that if you did.
Well, Somerset have closed on 172 for 4 against Essex this evening, requiring a further 294 to win, with 6 wickets in hand. So that's nicely poised for tomorrow. Lancashire and Hampshire are still at it, as Wes Agar comes in over the wicket to Folks, and Folks pushes this one, turned around a touchdown to backward point. Kadri does the fielding, and there's no run. So Hampshire were 371 all out in their second innings, and Lancashire currently 39 for 2, requiring a further 101 to win.
Should do it.
Should do it.
Yeah.
You never know. Warwickshire 571 for 9 declared. Notts 155 all out, and then 247 for 4 they are in their second innings, still trailing by the small matter of 169 runs. Still playing in that one, as Wes Agar is in again, and Folks off the mark in the most gorgeous manner. Just caresses a drive through the covers for 4, slightly over-pitched by Wes Agar, and there's no movement out there at the moment for him. So Folks is off the mark, 235 for 3. Derbyshire and Yorkshire. Well, Yorkshire, I suppose they could do this tonight. Yorkshire, what time are we? No, probably not. Yorkshire needs 73 more runs, because they are 139 for 3 in their second innings, after Derbyshire were all out for 4-5-3 in their second innings. As Agar is into Folks, and Folks is in behind a short ball. There's no run. Stumps at Durham. They've closed for the evening there. Durham, the small matter of 630. Glamorgan, they made 390 in their second innings. Glamorgan 159 for 4, still trailing by 81 runs. Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 368 all out. Leicestershire 334 for 9. They're still playing there. And Sussex in their second innings are 353 for 6, and they lead Worcestershire by 291. Those are the other scores from around the country.
Thank you, Mark Church. 2-3-5 even for 3. That's a lot of 3s and 5s. Well, it's only 1-5. Arshdeep Singh to continue. He's into his 13th over, 143 so far. Sibley faces. Arshdeep to him, and just blocks it into the offside.
Tell you what, I love the innings from Jamie Smith, obviously.
Good looking block, that one.
I'm loving this from Sibley as well. Proper innings this, isn't it, from Dom Sibley? 190 balls for 54, just what his side needs. There are lots of different ways to win cricket games.
Yeah.
You can blast it.
We were saying shortly ago, weren't we? If you asked him to bat 5 days...
Oh, he'd love it.
Yeah.
Oh, he'd snap your hand off.
Arshdeep to him, bouncer, gets underneath that one.
He just loves batting. Dom Sibley, he just loves batting. He's just one of those that just loves batting.
So he came in obviously 2 overs before lunch today.
And the nice thing with Dom Sibley is it wouldn't have bothered him that, well, when I think he was in his 40s when Smith walked out there. And Smith got to his 50 before Sibley.
He did. Yeah.
It wouldn't have bothered Sibley in the slightest.
Caught him up very quickly indeed. Arshdeep Singh comes around the wicket. Sibley judges that one, passes off stump, it through to the wicket-keeper Jordan Cox. Just got a little bit of extra lift there, it felt like, Arshdeep Singh. A surprise delivery, but good enough. In terms of judging it, updating BBC Radio Kent listeners. Well, Kent had absolutely dominated the first 2 days, Dom, and the first session of the second day as well to set Surrey 501 to win. But Surrey are making a really good fist of this chase. They've still got a day to go after this one, and 7 overs, or 7.5 overs remaining here. Jamie Smith has just got out. Good news for Kent. Arshdeep Singh playing his first game, the Indian left-arm paceman for Kent, ripping out his off-stump. But Smith, by that time, had made a brutal and brilliant 114 after 77 balls. There's been 58 for Latham, and 54 for Sibley so far. Surrey have the capability of making a near record 501 to beat Kent here. Kent hoping they can take the wickets this evening and tomorrow to beat the county championship leaders. All in the balance then, in the sunshine here at Canterbury, and commentary continuing for the moment via the BBC Sport website and app.
Beautifully done, Mr. Cole.
Single taken, 2-3-6 for 3.
No, but I think with Sibley, what I've always loved about Sibley's batting is no ego involved with Dom Sibley. And, you know, I still think in this wonderful area of walking out there and whacking it. Oh dear, there's a crisp packet near the effects mic. Look, out there on the roof.
Yeah, well, there it is.
Yes,
that's what you heard.
That's the crisp packet near the effects mic.
Now,
it's all kicking
looking
off.
for guilty parties there.
That'll be from the members.
It's away. It's away. It's driven by folks. That's a lovely shot. Check back past the bowler, and Kadri's herring after. He's not getting that, is he? No, he's not. 4 runs.
What a lovely shot that was.
44-3, indeed so.
I did wonder what that noise was.
Yeah, me too.
I think somebody in the members' stand bought themselves a multi-pack of crisps, and it's blown out the front of the stand.
I wonder if it's that. What's that film? Is it American Beauty? There's a scene, isn't there? There's a very lyrical part of it where a bag just blows around in it. It's all very metaphysical.
Oh dear.
It's not quite like that here at.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's been some beautiful things.
There's been
some beautiful things to see today, hasn't there? Yeah. It's
batting beauty, I'd say. Yeah. Yes. I don't know.
I'm not sure it'll get to Hollywood. Where's Agar? He is coming in from the pavilion end. Over the wicket to Sibley, who drives square of the wicket and get a single. I'll do one more and then
I was going to say
I'll bring Sandoki in at the end of this over. Yes. Then you two gentlemen have the final 6 overs to steer the ship into port. Tie her up for the evening. Then we'll be back tomorrow.
We will.
And it could be an
interesting...
We
will be back tomorrow.
Well, we will be. But it could be a very interesting day as well. There'll be calm waters, there'll be sort of stormy waters tomorrow as well. As Wes Agar comes in over the wicket to Ben Folkes, plays this one into the offside and there's no run.
Well, pretty sure that one side is going to be very
not going to be a draw.
No. It's going to be very, very happy, and the other dressing room is going to be pretty miserable, I would say, after this, because Surrey have got themselves into a great position here to win a massive run chase, and Kent equally put themselves into a position where they would have absolutely backed themselves to bowl Surrey out for a win. So, yeah. But I suppose that's what sport's about. It's winners and losers.
Winners and as Agar comes in over the wicket, and this will be 4 because Folkes has pushed forward fully on that and has just let it hit the face of the bat, and that squirted off down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. I tell you what, it's going to be under 250 because they're 256 more needed to win. But you're very right there with your analogy of sport, Mr. Cole.
Well, I suppose
there's always a winner and there's always a loser unless it's a draw.
Unless it's a draw. And we don't think it's going to be a draw.
There is absolutely no chance unless there's a massive thunderstorm tomorrow of this game being a draw. As Agar comes in over the wicket to Ben Folkes, lets this one go outside his off stump. Because what do we have on the last day? Is it minimum 96?
Yeah, 96.
So Surrey might arrive tomorrow morning. Let's say they get another 16 runs from here, needing 240 off a minimum of 96. Well, they're either going to get that or they're going to get bowled out. They're not going to be blocking out the last hour, are they?
Absolutely not. I think the weather is looking absolutely beautiful tomorrow.
Yes, it doesn't look like there's going to be a thunderstorm because there's your massive sun again.
Just
your weather forecast. As in over the wicket is Agar, and forward goes Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch. As someone famously once said, Scorchio.
Scorchio indeed. Yes.
All right, in Kent. And across the country, I think.
Yeah, I think, and it's set fair into the next week as well, with T20 resuming, isn't it? At the end of the week.
Yeah, Friday.
Kent up at Lords. 2 sides have not covered themselves in glory in T20 this year so far.
Surrey have got the small trip to Somerset on Friday night.
Yeah. It's always a bit of fun.
Here is Wes Agar coming in over the wicket to Ben Folkes, who's up on his toes, plays this one out into the offside. Round goes Miyeye. End of the over, 6 to go tonight. I will vacate, and Toki will join Mr. Matt Cole, and Surrey are 245 for 3.
Thank you very much, Mark Church, indeed. And beginning close, I guess, to 7 o'clock finish today. We're scheduled, certainly, hoping to get through those by 6:15, so both sides haven't bowled quite quick enough for that. But to be honest, if you're sitting here in the ground, or if you're at home, I hope you're enjoying what's pretty thrilling cricket, and in beautiful sunshine as well. Go on to 10 o'clock if they like. So, once again, Arshdeep bundling in from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Sibley, who just defends it back toward him, and there's no run. No great pace on coming off the ball. And Santoki, well, what a day this has been. So, I mean, 2 days with neither of us were here, to be fair. Kent absolutely dominated. The first session this morning, they absolutely dominated, and Surrey have turned it around, it feels like, to me, in the space of...
It's been a roller coaster of a day, ups and downs, and Surrey, you'd still say, are in a very commanding position. We did say they got to the end of the day with 7 wickets in hand. They'd be in a strong position. I've seen social media awash with comments saying Jamie Smith will inevitably play for England, be a future prospect. I mean, based on that innings, he would fit the mantra of Bazball, as it is. Just not even the score, more so the nature of it, the strokes he was playing. Very, very classy cricketer. So very impressive, and he's just given that impetus to the Surrey side as they look to chase this gargantuan total down. Yeah,
it wasn't head up, bat flailing, was it, by any stretch of the imagination? He was just hitting good shots very hard.
Yeah.
As Arshdeep comes round the wicket to Sibley now, and he tucks it into the onside. Good stop from Compton at mid-wicket. He saves 4 there, 2, 4, 5 at 4, 3. But reminding ourselves, I mean, it does sound ridiculous that, you know, you'd look at a side chasing 501 and say, oh, they've got time to do that. Well, that's loads of time for Surrey. They've got the talent, but they're proving this by doing that very thing at the moment.
Exactly. They've essentially halved the chase. So they've got they'll have under 250 tomorrow to chase on over 90 overs to do it as well. So very, very exciting day tomorrow in prospect. Arshdeep in.
Yeah, to Sibley defends that, just takes his bottom hand off there, just jarred against the handle, perhaps.
Been impressed with Arshdeep's comeback. He's obviously taken off when Jamie Smith went to town on a few of his deliveries. He's come back strong, clean bowled Smith. He's looked good overall. I mean, if you looked at his economy, obviously because of the Smith onslaught, it's kind of inflated it, but generally he's bowled very well.
Yeah, I think just that 1 over kind of spoiled his figures a little bit, didn't they? But he was a little bit ragged in that one. And Arshdeep now bowling to Sibley. Again, he's playing across that front pad, looking to engineer it past Compton, but on the ground, Compton picks it up and there's no run. No, it's a good point. And he was very deliberately bowling short in that over to Smith, wasn't he? I mean, I don't know if that, again, you know, you can blame the bowler, but it may well be conversation with the captain. It's dig it in short, let's you know, put fielders back on the square leg boundary, let's see if we can get him. It assuredly didn't work, that's for sure. But 2, 4, 5 for 3. Otherwise, he's been pretty much on the money. As just closely off stump there as Sibley leaves it, and Sibley just holds the pose there for a second, looks back at the bowler. He hasn't done that very often. It's been procedural he's leaving before that. Just maybe there was a hint that was a bit closer than he thought it was.
Yeah, definitely that was a statement from Sibley. But Sibley, this session, he hasn't looked like he would be getting out. He's been confident in his position, and it's been helped obviously by the rest of the batters around him sort of providing that runs and giving him that platform to sort of just defend and leave.
So 2, 4, 5, 4, 3 then, sorry. Folkes has 12. Sibley has 56. Agar from this end, just wonder if they're going to ask Agar and Arshdeep, just dig in, try and bowl us out here, get what you can. Clipped off his pads by Folkes, backwards square to Everson. They'll take a single. And all feels a world away from, as you were saying earlier, Rory Burns edging to Jack leaning at second slip at 4 for 1, and Dom Sibley going on a suicide run and almost getting his batting partner run out. Or was he going to the danger end? I forget. 2, 4, 6 for 3, but certainly it was a close call, wasn't it? Stump flew out the ground, a throw from Hamid Kadri, I think it was.
Yeah.
And at that point, Kent would have thought, we are going to win this, surely. But a bouncer from Agar, Sibley gets underneath it.
How much would Kent love a wicket at this point, at the end of the day? Really pushing for it. Just the pressure's just been on them this session, and tomorrow, as we've discussed, when the new ball comes into play, that's going to be the defining factor of the game, I feel.
But I don't think just chipping away 1 or 2 is going to work with the new ball. They're going to have to run through them almost, it feels like, because there's so much quality if any of these batters get in. As Mark was saying now, 250 in a day, sides do that. And Kent going to really need to dominate with the ball. If not this evening, as you say, with the new ball tomorrow morning, going to have to make it work for them.
Yeah, just Surrey just looks very, very comfortable, though. I mean, they could be their own worst enemy tomorrow if the realisation that they could complete such a mammoth task starts to hit them. Then they get under pressure. But generally, they've looked comfortable. And as you said, sides can knock off 250 and under relatively straightforward. And they've got 7 wickets in hand. So
Keep just feeling his left shoulder there. A little bit stiff after bowling more overs than he's used to. 14 today. That's Agar over the wicket now to Sibley once again in position. Sibley early and defend that into the offside. And
I think an ice bath is the order of the day for Agar in particular. I think it looks knackered.
Yeah, good point. You can tell the effort he's putting in when you hear that grunt from him, don't you? So I was listening to a podcast, it might have been last year actually, with Stephen Finn on it, talking about that it's now combination of ice bath and hot bath is the wisdom now. The ice bath alone won't do it. I mean, I say combination, alternation, I should say. It would just be a lukewarm bath otherwise, wouldn't it?
Just a standard bath.
Yeah. I hope the listeners knew what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, you mean a bit of hot, bit of cold? Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is what we would call a bath, isn't it?
Revolutionary in the game.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The sports science on the hoof. Oh dear. So alternating between, I don't know what the science is, as you can clearly tell. Ball to come with the 70th over, and Wes Agar will be exhausted, however he treats his post-day ritual on the back foot, defended by Dom Sibley. It's just parried by Mayeye, but they're not going to take a run for that one. End of the over, 4 to come. I was going to say how will they treat this. We pretty much know how Dom Sibley's going to treat this to the end of the day anyway. Ben Folkes, I can't imagine he gets particularly, with all the experience he's had, particularly nervous at the end of a county championship day with 4 overs to go. But
no, I don't think we'll see many shots from Folkes either. I just think their experience, he will just want to get to the end of the day, and he'll know how to do it. So
just wonder perhaps more with Sibley, because he's relatively early in his innings, where that might just give Kent a chance if he tries to shut up shop here. And Arshdeep and Matt Quinn having a chat together. Hamid Kadri's over there. I'm going to speak to Hamid Kadri after this day, which will be an interesting one, because he obviously started with a bat this morning and then had a couple of catches dropped off his bowling, so showed his frustration there, and then got treated by Jamie Smith. So outside the off stump, left by Arshdeep, no run.
Well, regardless of what happens, it will certainly be a memorable debut for Arshdeep. Introduction to county cricket.
Yeah. As I said, he's bowled pretty well. That, as you said, that 1 over where he got taken for Carter for 20, didn't he, by Jamie Smith? You take that out of his figures, and it's looking pretty good. He's gone for 2 and over.
Yeah. And
he's going for lower than that, I think, in the first innings. Really, really tight bowling. But not much in the pitch now. Going to have to try and get something out of it, or Surrey will win this game. Folkes leaves that one. It's quite wide, that one. That must have been flirting with... certainly going back to T20, that's a wide, I would imagine. Through the wicketkeeper, no run.
Matt, you must be excited though. Tomorrow could be a potentially landmark day for Surrey.
Yeah, I think it's going to be massive. for both sides. I mean, it will be absolutely crushing, make no mistake, for Kent if they lose this one. Well, for either side, I suppose, you might say. But and Surrey look like they've got themselves into a position. Arshdeep too. Folks, that felt close. He looked confident. There wasn't a shout from the bowler, so I'll leave it at that.
255 now. The target for Surrey. They take that at the beginning of the day when they started there, and then 255 or under, slightly under to tomorrow to knock off.
Oh, absolutely. Here comes Arshdeep in over the wicket now to Folks. Just has driven that into his toes more or less. Not a true shot there. They got very excited. Just a small margins, isn't it? But just a smidgen away from getting through the defence of Ben Folks there, and that really would have been a massive breakthrough for Kent. Still 3 overs to go. After this one, Varston once again over the wicket to the right hander. Oh, bouncer's come off the batting helmet. I think that's not a chance. I don't think. No, it's going to be a leg by. Bat wasn't anywhere near it, was it? No. Will they bring the physio out here? Yeah, they have to. Yeah.
Concussion.
Must be concussion protocol. Need to check the batting helmet as well. It's just pinged him, hasn't it? Off the batting helmet. They've taken a leg by for it. Out come the drinks as well for Kent.
Yeah, just over 3 overs to go. Sibley, 56 of 206 deliveries. You have to admire the application of him at this critical point for Surrey.
Absolutely right. Just he's an absolute object lesson as much as Jamie Smith in attack from Dom Sibley in defence. And Ben Folks takes the helmet off, and the physio will walk him over, ask him the key questions, whatever they are. Concussion protocols these days, I gather they talked about this the other day. Players are asked a set of questions before the season starts, and then it replicates when you go through a concussion protocol. So if you're the sort of bloke like me that doesn't know what he was doing an hour ago, let alone a week ago, then there'll be very simple questions or whatever. But I gather combinations of numbers they asked him as well, so to remember and recall the combinations of numbers. So if you're again the sort of person that can remember 20 numbers at once, and you can't do that after you've been pinged on the head by a bouncer, then that's a bad thing. But again, if you're like me and you can struggle to remember 3, you're pretty much all right. But
so they've moved on from the how many fingers am I holding up?
Yeah, quite. Yes, it's a bit more sophisticated than that. So I think the physio is just saying they're going to need a new batting helmet. He was just patting himself on the top of the head, which means the integrity of the structure of the helmet has been altered, so it's not safe to bat on. So I think this is why we're waiting now. The physio will take the helmet off with them, and umpires coming together. Well, not much you can do here, really, or they can do, rather. Dom Sibley has taken the opportunity to get himself a drink. Probably have another towel down. And Ben Folks with the long floppy fringe there, now blowing in the wind, smiling. So I think we can take it that the concussion protocols have been done, and we're just waiting now for someone to bring on a size 7 1/4 or whatever it is.
Yeah, he seems fine making jokes. Is that Ryan Patel on his 12th man with the drinks for Surrey?
Could well be, yeah. Towel over his shoulder, yellow bib on. And so, now the weight, unless it's part of the padding or the guard that needs replacing, but I think they're indicating a new helmet, which usually means, as I understand it, that this one will not do anymore. It doesn't have the protection anymore. But the umpires are conferring. Everyone's conferring. Joe Denley's sitting almost zen, cross-legged on the outfield. Little groups of other players. discussing the day's play. Bowlers, I'm sure, very glad just not to be bowling for a minute.
You could take a look from the body language. The Kent players very stern, arms crossed, hands on hips, whereas look at Sibley and folks, almost jovial, relaxed. That kind of reflects where the game is at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good call, that. Almost in microcosm, you can see the attitudes of the two sets of players. And so a choice of 2 helmets coming on here via, it's very much like Azam Mahmood. What's the pitch there? So Ben Folkes gets a choice of 2. He looks over the head of the physio. Is he asking whose they are? You've got a similar size head. I mean, they must have an idea, because this is going to happen through the season, isn't it? So he's trying one on for size.
Oh, is he going to stick with the first one?
How is it? He has, yeah.
Oh.
How's that, sir?
Very assertive.
Yeah, he likes that one. So we've got a ball left of the 71st over. And then 3 more to come here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. Firefly Sports Extra joining us as well. Welcome wherever you're listening. It's been quite a day's play here. Kent looked like I'm going to win it, and win it handsomely when they set Surrey 501 to win and had Rory Burns out in the very first over, on the second ball, in fact, of the piece. But since then, a lot's gone on. Arshdeep then to bowl the last ball of the 71st over to Ben Folkes, leaves it outside the off stump, and there is no, sorry, that's Sibley, of course, he took the leg by, leaves it outside the off stump, and there's no run. 247 for 3, then 3 overs to go. Arshdeep has 148 from 15 overs.
Yeah, I think we have to credit Sibley. I mean, it's easy to look at the scorecard and say it's a typical Sibley innings, but not forgetting after lunch there was a lot of pressure. Burns had just lost his wicket, massive target, but he dug in, looked calm and composed. There's been a few, he's had his luck in the second session, but this final session, very composed at the crease, and he hasn't really looked like getting out this session at all. So considering he hasn't been in the best of form as well, it's been very impressive from Sibley.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable knock. Kent trying to make something happen. Joey Everson is going to come on, and Wes Agar does get a rest. As you say, he did look like he bowled himself pretty much out. Agar's bowled fast, but on the back foot, clipped away by Folkes. Mayeye will pick this up. They'll just get a single out to the backward point boundary. 248 for 3. Sibley has 56. Folkes has 14. Everson none for 39. Now for 11.1 overs here. Canterbury shadows lengthening, obviously, so the pavilion is casting shadow off over the in front of us. Bit of breeze ruffling the shirts as well. That's Everson to Sibley. Nice play around that front pad or across it into the onside. He finds Denley, who's put there for that very shot. And there's no run.
Still quite a few fans in attendance.
Yeah.
Been an engrossing day, I guess.
Obviously that breeze isn't worrying them too much. It's pretty much shirt sleeve order, even the shade in the pavilion, isn't it? So still pleasantly warm outside. Everson now to Sibley on the back foot. Oh, steers that away. That's a lovely shot. Square on the offside. Just opens the face. And the 250 up for Surrey. And they are more than halfway there. 252 for 3. Some Surrey fans in some good voice there as well they might be. So 249 to win. Broken the back of it. And so Sibley faces again. Just a nudge into the onside, takes a quick run. Hamid Kadri decides not to throw it then on striker's end, because it was a good run in the end taken by Sibley. Well judged. Kadri couldn't get it into the stumps at the non-striker's end into his sights before Sibley had already made it.
As much as we talked about them wanting to see out to the end of the day, they've plundered 6 already off this over.
Yeah.
So that intent is still there.
Very positive. Perhaps punishing Kent, who been tails up at lunch, but now a very different picture. Full length from Everson, driven. Arshdeep dives to stop it, gently dives and then ends up just parrying it away, and takes a moment to get up. Just a couple of stretches. Clap the hands you can hear from him. Wonder if he's got one over left in him. Everson, one ball left for the 72nd over, and 2 overs to come. Bowles now left out slightly off stump. There was an ooh there from the wicket keeper as he left it. Turned around quickly, did Folkes, but judged it well enough through to the wicket keeper. No run. 2-5-3 for 3 at the end of the over. Well, thanks for joining us today, and so we'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And thanks for your emails and tweets today. I'd imagine Surrey fans, you'll be much the happier of the two. Mike Watkinson on the emails today. Thank you for that, Mike. Pointing out, I've seen the video now that Louis Kimber of Leicestershire was given out handled ball today. If anyone from spinner off Arlie Price, the ball's bounced up, he palmed it away with his right hand. Some consultation after a polite appeal. He was gone. Here's Arshdeep round the wicket to Sibley. That was a bit of a scuff away from his stumps. Not sure it wasn't catchable height, was it? I think it got along the ground already, but it wasn't a convincing shot. Was it buys in the end?
Has he given it buys?
I think that was it's a buy. But Kevin's saying, don't forget the tie. Absolutely right on the emails, kencricket@gmail.com. You're not far away from that. Paul, not impressed by the Kent bowling attack. I have to say, this pitcher's, Paul, has been pretty benign today.
Yeah, this is the thing.
It's good to see the Kent bowling attack has reverted to type. Good to see them snatching the defeat from the jaws of victory, as I said. Let's see what Kent did today. Matt Quinn, as this one's pushed into the onside, made 37 off 22 balls. And the Surrey attack is anything but toothless. But yeah, he says this is why the long form of the game is better than the Bosch, bish bash Bosch stuff. Can dominate for 2 and a bit days, still potentially lose. Is it bad bowling or pitches flattened out? I think it's fair to say, Paul, this is pretty flat out there. Yeah. I mean, comparing the two bowling attacks, it's quite possibly that Surrey on this might have done better than Kent have so far, but it's tricky. Oh, well, saying it's dead and flat. That has absolutely leapt off a length from Arshdeep Singh. It's a play and a miss from Ben Folkes. He has got that one to sing from nowhere. Sorry, no pun intended. But that has an absolute jaffer.
Yeah. Lovely delivery from Arshdeep Singh.
Where's that come from? I mean, he's getting bounce all day, Arshdeep, with his bowling, but that is just a, well, credit to him. Halfway through his 16th over on a punishing day.
Finishing with a flourish.
Yeah. I would have loved that one to take the edge, but hasn't done. Arshdeep once more to Folkes. And that one's quick again. He's bending his back in this final over for him of the day. And that one was scooted not far from the off stump.
Be very interesting to see what he can do with the new ball tomorrow.
Yeah. Who they'll choose to take it. Jack Leading will have to choose very carefully. Tomorrow, 2-5-4 for 3. This is by no means a foregone conclusion, of course, because Surrey still have to make 247 runs to win it. So they'll be batting a lot of tomorrow if they're going to do it. But yeah, that new ball feels like that period could be crucial tomorrow morning, Sentokian. Yeah. Here's Arshdeep then to Folkes. Oh, wrestle on the pad. Is that close?
Big appeal.
Umpire says no. Height was fine.
Ooh. See a replay of that.
Yeah.
Dismay from the Kent players.
I was going to say, some mutterings in the members' pavilion as well. Grumbling, might even say. That did look close. Arshdeep Singh still has his helmet in hands. I mean, let's have a look at this once again. Was that pitching outside leg? I'm just wondering from the angle the camera's at, but that does look a very good shout.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll get a replay of the we've just seen, but I'll go back and try and replay this again. It will have to be after this ball probably, so giving Mark Church the benefit of it as well. But But a leg bye has been given, so Sibley's on strike now. Just outside, it's whistling past there. Arshdeep, to be fair to him, has put some real muscle into that right at the end of the over, and that's been a maiden from him, and a good-looking one. Here's this delivery again. It'll come up eventually. Arshdeep to Folks. Everyone's crowding around it. Crikey, he's appealed once, twice, 3 times. Japlini is down on his knees, cradling his head in his hands. Close. Just going down, I think, or pitching outside. Umpire's call, and it was umpire's call, says Mark Church. There we go. There we go. At this stage as well, you'd appreciate that Kent's players are desperate for a wicket, but yeah, the bowler liked it. There's a no from Ben Folks, having set off. He's saying no. Last over of the day then. It's been a pretty brilliant day's cricket, I would say, from both sides' point of view.
This is going back to the email you got. This is the beauty of the longest format, the narratives that just emerge and the nuances throughout the day.
Again, if Arshdeep had trapped him there, would have made things very interesting for a final over. It's Folks. Oh, that's a lovely shot, Ben Folks. Cover drive, all fluidity. He's fabulous to watch at his best, isn't he? And that is pretty much close to it. 18 he goes on to, Sibley has 61.
Still some Surrey fans in attendance. You can hear them cheer that shot to the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 deliveries to go. Well, or fewer, of course, if Everson were to get Folks here. Comes to him. Defends that on the middle stump. Up to mid-on. Yeah, into the last over, Dom, and what a day it's been. Kent have absolutely dominated the first 2 days and the first session of the third day, and Surrey have come back fighting. They need 501 to win. Ben Folks has 18. Sibley has 61 out there at the moment. They're getting, well, they've gone past halfway, Surrey, with a loss of just 3 wickets. 259 for 3. Kent have really toiled on a flat-looking pitch now to try and take any wickets at all. Jamie Smith, an astonishing innings from him. The young Surrey batsman, 114 he made in 77 balls. Earlier, Kent looked to dominate, as I said. They made 344 all out to set this near record target. The record run chase in the county championship, which is almost 100 years ago now, was 502. Surrey looking for 501. We've got a day to go tomorrow as well in the sunshine, absorbing stuff. It could be exciting stuff for both sides tomorrow, but one of them is assuredly going to lose this match and be very, very sorry afterwards. Commentary continuing for, I think, one more ball, Dom. 263 for 3, Surrey. Need 238 to win this game. It's been fabulous. The crowd have loved it, but the Kent fans getting more and more nervous as the runs get eaten up. So one more ball to come on this day. I was going to say commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. It seems superfluous at this point as there's one ball to go. Here's Joey Everson bowling to Ben Folks. Pushed back past the bowler. That will be the end of a quite astonishing day. And Surrey will finish 263 for 3. Tomorrow they will need 238 to win this game. You just heard my attempt to sum up this day's play. Santiago, I don't know if you want to have a go yourself, but what have you made of it?
Yeah, well, it's been a day of ups and downs. Surrey finishing there 263 for 3. Ben Folks on 22. Don Sibley on 61, not out. They require 238 tomorrow. Evenly poised, the perfect setup for a final day under more beautiful conditions, and it could go either way at this point.
Yeah, we think this new ball will be crucial. It'll be available in 6 overs of the morning. Perhaps just time for the bowlers to warm their shoulders up and then try and get among the wickets. But we've had some astonishing play today. 71 from Kadri this morning was brilliant. 100 partnership with Everson. 344 all out as Matt Quinn made 37 from 22 balls. Then they had Burns out, the second ball of the Surrey innings. But then came Latham and came Sibley, stonewalling Latham out for 58 in not quite 100 standard, 87 partnership with Dom Sibley, who's stayed there resolute on 61 not out from 212 balls at the other end of the scoring scale. As I said, Smith with 114 off 77 balls with 18 fours and 4 sixes may have taken this game away from Kent. 2-6 for 63 for 3 at the end of the third day. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for listening from Santoki, from me, Matt Cole, and from Mark as well.